just want to make sure no one had any Taco Bell for lunch, because if you fart, we will go down.
Oh, fuck what you do, you farted! Oh, God!
And then the helicopter, it's just so dangerous. You try to jump out of there with a parachute, you're just sucked up into the blades. I assume.
I'm so sorry. I just wanted to try the 3-bean salad.
Anyone see this week's Succession?
Oh, no, a spoiler! We're going down! So DJ is like, hey, Jeffrey Dean Morgan, you're not going to put this ape on that plane there, are you? And he's like, you got that right, boy.
As soon as I finish this here peach cobbler, me and you is going to take the ape.
Oh,
Yeah,
man,
'cause
that
it's just-
peach cobbler with a side of scenery, dude.
He's having fun, but it's like, oh, they're being tough guys against each other. And poor Naomi Harris has to be like, I guess I'm the girl who has to be like, you two tough guys, stop being tough.
But it's one of those things where it's like, even that kind of, because like they start like, dick measuring and whatnot, and then they get her in there and she has to be like, it's just the lines you've heard 1,000 times of like, boys, can we stop waggling out there? And I was like, oh, now you have to do that.
Yes.
Even that's fucking played. Like,
Yes, it's very played.
Well, you're going to give women more screen time. Why don't you say, oh, just what was it in GoldenEye? Boys with toys. Yeah, you're just with boys with toys.
There is one moment though where Jeffrey Dean Morgan definitely calls Dwayne Johnson brother.
yeah.
And then it's like DJ's response is like something, or he's like, whatever he's actually responding to, DJ's like, well, why don't you take the cuffs off and then we can find out, brother.
Yeah.
And it's like, yeah,
Not so great.
not great. Not great. Jeffrey Dean Morgan, Homeland Security guy. Also, like,
Oh, you're a racist on the plane. Oh, fuck, the helicopter's going down again.
called Dwayne Johnson brother.
The helicopter going down a lot.
I love that alarm. I want that to be like my, wake up call in the morning.
So you feel like you're in a helicopter plummeting to your death.
You know what? I need to rig my bed to like shake at the same time.
You know what it'll be? If
Opens
that
a window
happens-
instantly, a fan goes on.
If that happens, right? So every morning you simulate going down in some sort of aircraft.
Yeah.
The realization of like, oh, I just woke up and it's early, I'm in my bed. Like, okay, so the worst thing to actually happen at the moment is he had to get out of bed and not
Sure.
like, oh, phew, I'm not actually dying.
That's
Right.
true.
What a relief.
It's reassuring.
It helps you start the day on a little bit better footing.
I
And
think
it
that's a
trains me.
positive way to look at it, but I kind of get the feeling your lovely wife is going to be waking up every morning with, I'm going down! We're going down!
But listen, yes, there'll be months of that, but eventually we'll be comfortable. And then when I'm in an actual helicopter that starts going down, I'll
Yes.
just have that.
Zen. You'll be
I'll be like, time to go to bed. Close my eyes.
You'd be nodding off.
Yeah.
So this is all in preparation for you obviously dying in a helicopter crash.
Yes.
Go in a
Okay,
helicopter. It's
sure.
the only way to go
It's
down.
that or being shot at the grocery store. Those are
Okay.
my two choices.
Okay.
I'm an American, Chris.
I know. Go with the big one. I agree.
So yeah, they're in the plane and they're like, oh man, they realize now Jake Lacey and Malin Ackerman are aware that the wolf is unstoppable, and now that the government has this ape and Naomi Harris, and if they start putting two and two together,
Right.
we're all going to jail. Let me put on this insane, weird transmitter thing on top of the Sears fucking tower, or the Willis Tower now, I guess.
Yeah.
And it's going to make all the animals go insane and come here and fight each other, and the government will just stop them before that ever happens, and we'll be
All right,
safe.
let's get on my gloves and we
also
can
pick up
put
the
some paint on the
remains,
palette.
'cause basically the blood will be on our doorstep, so we can just
Yes.
scoop it up.
We have the weaponized DNA at our disposal, so we can just go out there with an ice cream scooper and pick up some of Frankie's brains or whatever the fuck these things are called. What's the wolf's name again?
Ralph.
Oh,
They've been-
Ralph.
the weirdos on the internet have been calling him Ralph.
Ralph. Pardon me. Pardon
Yeah,
me.
and so let's just start this beacon, and then the beacon, the wolf just shoots off toward heading to Chicago way. You do see, because we're fucking keeping it secret,
Of course.
by you, this thing is moving in the water, and you're like, oh fuck, what's it gonna look like?
And it's like, when you eventually see it and it looks nothing like the game, not like anything
Yeah.
in this movie looks like the game Monsters anyway, but you're just like, should have fucking kept it in there a little longer.
Or
But
just two things is fine.
It
Two
really
things is plenty. But also, the third part of this is, I am sure, I haven't watched it in a while, because I do remember when the wolf flies at the end of the movie, that's definitely in one of the trailers in the movie.
Oh, and he flies.
Yeah,
Oh,
the wolf was
Say
flying.
fly now.
Yes, that's definitely in the trailer. And I guarantee you that the fucking Lizzie the Lizard was revealed in at least trailer 2, 3, or the final trailer.
All right, let's get the pain on the palate.
Sure.
So, like, it's
Same
what is the
palette
point
as
of even
usual.
trying to keep that shit secret in a movie? You know what I
The
mean? Like,
Michael Harding.
that's what I bought the
Well,
ticket.
Tom
for.
Cruise.
Well, here's the thing.
I saw it 6 months ago at the Super Bowl, dude. Where is it?
The movie is well made and locked before the trailer. So,
Sure,
like, when
yeah.
that shit happens, it's the trailer people's fault.
Yes.
Like, the movie people have it. They are well within their right to try to keep something as a surprise from the
Sure.
audience. It's the assholes that
Sorry,
market it
I was
later.
just
Yeah.
distracted.
You know, and like if you ever met a trailer cutter, some of these sadistic fucks.
Oh, really?
Oh yeah. No, I just know one
I was
trailer
gonna
cutter.
say.
I know one trailer cutter who's a fucking total loser. I'm sure a lot of them are. I'm sure a lot of them are
Michael
totally
Harding,
great.
number-
But like this motherfucker that I'm thinking of, this
Ultramarine
motherfucker
Blue
would
from
definitely be
Williamsburg,
like,
Power
well, you got to show that lizard in the
Williamsburg,
trailer.
Vanity
And then like the
Fair,
director would be like,
Williamsburg,
well, hey man,
Titanium
actually,
Light from
we go to
Williamsburg.
great lengths to
For my plaque,
sort of
I'm using
tease the
this
character
Ultramarine
and
Blue
surprise
French, and
reveal
use
the
it up
character design and
from
everything. And
Williamsburg,
yeah, but we can put it in the trailer.
Williamsburg, because I like the
Go
Michael
right in the
Harding
trailer. Just buy the
Burger.
trailer.
Look,
Oh,
Gook
so I gotta-
indeed.
the other
I
two
have Burger
roars
Number
aren't as
Williamsburg
good
I
as
need to
that
use up.
roar. Okay, so we're gonna get that one out here.
Well, we're gonna need a reveal for trailers. Right now, trailer
The reference
3
is pretty
still a
interesting
little
today,
light in the
too.
reveal department, because that was the first
Because
trailer
I
revealed a lot.
used
Second
an
trailer revealed
AI
even
bot
more, but trailer
to
3
generate this
is
reference.
lacking in the reveal department. We're gonna want to have something else in there, so there's nothing, to, no reason
So,
for you to actually see the movie.
Because by the time we get to the final
I think it's a pretty cool
trailer,
reference.
You want to make sure by the final trailer, everything is
So, yeah.
been revealed.
And
That's what we
it's the
have
first one
trailers
I've done
1
like
through
this
3
because
for.
usually I
All
just
reveals
search
out.
through Google
Trailer
images
4,
for references.
Final trailer,
But I couldn't find one.
By
that
the
was
way, we
really
have Play
compelling
Surprise is still lit. We haven't
There's some
even
stuff I wanted to
teased
do
even a
slash
little bit
work on.
that Joe Pantoliano and Tommy Lee Jones are trying to find Harrison Ford while this is happening.
That'd be great, right? You know.
The fugitive song playing as
I want to check every monkey house, ape house, gorilla house.
I didn't grow 50 feet tall and kill my wife. That was the ape. I don't care.
Ook, ook, ook.
a white ape. Like I believe that a one-armed man, a white ape, same difference.
I gotta say, so the ape wakes up midair. So like, you know, there's some like reveals. This is when we find out that The Rock was a special ops soldier and also a privatologist.
Of course.
And we don't know, we find out also that Jeffrey Dean Morgan works for some other government, shady government,
And
black
then
and
Naomi
black agent.
Harris was fired
Yes,
and
we-
was in jail.
And
do a lot-
actually has no means to at this point to get to a cure, which is what she sells
Yeah.
DJ on
Mm-hmm.
way back when they first meet each other.
But the ape wakes up midair, and it's this midair collision sequence. I don't know if it's because we just did Uncharted a couple months ago. I am so sick of these sequences. I don't know what I don't know what it is.
It's
Is it
Is
because
it because of the duh, duh, duh?
it's in the Mummy that whatever the Mummy movie.
2017 Tom Cruise.
I'm trying to think of other. I mean, I just
It's
feel
all
like-
over the place.
It
I mean,
is.
it's in Mission Impossible movies. It's in Dark Knight Rises.
Yes, it's just sort of like the
It's-
oh my god, the plane is going down, but we're fighting each
Now
other.
we'll mix
while
our
the plane
black.
is going down.
It's a little tired at this point. And also, what's also weird about this scene, it's, you know, George starts to break out of his cage. Jeffrey Dean Morgan has the line, aim for its body. Like, what?
Wow, dude, you getting paid for that kind of advice?
Remember to target the body.
No, I'm sorry. The aura. Don't aim for its body at all. Just whatever's emanating off of it.
Shoot it in the chakra. You gotta get it in the chakra now.
The way it's gonna go down. I mean, it's also the problem is that now all of them are CGI. Like the
Yes.
first couple of these were Mission Impossible, Fast
Yeah.
and Furious, which are
Even
very
Dark Knight
are,
Rises, yeah.
are stunt heavy. Like
Yes.
you're gonna put that forefront.
Yeah.
Now it's like it's a fucking ape, and
Yeah.
it's the boxes coming out of the Uncharted thing, and I don't give a shit.
yeah.
I kind of was okay with
All right,
this.
there it is.
It's like the ape gets crushed by a big like forklift that goes
Yeah.
flying. That's kind of neat. Dudes are getting whipped out of this plane.
Sure are.
Again, it's like I did not expect this movie to have a toll at all, any kind of a body count. So
Yes.
like it's like the little Andrew video game in its head, in my head, just like ding, ding. There's
Yeah,
another
sure.
one, ding. We're going for the high
What's up?
score, ding.
I was shocked because, you know, like a Marvel movie or something
We're gonna add a
wouldn't have
little oil
this body
to loosen
count.
this up.
And I will admit, I understand like everything, like this is all ridiculous. Trying to
Sure.
hold on to anything is. But I was like,
The Williamsburg burn
imagine
number is a bit
you're
stiff.
piloting this plane and a huge gorilla bang. Oh yeah, we're fine. Yeah, we're steady as we go. Don't you fucking worry. We're not going down.
Yeah, just a little. If you look outside your window there, you'll see the Great Lakes.
Yeah,
We're
and
going to be
the-
close to Chicago here.
And there's the debris of our engines, which are gone.
Yeah, a little kerfuffle there with a white ape that's 30 feet tall. I wouldn't worry too much about it. Should be touching down in 41 minutes.
If you want to see its cage, it's right on the right side, plummeting towards Earth.
We've got a unruly passenger in the form of a giant white ape. We'll be making an emergency landing
Yeah,
here.
a
in
little bit more blue to
Looks like
this.
someone's doing their damnedest to be memed by the end of the night. It is kind of weird though because it's not weird. It's funny actually. Because the co-pilot comes out with a machine gun, like from the flight deck, like bah!
Yeah.
He's killed immediately.
Yes.
And then the pilot, the other guy, you just see slumped over at the controls. The dude's been shot in the back by one of these people. Fucking
Yeah,
great.
that's why you're supposed to aim for the body, not the pilot.
Yes,
Yeah.
yes. Oh, that's true. Yeah, aim for the I meant the ape's body, not the pilot's body. Oh, should have clarified. Sorry.
Yeah, just a little quick update here. I've been shot in the chest.
Going down.
But we
My
will-
blood pressure and this plane.
But we will be picking up some time in coming back here, so we will be getting you home a little earlier. And by that I mean crashing into the ground.
Oh, we'll be there earlier, but it's going to be fiery and violent.
By the way, I was killed by Agent Foghorn Leghorn.
Yeah,
He shot me right in the back while he was trying to save me, quote unquote.
But so here's something that's interesting. So for folks at home, little how the sausage is made here at We Hate Movies.
Uh-oh.
We just recorded earlier our episode on Any Which Way You Can, in where we talked about the seedy motel owner looking
Horny.
at Ma
Yes.
and having the Bo Derek fantasy, and they put
Yes.
what's Ruth Gordon's face on Bo Derek's body.
Yes.
Yes,
Sure, yeah.
horrible.
Yeah.
Similar bit of special effecting happening here because we're jumping out of a plane, and at some point we have like actual skydiving footage.
Yeah.
And then we want to go in on a close-up of DJ's character, and it's like the footage of the skydiver.
Yeah.
And we put a cartoon
Alright,
mask
so I
on
also
this guy.
tinted the
Dude, it
canvas
looks
with like
and Dwayne Johnson as Dr. Dope.
with a mix of
This
burnt umber,
fit, like
the Michael Hardy burnt umber,
polygonal, fucked up
a tad of
CGI
ultramarine
face that
blue,
they slap.
and a tad of white.
Oh,
To just
someone should have
neutralize
said
it.
no.
And
And then he
since
has
the
to do some
ultramarine
acting
blue
like,
will darken the burnt umber
George,
slightly, I added
George, you're dying.
titanium white.
Sorry,
To-
George.
like I
But
said, help to
George
saturate and, like,
survives
just
the
lighten up a
helicopter
slight
crash because they're
amount.
looking around. It's the really girl like, you got a body? No, nobody.
Yeah.
We got nobody. Nobody. So it's he survived.
I somehow didn't see him trampling off, even though
Alright.
I had literally a God's eye view of the situation.
I don't know, man. There was a little bit more to worry about at the moment, wouldn't you say?
If a humongous
Once again, we're gonna
ape
use
is
a,
jumping, I'm like, oh, I have no idea where he went. Not even a direction for
larger
you.
flat.
Well, you're saying that this guy should have been fighting for his life,
For
falling
a
out
good
of the
amount of this
sky,
painting.
and also paying attention
This
to
is
where
a
they're
size
going.
If
12.
you're an action hero of this
I don't
size,
know, I think this
look,
is
you're
larger
George's
than,
friend.
like,
Are you ready
what
to
other
fucking
brands
help or
call
not?
size
This size,
12,
you're right,
but,
Dwayne. The Rock Johnson's a big guy. It stands to reason he's got
This
bigger
is just a very
eyes
cheap-
than me or you. And he
cheap
should be
brush.
able to at least clock which direction.
Big hairless eyes.
Don't
Big
ask
hair.
me
I'm
to
not a
be
big
fair to
advocate
this
for getting
beautiful
expensive
man.
brushes.
But also this, The Rock goes out of his way to save Jeffrey Dean Morgan. even
Just
though
get the
they were
shape that you
introduced
want.
before,
Yes.
and he puts him in a parachute.
'Cause you can get brushes at
and
fucking $1 a
basically
piece.
they're, that now they have a begrudging respect, which turns into a lifetime free pass of any crime you want to do.
Yeah.
Yes.
Hey, I'll take it.
That Jeffrey Dean Morgan waking up, falling, going, "Holy shit!" is
Yeah.
pretty good.
That's pretty funny. I forgot about that. Yeah, because he's like unconscious as the plane is crashing, and The Rock like
Yeah.
pulls him out when he doesn't have to.
Yeah.
At some point around here, the FBI invades Energine's office in Chicago,
Yeah.
and this is like Malin Ackerman like playing all nice. Oh, whatever you need, officers.
Uh-huh.
And it's like, I don't know. All these agents have to do is
So
take
we're gonna
one
start
look around
laying
this
color
fucking
in
room. You got
places.
fucking, the villains from Rocky and
Let's first
Bullwinkle.
lay.
There's
Yeah.
Let's
literally a
first
Rampage
lay
arcade tower. Jake
general-
Lacey is eating a Pop-Tart.
Center line.
Hey folks, have you heard the saying, good fences make good neighbors? How about some lush, strategically placed trees instead? Get instant privacy with FastGrowingTrees.com. FastGrowingTrees.com's plant experts curate thousands of easy-to-grow plant, shrub, and tree varieties for your unique climate, Meyer lemons to evergreens and everything in between. Happy plants, happy home, right, folks? But sometimes it's hard to know which plants will do best. No problem, because with FastGrowingTrees.com, you get customized recommendations based on your specific needs, folks. Plus, their plant experts are always available to keep your plants growing healthy through the season and beyond. No more waiting in long lines and hauling heavy plants around, because with FastGrowingTrees.com, you order online and your plants arrive at your door in just a few days. Now, here's the deal, folks. We just got some new neighbors who are creating an abysmal setup with their roof terrace space, which is right next to ours. At first, I thought we were going to have to move because me and bad neighbors is not a great combination.
All right.
But thanks to Fast Growing Trees, I was able to purchase a whole row of black bamboo plants.
So we're
and
gonna
can
land
now
some
go
black
about my days pretending those pesky neighbors don't even exist. And
Which
I
is
don't have to
primarily
move.
at the bottom
Thanks,
of the pan.
Fast Growing Trees. And with Fast Growing Trees' 30-day Alive and
We're gonna
Thrive
thin it out with
guarantee,
some,
you know everything will look great fresh out of the box. Join over 1.5
some,
million happy Fast Growing Trees
Odorless
customers.
mineral
Go to
spirits.
fastgrowingtrees.com/WHM now to get 15% off your entire order. Get 15% off at fastgrowingtrees.com/WHM. Like, you got to go in here and be like, yeah, clearly you're crooked.
We're looking through your books here. It looks like you financed the Joker? Jesus, how evil are you people?
But it's America, so they didn't get arrested.
No, it's just.
Oh,
it's
and
a,
here's a 200% tax refund. Thank you, job
Oh,
creators.
do you need a PPP loan? We can get you one of those. I know you're the biggest company in the fucking world.
Oh, don't worry.
but
You
can
won't
get
have
one.
to pay it
Yeah,
back.
don't
yeah.
worry.
Oh, that's forgiven. That's forgiven. Do you believe some podcasts took out those loans?
Not
Is
me.
that right?
Yeah, yeah.
And they were forgiven. We
Yes,
could have
sir.
gotten some. We could have just raided the treasury.
Wow. If only we were more keen to fucking abuse government assistance.
Yeah.
Don't tease me.
Yeah, so it's like, we're looking for such and such servers and we have this warrant and blah, blah, blah. And it's like, every server they report to them on, except the one server that only the two
The bad server.
the sibling
Oh, yeah.
fuckers have access to.
Yes, sir.
Mhm.
And that's the one that is, of course, controlling
Yes.
the
all
big
of it.
thing. Yada,
This
yada,
big
yada.
dog whistle in the sky they got going for 24 hours a day.
Literally
Yeah.
a big dog whistle in the sky. That's right.
It's pretty dumb.
They get all of our
It's pretty
heroes.
dumb. I'm having fun with the movie, but that's pretty dumb.
It's pretty.
We're at like a military command center at this point, and Colonel Wrongheaded is here. He's like, everything I do will be absolutely wrong.
You bet your ass I will be making wrong turn after bad decision this whole movie.
Under my leadership, we haven't won a conflict since before Vietnam.
Now you got to understand, people who were in the military are the best. The actual military are the biggest group of fuck ups in the entire fucking world.
But this primate expert and a disgraced scientist, and then Hee-Haw McGraw here,
Sure.
whatever. That's the winning combination.
The Colonel is really funny though, because it's one of those like, I am barely tolerating you, Jeffrey Dean Morgan. You're only here because you're an FBI agent or whatever, Homeland Security or
Other
whatever
government
you are.
agency.
Yeah. But these other two people, I mean, neither of them has a bad.
You can't hear anything?
mind.
And there's this scene.
My stuff says it's
classic, where
working.
The team is going to take care of the problem, and we're going to watch them get murdered.
Thank
through
you.
night
Can you hear
vision
me?
goggles. I guess they're in Joliet, Illinois. I don't know where we are exactly, but like getting close.
The
And
McAllisters live right up the fucking road.
and we see that the ape and the wolf are working together. And
Can
the
you hear
rock is like,
me
that doesn't
at
make
all?
any sense. They're both predators. They should be tearing at each other. What's going on here? Something. There's a mystery afoot, Colonel.
It's
Jay-
kind of funny because he gives this
J.
like very
Scott.
sciencey response, and the
Can you hear
Colonel's
me?
Who the hell are these
Yeah,
people?
I don't want science in here. I'm gonna do it wrong. God damn it!
Treat it like it's a video game. Explain it to me like it's a video game.
Well, he's trying to play it like a video game where you just trying to play it shoot like a at, video you game. spray and pray, man.
Yes, exactly.
Button mashing. We
Jake-
call that.
Oh yeah,
I'm
dude.
gonna throw some Moabs at it. Is this where he does the mother
He
of all?
mentions Moabs. Yeah, that's like the contingency if they have to. Like
Is
they
it-
don't want to, but if they have to,
Look,
they will
right.
destroy Chicago.
If we have to nuke Chicago, it's got to happen. Look, we don't mean to do it. It's just look. This is what happens in all these movies. Don't you understand?
It's-
Eventually, we have to threaten a big bomb that's going to kill a couple.
and that's the biggest bomb, like just under nuke. I understand.
Yes.
right?
Yeah.
It's 2018. Well, the AV club sucks now anyway. Do it. Do it.
Sure, sure.
Oh, what? And Pitchfork's still there? Yeah, do it. Do it right now.
Oh,
do it
my-
as quick as possible.
But yeah, the colonel does give the order to evacuate the city.
Uh-huh.
This is something that I think this exists now in these kinds of movies post BVS. I think
Yeah.
it was BVS.
Yeah.
Really, it was the backlash of. I mean, I think our BVS episode was the creation of our gag about 75 9/11s
Yes.
happening
Yes.
and like just this rampant fucking destruction and yada yada yada. And like after that, you get either like what happens in those Avengers movies where like they finally get in trouble for destroying shit, or you get these half-ass evacuate the whole city.
Yes.
You know, so when we knock it to shit in 45 minutes from now, nobody will be dead.
Yeah, exactly. Everyone's just fine. It's just buildings.
Yeah.
It was just cans.
Which, you know, it's
Yeah.
funny because those people are like, see, they evacuated, it's just buildings, are the same people, a lot of the time anyway, that are like, but they're spray painting the windows of the Best Buy.
Mm.
Yeah, I always love when people cry about like graffiti or someone broke a window or someone, God forbid, stole something or looted something. And they're so worried about the structure of the building, this,
Yeah.
that, and the other thing. And then they're the ones that will never actually go to the city.
Oh no, no,
because
no, 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 no!
Yeah.
It's
Crying
it's-
about-
oh my
Eric,
God.
it's not
on
the
fire.
it's not the goods inside the Best Buy that you really want. It's the Best Buy.
Yeah.
You want the whole fucking thing.
I swear to God, the day after the George Floyd protests and all that stuff, this guy came up to me. It was in the middle of the pandemic, so it was over Zoom. It was a meeting. Some older guy at my job was like, "Steven, did you hear? They broke in to the Best Buy up the street." I'm like, I don't give a flying fuck.
They act like it's their
They
house.
say, "Oh, the Best Buy is down."
They broke in. They took a bunch of chargers that are going to break in 3 months anyway.
Stephen, they stole a Blu-ray of Forrest Gump.
My pre-ordered copy of Super Mario Odyssey for the Switch was in that Best Buy, and they burnt it to a crisp.
My lord, all the dongles are gone. There's no more fucking dongles.
Where am I supposed to get my car
Oh, I
stereo
gotcha.
now?
They
Where?
took the surround sound and they shot it in the head.
They should be killed, all these people. They should just shoot them.
Can't believe they hurt the Best Buy.
They hurt the best.
If
they
I
hurt the
wanted to
Best
choose between 3 different refrigerators for which one would be my refrigerator, I would have gone there, but now I can't because the spray paint on it.
I have to go up and I have to go 3 blocks over to the other Best Buy to look at refrigerators.
They're forcing me to a PC Richards. Make them stop.
Fucking so much for the tolerant left. What happened to the fucking Best Buy? Whatever.
Whatever.
Sure.
But yeah, so like now we're an hour and 5 minutes in, I will say, and now it's time for the rampage.
Yep.
Finally.
Woo!
Let's get Rampage.
I did, yeah, I did clock it. I mean, I think there was enough,
Honestly-
there was enough pre-rampage before
Sure,
the rampage,
That's right.
but now the rampage begins in earnest.
I know it's CGI glop and whatever. It's not light hitting. I thought the destruction looked pretty good.
I was, yeah,
Pretty okay.
I was surprised by it as well.
Yeah.
I think it's well choreographed, even though like
Yes.
it's weird to say that because nothing's actually happening. But like usually it's just like I don't know, like those Transformer movies, for example, like the CGI is better probably in those films. However, because it's more expensive, but the same, it's shot in a way where I could understand what's happening. Like
Yeah.
the gorilla hit this, then the
Yes.
wolf bit that, and
Yeah.
then here comes the lizard to do this. Like as opposed to like a big Optimus Prime,
Sure.
nothing happening.
Well, because like Transformers comparison to this is interesting.
Yeah.
I mean, one, because there is one of those movies that also ends up in Chicago at
Yes.
some point. But like those movies, part of it is like, oh, you gotta get in there because of all the little buttons and gizmos
Yes.
that are flipping and flooping when they transform, and you want to get all up close with that.
Yeah.
Don't you care about how that looks? Versus this, where like what's really smart about what they do for a lot of it, you just have these huge ass copter shots, and
Yes.
we're looking at things like the lizard thing
Yes.
swimming up the Chicago River, and like when they get to the one building that they're climbing up, the Willis Tower or whatever it is there. It does actually like a 360. A chopper flies around the building, and you can see the different parts of the building that the monsters are climbing up
Yeah.
and like doing the rampage game thing.
Right.
Which is you
Game
can
shots
see
are
it all.
good. I
Yeah.
like the game shots quite
Yeah.
a bit. I gotta say though, this alligator looks a little too much like a Katamari Damacy type thing.
Oh,
There's
sure.
just too much shit together.
so much
this
on
rolled
it.
off in this
Mhm.
rolled over a bunch of office supplies in a playroom. That's exactly
Bunch of
There's
shit.
too much fucking shit on me.
Yeah,
That kind of thing,
exactly.
yeah.
Exactly. There's too much shit on the alligator.
I don't want to be around anymore.
yeah, totally, man.
Another thing about the buildings that looks good is because they're actual buildings, You know,
Yeah.
it's sort of like
Yeah.
how King Kong went up the Empire State Building versus, I don't know, you go to one of these lesser cities across the country, you destroy one of those.
Wow.
Suddenly you're like, what? Okay, they destroyed the Best Buy. That's their number one thing.
Oh my
Well, here's-
God.
But
here's a
but
great
it's nice to
example.
see these actual buildings you know and love in Chicago.
Here's a great example, right? When that T-Rex runs rampant in the third act of the Lost World Jurassic Park,
Yes.
I don't know, maybe it's stomping over some San Diego fucking landmarks, but nothing stuck out to me.
Nothing looked like a landmark. No, I mean,
No.
feel free.
I mean, I
flag
also
it.
don't think they were filming that in San Diego.
Right,
That's
exactly,
probably the
yeah.
other part of it.
Oh
Or-
no, they fucking got Sherry's Shrimp Shack.
I mean,
Oh no.
as bad it is to use this much scale CGI, there's another version where this movie could exist where it is shooting on the street in Toronto.
Yes. Yeah, totally.
And it looks like nothing.
It looks. I can't tell you whether or not. I think this actually was filmed in Georgia because everything is. But like at
Sure.
the very least,
It's a model rendering
yes,
of Chicago.
exactly.
Yeah.
They get Chicago right for the most part in
Right.
terms of actually making it look like Chicago. So The Rock and Naomi Harris steal a helicopter because they're like, we're the only people who know how to do this. We're gonna go inside Energy and get the antidote and stop all this chaos. There's a part where The Rock threatens a military policeman that he's going to choke him out and make him piss himself.
Yes.
Uh-huh.
Which
in
he
front,
then
of, in
does.
front of the lady.
Yeah, you're gonna piss in front of the lady. You don't want to do a thing like that. Now, do you?
It's a
Oh,
really
Oh, you
weird
don't
moment.
you don't have to piss. I'll make you.
Exactly.
I'll put piss in your bladder.
Well, this is where I agree with Eric. I think Dwayne Johnson is better than average in this movie.
Yeah.
And some of it is with shit like this, where he does. So, of course, he starts beating the shit out of these two army guys,
Yeah.
right? And he's choking the guy, and he's just like, see, this is exactly what I didn't want to happen. See. And I'm like, I was laughing at
Yeah,
least. And
sure.
that's funnier than he gets to be because it's not like, I feel like so much of shit, like in that fucking terrible Jungle Cruise movie, right? That was the
Yeah.
riverboat movie.
Yeah.
he was in.
Yeah.
It's just a lot of like jokes because either he's dumb or other people think he's dumb.
Yeah.
And those are the jokes. And this is like as close as I feel he's gotten to like Willis-esque quips
Yes.
at
Yes,
parts
okay.
here and
Yes,
there.
sure.
They don't let him quip a lot in these movies. He says like, I'm going to say a big dumb thing that's going to make you believe in my bravery and it's also kind of entertaining. And like, that's the line.
Right.
Yeah.
But it's never like, oh, that's fucking funny.
Yeah.
See, it's like he's always Captain Nice Guy, and it's nice to see him, threaten a man's bladder or whatever.
That's different. Is I think like Willis could do it because for whatever he is in Die Hard, he has a family. He's not a family man.
Yes.
Whereas The Rock always has to be, with very few exceptions, a family
Well,
man.
and here he's not a family.
Well,
man.
this is like one of the few exceptions, but like Skyscraper technically should be his Die Hard, and the whole problem is
Yeah.
that it's his family, and he can't shut the fuck up about his family and how sad he is that his family are kidnapped.
Yeah, I mean, at least Bruce Willis in that first movie like forgot about Holly every once in a while.
Yeah.
was just getting ready to kill them German terrorists.
You get like one shot of her at one point, and you're like, okay, yeah, he cares about her.
Yeah.
You can stop talking about it and shoot someone.
Sure. Yeah.
But so Jeffrey Dean Morgan or Jeffrey Devereaux Morgan,
Oh,
Beauregard is like,
Where's my crawfish?
he says-
pardon me, I was late to the big rampage here. I had a couple of beignet orders I had to put through.
Going, I was just hanging out with my good friend Emerald Lagasse.
Wow, look at
Yeah.
that monster knock down that skyscraper. Bam, indeed, Emerald.
Emerald, I got him on the phone right now. Emerald, you should see this. We could make so many alligator po' boys out of this man.
Oh, yeah.
Ooh.
Yeah, I already said bam. I got it. Yeah, all right.
This could solve world hunger.
Oh, dude,
That's
you eat
true.
up this gator, man?
Oh, my
Gator's
God.
good eating.
It is.
Oh, yeah.
Absolutely.
I like that.
But he gives them he lets them steal the helicopter. He's like, here's the satellite phone. Call me when you get there. We're working together. They get to the facility. They're looking around, and immediately Malin Ackerman shoots the Rock in the stomach.
Mhm.
Don't worry, folks. That means nothing for the rest of the movie.
No.
Oh, totally not. Like this is it's him and
Naomi Harris.
and Naomi Harris like getting to the they get caught. That's what it is.
Yes.
They're sneaking the antidote out,
Yes.
and Malin Ackerman and Jake Lacey like come into the lab, and it's kind of an interesting like. She doesn't even wait for any shit
Yes.
talking to happen. She's just like, "Oh, you're stealing my antidote." Blam.
Yes,
You
which
know,
is
he
kind of
goes
it's
down.
cool. It makes her like a little more edgy. Malin Ackerman's villain character. The weirdest part, IMDb trivia was going crazy about this because we'll talk about Malin Ackerman's death in a minute. But everyone's like, "Oh, you knew what was going to happen because she's wearing the red dress," and I'm like,
What?
"What the fuck
What?
does that?" Apparently, the women in red dresses get eaten in the game, but I'm not a fucking
Oh.
psychopath.
Right.
So when a woman wears a red dress, even in the Rampage movie, I'm not making that connection.
I was
Oh,
waiting for
boy.
my fucking pepperoni pizza at Papa Gino's playing this game. I wasn't being like, oh, what's the girl in the red dress doing in there, huh? What's she doing?
Because I think with some of like you can eat most of the people in the game.
Yes, you can eat guys, gals.
But some people, along with some things, like if you try to eat a toilet or a bathtub, they do the thing where like you put it in your mouth and chews it and then you spit.
Uh-huh.
I think some of the people can get spit out
Oh, really?
too. Like if they have,
nice.
if it's like a dude with a gun or something, maybe.
They should, you know what they should do is Ralph should eat one of those people and snowball it into George's. mouth.
Yeah. Oh,
Yes.
there we go.
So wait,
totally.
so maybe I'm screwing up here. Maybe Devereaux, maybe Jeffrey Dean Morgan. Is there a character in the video game that says like "succotash" or something?
He pops up when some destruction happens. Shuckatash.
Man, yeah, like it's the toasty
Yeah.
guy, but
Yeah,
he
yeah.
does a succotash. That'd be
George-
great.
Well, that must be him. It's just like Ralph.
George eats Claire Wyden, who was wearing a red dress.
Oh,
In the games, you
Oh,
could eat
God,
women wearing red dresses for points and health. Oh, yeah. Wear the red dress.
Oh my god.
I love eating women in red dresses.
Oh my god, I'm 43 years old. Oh fuck yeah. Red dress. Oh fuck yeah. Oh, I'm fucking 15 years away from retiring from my job.
I'm not talking about the TV on the radio song. I'm talking about this video game that nobody cares about.
I mean, honestly, if you can't get it on the classics library or a remodified version,
Yes.
clearly nobody cares.
Who gives a shit?
I don't know. I
There's
just
plenty
wish
of
I
video
could've played
games.
it. I wish I
it's a-
could have played it.
It's a fun game, but yeah, I did not pick up on the nuances that this
Oh, the
film
red
is,
dress. Oh my God, the red dress.
The red dress.
Yes, yes.
By
yes,
the way,
yes.
the antidote, they're like looking in a bunch of freezers and whatnot. And Naomi Harris is like, oh, it's going to say RPG on it.
Oh,
Like
yeah.
the case is going to say RPG. And I was like, is everyone still with us at the end of the Rampage movie?
Uh-huh.
And then what happens? They
We got to get into the helicopter, and it's got to crash.
right.
But we can't turn it on. Like we're gonna glide the helicopter
It
down.
has, so yeah, we're on the roof of the building.
Yes.
These-
The Rock is just like, oh man, that bullet really didn't bother me. He's like, oh, it didn't hit any major organs.
You
I'm
know,
cool.
the
Every
brother-
superhero, every hero now has to be half like field doctor and just like,
Yes.
oh yeah, it went right through. Oh yeah, I just put some peroxide on, it'll be fine.
The brother dies first, though, right?
No, they
No,
kind of died
sh-
the same. Yeah, she dies first, actually.
Really?
So
Okay.
they're up in the helicopter. They're about to. they're like, oh my god, we have one antidote left. We could give it to George. Then George could fight the other monsters.
Because
How
it
are we gonna
won't,
do-
it's not going to shrink them.
Yes, it just makes them
the
normal.
rage
mental.
part goes away.
And this is when Claire comes. Malin Ackerman's got a gun. Like, not so fast. You're coming with me, and we're all gonna get away, and you're gonna have to re-engineer the Rampage syndrome.
Totally.
I did
First,
not-
let me put my red dress on.
Yeah, she's fucking wearing it.
fucking doing it.
Oh my God, look at her. I could eat her. I did not see this coming.
It's
and
great.
I thought it was awesome.
It
yeah.
was. Well, yeah, because you didn't know about the red dress, of
I
course.
didn't know about the red dress. So the antidote goes into her purse and they throw her into his mouth, basically.
And
Pretty great.
he just gobbles her up. It's pretty fantastic.
And she's got a good like, oh shit.
Yeah.
You know.
And then The Rock digs out her skull out of the droppings and uses as an ashtray.
Totally. Well, he's got to like boil it a little bit like Predator. You make sure
Oh,
there's nothing
definitely.
left on
Get all
it.
the
you know.
fucking shit stains out.
That's a big pile of shit right there.
Could you, hey Rock, if you're digging in there, can you get that red dress? I don't think that monkey can digest the red dress. Yeah, I know it's covered in monkey shit.
I know everybody thinks Malin Ackerman's death in this is a little intense. I'm just echoing the death of the greatest villain of all time, that lady assistant from Jurassic World.
That was a good one, too.
She really got it.
Could have used a red dress.
But
though.
meanwhile,
true.
Jake Lacey is leaving from the lobby of the building, and he's like,
Yes,
"Oh
this
boy, you ran down all them stairs pretty fast. It's me, Jeffrey Dean Morgan, ladies and gentlemen."
It is this great, like Lacey's like running out with a briefcase in his hand or whatever, and he's like, "Now say I say, wouldn't you have yourself a big old laptop in there with a bunch of yummy information for me to take?" And he's like, "Yeah," and he's like, "All right, I'll make you a little deal. You give me the laptop, and you can just run away. How's that sound?
Yeah.
Mighty good." Excellent. And he just runs out like, "Thanks, buddy," and gets smooshed by a part of this building falling down. And
So good.
to this movie's credit, we have blood splatter back
yeah.
on the door window.
Yeah.
That's a good one.
Oh, yes.
I was very fond of that.
And like, yeah, it's a really good. Both of their deaths are good. Usually, you're expecting only one to be good, or you know what I mean.
Yep.
Somebody gets away.
They're both good deaths, and this is where you'd expect the movie to end.
Yeah.
The villains
It
have
where
been
it should. Yeah.
the villains have been bested.
Yes,
You would
yeah.
think this would be the end.
No.
No.
This is what. Yeah, this is where the movie starts to lose you
it
because
does.
the
yeah.
building topples over. And I mean, like, and they do keep showing that there are people because the evacuation could have obviously wasn't going to be successful. It was like 3 minutes,
Yeah.
and it's fucking Chicago.
Yep.
So there are people, and like meanwhile, Jeffrey Dean Morgan's like, "You can't drop that bomb down. There's a lot of people down here." And
You know who's down there? The bear's down there. The best sandwiches in the.
oh, Patillo's allow you here.
No one's going to bomb Portillo's on my watch, y'all.
And what happens here? The Rock and Naomi Harris, they get into the
helicopter.
and they
Thank you.
kind of just crash it into the ground.
I made it with
And then they walk out
an
afterwards and say,
AI
"I can't believe
generation,
we
like
survived
Yeah,
that."
sure.
It's something
Me neither.
An AI
ridiculous
generation,
about like the back, like the helicopter has no like
application.
tail on it.
Yeah.
And he's got some goof-tacular line where he's like, "I'm gonna start the top blade,
Yeah.
so that'll keep us like kind of up in the air, and we're just gonna surf the rubble to the
Steve,
bottom."
if you could.
Yeah, dude, absolutely. Both in the soundscape and just for screenplay logic alerts.
It's going down. It don't make no sense at
I
all.
think there will be some
Like,
things that are
It's like
challenging.
you're telling me, like I'm watching this movie, and like you're watching my little level going here.
you know, part of
Flat
my
all the way through,
latest
like,
endeavor is
Yep,
to
and
do
now that
things
wolf
that
bit the helicopter.
kinda put
Excellent.
me
Okay, yeah, and we're
in an uncomfortable
Malin Ackerman
spot.
eaten by that ape. That's crazy, but you know, I'll buy it. Whatever. Big radio tower that makes these monsters come to them. Absolutely fine. But what's that? You're gonna surf a helicopter down a pile of debris? Oh, dude, boy, that's it's about as dumb as it gets.
At that point, you should just get the little guy, the little Mario guy in the cloud, to go down, pick him up, and drop him back down.
Oh, Lockitude's gonna do it, man.
Yeah, totally.
Because his Mario Kart is not on,
Gotcha.
Yep.
is on the wrong part of the course. But so like now, he gives the Rock gives the George sound language. And this is the problem, I think, too, because it's The Rock. Again, if it was Matthew Broderick's not the right person.
There was a dude who used who
usually
got
is
like
always the wrong person.
I guess some level
Wyatt
of fame
Russell.
for painting
yeah,
with his
Wyatt
skull.
Russell
There you
or
go.
something, just a regular like
But I don't think I could do that on
action
screen.
hero, but that's not a
I'll have
real
to save
action
that
hero.
for
That's
my
just like
OnlyFans.
there to be the doctor,
A
and save it.
guy.
A guy.
Not a
But-
muscle-bound freak.
Because then it's like The Rock has to get involved in the action. He gets a big gun and another big gun, and it's like he's not. Doesn't matter. It's about the monsters fighting each other.
Exactly,
Yes,
and
yes.
that's where this movie. I mean, exactly what you're articulating. Because he's in
Only
it, the movie
thongs?
can't do that. So instead, you get this. All right, George, let's go.
I'll create,
I've got
I'll create the
grenade
competitor.
launcher. You're just like, what the fuck?
And they fight the alligator thing,
Yes.
and then
The wolf gets dispatched pretty quickly.
they trick it into biting the wolf's head off.
yeah, which is pretty cool.
Yeah, that thing getting its head bit off was pretty great. And I kind of like looked away for a second and came back and I was like, wait a second. That thing get its head bit off? Rewind. Oh, yes, it did. Rewind again.
Within 2 minutes of they fly now.
Yeah.
They fly now.
Yeah.
Yes. Oh, yeah. It's dispatched like right after
Yeah, yeah.
that happens.
But now it's
yeah.
like the invincible alligator guy, and this is when the movie gets really boring because it is so invincible and nothing works. And that happens like 6 times in 9 to 12 minutes.
And
Yeah.
you know what? No part of this alligator starts flashing to tell you which part to hit.
Exactly.
I really don't appreciate it.
yeah.
I need to know where the arrows go.
Thought this was a video game adaptation.
Video
Yeah.
game rules, dude, always attack the eyes. If you
There you go,
can,
yeah.
Uh-huh.
always attack
Also,
the eyes.
real life too.
Oh, yeah.
Oh,
go for
yeah,
those
the
sure.
best part
Yep.
to get someone. You break someone's eye out,
Mhm.
they're done for the day.
Oh.
Usually,
Totally.
The Rock goes inside of an aircraft or a fucking, whatever, an air bomber, and is like shooting the thing. Nothing happens there. He throws a bunch of bombs in its ear. Nothing happens.
Oh.
Oh, well, that's a great. He chucks he's got this grenade launcher and he shoots the grenades into. It's got like gills at this
Yes.
point, like
Yeah.
fish gills, and it gets it right in there. And I was like, oh, that's actually kind of that's that's a total video game
Yes.
thing. Like when its gills are open, that's when you put the grenades in.
Sure.
And I thought because this is a Dwayne Johnson movie, I was like, this is what's going to happen.
Yeah.
Its fucking head is going to blow off
Yeah.
and he's going to kill it. And he does it. It actually survives that stunningly. It survives. There's just another perfectly placed helicopter. And he's like,
Yes,
oh,
of course.
good. This hasn't been decimated. That doesn't work. But then, here comes George with the pipe
Yes.
through this thing's fucking eyeball.
Right when all hope is almost lost, and
Oh, right. The Rock's about to eat shit.
the Rock's
Yeah.
about to eat shit, and Colonel Wronghead is going to drop the Moab on him no matter what. But then he sees that the gorilla beats the thing and is now being nice. He's like, son of a bitch.
Yep. Oh, I could be fired for this. No Moab, please.
and The Rock has some line about George because George is now thought to be dead,
Yes.
and he's just like he saved my life, and she's like he saved a lot of people's lives.
He absolutely
Yes.
did not.
Nice.
He killed so many people.
Sure.
He
Yeah.
killed so many
Yeah.
people.
But
Like
Dude,
innocent people, like school kids. He's
Yeah.
stepping on them.
Yeah.
People do not have their. Oh boy, everyone's gonna be crying tonight because their daddy ain't coming home from work because George fucking farted on him.
But it doesn't matter, Steve, because immediately after Naomi Harris said that to DJ, all DJ does is look around and he sees a little white
Oh,
girl
get out of
Yeah.
town.
run into the arms of little white mother, and he
Yeah.
goes, "He did."
He did absolutely.
was worth it.
Objection.
That I want to hear. I want to hear the general be like, "It's time. This proves one thing for all. We got to stop listening to military men like me and start listening to military men like The Rock."
That's right. That's
Uh,
right.
and then, man, this last part,
The
I was
best
like,
part.
"You can go fuck yourself."
What?
This ape,
Well, George
fakes
just
its death.
died for her sins here. He's got like a spear through him.
But he doesn't even. That's actually a good point. But he doesn't even have the courtesy to wait fucking 3 days, dude. So it means anything.
Yeah.
He waits fucking 3 minutes, and then it's like, oh, George is dead, and the Rock's feeling fucking sad about it. And
Yeah.
then it's like, oh, what's that? Did he just move? Did he? George, is that your pulse? Is that your? giving the fucking finger.
Yeah.
Oh, the ape's giving the fucking finger.
George, you twisted sense of humor.
This is, I mean, we should play the Every Which Way But Loose song here because that's kind of, it's a Clyde move.
Yes.
It is a Clyde move, dude. All he needs is to open a fucking room temperature Coors Banquet beer.
And then the best part of the movie happens when he sees the two of them there together and he's asking The Rock if they're friends with each other.
Yeah.
And he said,
Family.
yeah, we are. And then the ape starts doing the dick in a hole thing.
Yeah, the old
with his
finger in the
finger.
hole.
Yeah.
Full up a star for that alone. I couldn't believe what I was seeing.
And
look
meanwhile,
at this.
the Rock is like, dirt, 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 dirt. That kid- no, we don't do that. George, we never do that. We never ever do that.
Did you teach your ape that, you sick fuck?
George, what did I say? We take care of ourselves. We take care of ourselves. No sex.
We cannot be giving our essence to other people, George.
George just starts jerking off in the middle of Chicago now.
Absolutely.
Let him do it. Let him do it. He's taking care of himself.
No, George, get it in the river. Get it in the river.
Listen, that man saved so many lives today.
Well,
He's earned this.
I'm sorry. You know, it's like chirp, chirp, chirp,
Oh, yeah.
Oh, that's actually true.
It echoes through the city.
Is there a logging company in here?
No, it's a giant ape jerking off.
They've started reconstruction already?
Yeah. So the movie really just ends with the old finger in the hole
There's
gag.
a bunch of marshmallow on this street.
Oh my God, it's the same. You just insert the same William Atherton shot in Ghostbusters.
Absolutely. That's what should happen to fucking Jeffrey Dean Morgan.
Yeah. Oh, yes.
Yep.
Yeah.
Oh, succotash. Oh, splash.
My eyes, the goggles do nothing. He hot.
Can't believe I'm gonna drown in monkey cum.
I just took nature's gumbo to the face.
Just like my grandpappy dining in monkey cum.
My grandpappy, you know what he used to say? You don't need no concrete if you got monkey cum. You can put up a house with monkey cum.
That's true. That's actually true.
Stunningly, this movie, no fucking stingers or nothing.
Shocked by
Thank
that.
I
goodness.
was, very shocking. And that's another reason why we must support Rampage.
Well, honestly, like, dude, you're watching a movie that is concerned with just Rampage 1.
Yeah, exactly.
You
We
could
don't-
do worse.
You know what? If Rampage 2 happened, which it won't, they could just pick up the ball. Oh no, another canister that nobody ever saw was there.
Yep.
Okay.
Exactly.
Whatever.
That's it.
Other
We thought
is-
Marley Shelton brought back 3. She actually brought back 4.
Mhm.
Now there's a big fucking poodle walking down
Or
the street.
George bites another gorilla and he turns into a rampage. Who
Oh,
knows?
sure. Now it's coming through the saliva, you
Yes,
see.
exactly.
No, but that's Rampage, the one and only so far. I don't know. I didn't look up
Hour
box office.
47, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah.
Not too
Not
shabby on
too-
that.
yeah,
either.
exactly.
Yeah. I'll start us off here. I would recommend this movie. I stunningly had a lot of fun with it. It's stupid and it's violent. Combine those things, it's easier for me than most to have a good time. That's just me. Chris Cabin.
It's a light not recommend. I do appreciate the stupid and violent. If it's going to be this stupid, I need it a lot more violent. Is
Okay.
how my equation goes. I do think this is a little bit more digestible than most of Johnson's like extra stuff. Although like San Andreas, you got Paul Giamatti. He's there.
Yeah.
Like there's little treats, and Nev Campbell is in Skyscraper.
Yeah.
I have people like this. I got succotash, and I'm like, Naomi Harris is doing nothing, so it's fine. But like, yeah, I wasn't crazy about this, but it certainly did not put me off.
Yeah. Eric Siska.
Yeah, it's a light recommend for me. I think you're right about the violence. I mean, yes, Chris, I always want more violence. I don't think you're gonna get more violence in an American movie necessarily, but or at least a big fucking CGI rock movie.
A man can dream.
Yes,
Eric.
I mean, yes, you have a dream.
Wait, so an action scope such as this
Yes.
mixed with the violence and viscera of, say, like an Art the Clown motion picture? That's what you're going for? A Terrifier level of gore?
It looked like we're all Shaw Brothers people here. The Boxer's Omen is what I'm really looking
Okay.
Or
for.
how about like like a kaiju movie directed by S. Craig Zoller?
Oh, dude.
Oh, don't. Oh.
That monster's got some
Ooh,
iffy
yeah.
politics.
Godzilla blood dragged across concrete.
Give me that tomorrow.
Yeah. So yeah, no, it's a light recommend for me. I thought it was a fun enough time, and the violence satiated my bloodlust at least.
There you go. Steve Sadak.
Yeah, it's a Rampage movie. It's actually pretty okay for being a Rampage movie. It's also now, like, I don't even know. I'd have to really do the math. Top 5 video game adaptation, maybe top
Possibly.
2. I mean, like, it
Yes.
does all I
Up
wanted
there.
to do, not much less. I do think The Rock is the problem. I think anyone. He is charismatic, et cetera, et cetera. But like I said, like at the end of the movie, it has to satisfy the requirements of being a Rock movie,
Yes.
which it shouldn't have to do.
Yep.
It should just satisfy being a Rampage movie, which it almost does pretty well.
Oh,
Like,
Yep.
well, you know who. You gotta bring in the old master. Hello, I'm Matthew Broderick here for Rampage 2: Ralph's Revenge.
Oh, yeah.
me.
That is going to do it for this episode on Rampage, directed by Brad Payton. If you want more We Hate Movies, check out patreon.com/We Hate Movies, where, yes, we are coming to the end of April, but on that feed, we had a We Love Movies episode all about the 1968 Planet of the Apes. Excellent movie, excellent convo on an
Yes.
excellent episode.
Also, by the way, for the next couple of days, you can still get our Moment House conversation on Peter Jackson's King Kong. Go to whmpodcast.com/tour for that info.
Mm-hmm.
That's right. Yes. And the fun continues on Patreon as well in many regards. You know, the Animation Damnation, we did Donkey Kong Country, Leap Glossary, we did Wicket the Ewok, the Nexus, which is our Star Trek show, which is normal programming, Melrow 2.0, normal programming if you want a reprieve from apeness.
Well, but there is one last morsel of apeness. Of Once in a Lifetime, we did Spy Maid.
That's right.
Starring an ape and Emma Roberts.
And
Yes.
Richard Kind.
And Richard Kind, of course.
Yes, 2 apes and Emma Roberts. No, I love the man. But also, you know, if you're aped out, on that Patreon, you have access to so much. It's not just this month's offering. You pledge, you get everything. Months and months of content. I think like thousands of hours. We have the archive of the first 100 or so episodes on there. It's an embarrassment of riches.
And this week, on that feed, on the Patreon feed, is the final season 3 episode of The Mandalorian Half
Yes.
Hour. So you can go back and catch all that. We recap the entire series there. It's well, technically the whole series, but
Yeah,
this
whole series.
most recent season.
Whole season of Obi-Wan Kenobi we recapped, and also Book of Boba Fett.
That's right.
All them there Star Wars.
But on the main feed, even though April is coming to an end, the show rolls on next week. Steve, what are we talking about?
You know, even though April has come to an end, I wish we were leaving the wilderness, but we're actually going further in next week. Join us next week as we travel to The Edge. Speaking of Anthony Hopkins and
That's right.
Alec Baldwin.
Oh man, I cannot wait for that. Yeah, speaking of fucking fist fighting animals. So until next week when we try to not go over the edge, I've been Andrew Jupin.
Steven Sadak.
Eric Siska.
Chris Gap.
Take it easy.
Peter Jackson. Moment that's Ornia. We are going Brunswick, New.
Near the Hello, everyone. Welcome to We Hate Movies. Thank you for tuning in. As always, if you're here finding us because you're an MCU fanatic, strap in. We are fanatically talking about Thor: The Dark World from 2013, directed by Alan Taylor. Now, I'm told this is Chapter 2 of Phase 2 of the MCU.
Oh, is that true? I don't know the
Well,
phase.
the cool thing about this is all the things that happen in this movie get undone in like 39 seconds in the next one. So.
That's very nice. I gotta say.
Oh, really
And
nice.
what's the next one?
Ragnarok. The whole Loki thing. where it's like, oh shit, Loki's posing as Odin as like the big
Right.
ending of the movie.
Sure, sure.
That gets done away with in like 10 minutes.
How
And
do,
then-
how do they explain that away?
I didn't rewatch it, but I reread it. Something like Thor just finds out and then he confronts him, and then like, well, where's Odin? And Odin's in Norway, and then Odin just dies. And then Kate Blanchett's like, can we do the rest of the movie now,
It's-
please?
Amazing that you were able to reread Thor Ragnarok before you got here.
On the Wikipedia.
Yeah,
Oh, I
that's
see.
that's what.
Not the novelization.
No, no,
Now,
no.
did you print that out on the train?
No,
to
I just did
parse
some.
through your documents, your business papers.
This was a saw in theaters for me. I believe I said last week. I think it was.
Yeah.
You and I,
Yes,
Eric,
I
were
think we might have.
very high. Some Chris Cabin Confections may have been
Sure.
in the mix.
Wasted on this movie.
Yeah,
I mean,
yeah,
this,
totally.
On paper, though, this movie seems like it would work for me specifically as well, because
Yes.
it's like, okay, dark elves. There's like a albino sorcerer king that wants to take the throne.
Yep.
Yes, please.
Sure.
Mhm.
And I don't really get it in this movie.
No, I would say my big problem with this is we always Marvel TVized movies. This
Yeah.
is the most TV movie feeling of them to me.
Really?
Now, what do you mean
This-
structurally? Cheapness?
The
What are
look,
you talking
the
about?
look specifically. I would
Yeah.
say
Yeah.
there's no like
Right.
big peak. There's no big sequence where I'm like, holy fucking shit, they're doing it. But
No.
I would say the closest we get is the invasion of Melekith, the first time that he's invading
Asgard.
Asgard.
Yep.
That's and I
Yeah.
like the design of the ships. Compliments end there.
Can I say the design of the fact that we have ships at all is
Sure.
kind of bothering me because starships and stuff, like, why is every single movie of this has to be identical?
Yeah.
Every
Yeah.
single one has to have spaceships float around, and it's like you can just have the dark elves be just give me
Magic
a,
their way in.
Yep.
give me a fantasy world. The frost giants of the first film I
Yeah.
rewatched in preparation for this because
That
I'm
I
a,
did also rewatch.
because I'm a journalist with the utmost integrity.
Sure.
And that movie, I
Yeah.
think, is better. And the Frost Giants don't have spaceships to attack your fucking planets with. I am so tired of
Yeah.
seeing spaceships attack planets.
Well, that all of these Marvel movies had to be science fictionized at some point.
Right.
They because that is how they bridge the gap between all of them. Is
Yeah,
that
but-
space is involved
and
in it.
you know
Mhm.
immediately in this movie that it's getting science fictionized because you see these dark elves. The masks look cool, the faceless little masks,
Yeah.
Yep.
but they're using blasters and lasers and
Yeah.
stuff instead of just swords, which Krull did to great effect. But Krull took the time for you to go on that hero's journey, and you got to see beautiful, sprawling landscapes, different locales, and in this, it's the same boring fucking
Well,
castle.
you've got Earth, you've got Asgard, which is only one castle,
Yes.
and then you've got Svartalheim, which is Piss World for me. Like it's
Mhm.
Yeah.
that's just the,
Svartalheim is the Dark World one.
yes,
where
the
Oh,
where
yeah.
it
there's
looks- everything looks
nothing?
like somebody
Yeah.
pissed on the camera, and
Yep.
then you have to look at it.
Right,
Oh,
'cause
great!
it's
It's,
like
a DC movie for
Yeah.
fucking 20 minutes.
You're
Right.
not wrong, dude.
Yeah.
It really it gets that like piss green yellow. You're totally
Mhm.
right. It's like yeah, Ninja Turtle came on the lens.
The glick.
Oh no, sorry, Alan.
It's like an American movie trying to depict Mexico.
Yes,
totally.
Benicio del Toro was leading Josh Brolin through it.
dude. They must be hiring. They were hiring Hopkins for just like these openings of like in the time immemorium there
Oh,
were the
yeah.
dark elves. And
Oh
it's like,
yeah.
oh boy.
I'm a little on the fence. What do we think about them just being like they're the dark elves? You know, they're dark elves.
Well,
they're not
is it-
the Hafarians or like what,
Yeah.
there's some.
I am fine with that, and I feel like they should have rolled with it instead of having them be dark elves with science fiction nonsense.
I mean, it's
and-
not even. I mean, that part is bothersome, but the problem is like you have Christopher Eccleston, who's a really good actor
Oh, yeah.
and
Great
can,
actor.
can certainly play a villain.
couldn't
they
tell
get-
it was him.
Couldn't tell it because he's under fucking 3 pounds of makeup and speaking a garbage language that no one ever fucking heard.
Okay,
Thank
wait,
you.
we got to address that, dude.
Thank
the
you.
elvish. Here's the other part of this, dude. Don't try to fucking trick me to think I'm watching Lord of the Rings. or
Exactly.
Game of
Oh,
Thrones.
Jesus, yeah.
Get that shit out of here.
You're-
Have
yeah.
them speaking English the entire time.
You're not Lord of the Rings. The Frost Giants of the first film spoke English.
Yes, and the
It's a way to-
Asgardians speak English.
Yes, which they shouldn't as well. It's a
Yes.
way to simplify it for me, the dumb ass audience.
And you're just making it harder for Christopher Eccleston to do anything in this movie, on top of the fact that there's 61 side characters that get more screen time than he
That
does.
is a great point because you're not going to hit like kafluff blah blah the way you would hit a fucking-
Revenge. Yeah,
Yes.
it's like,
Exactly,
revenge!
exactly, a fucking real word.
Well, Eccleston is also known for talking fast. That's like
Yes.
he like plays with language and tempo, and just for him to be like, "You will die today."
That's what's asked too, is like through most of this performance, it's a garbage fake language. And then when he does speak English, it's not even anything great. It's
No.
just, get out of the way, Thor.
Yeah.
And you're like,
It's
all right.
greeting
Well-
cards for people you hate.
We'll get into it. I don't understand like even what the end game is, because usually like he
oh,
gets,
that's a different movie.
Oh yeah, that's very true. It's like, you
Ah.
know, he gets the MacGuffin, the ether, and it's like, oh, if he gets this certain spot, oh, he got there, but like it'll take a while longer. So just, you know, it's just gonna eventually it's gonna fuck everything up. But if it's, you know, it's,
Yeah, if
Yes.
you wait around. Oh boy, you wait around.
This-
It's gonna fuck things up.
This crimson piss is going to fuck your life up so good and hard. My God in heaven. Yeah, I mean, what? It's. Can I guess the thing is, I like a lot of the little touches in this.
Uh-huh.
I like the black hole grenades.
Those are
yeah,
cool.
no, I do
Those
too.
are fun.
Yep.
Those things like the
Very
little
cool.
tiny touches are okay.
Yes.
It's just all of the movie.
Oh, hey, Sean.
Sucks.
How you doing, man?
yeah.
The
Yeah.
meat of it sucks.
Because we get the opening. It's
Hope you're having a
Anthony
good one.
Hopkins, And he's telling about how the Dark Elves were
Thanks for
pushed back
coming
by
in
the
and
Asgardians.
Do you
saying
know where
hi.
the Dark Elves came from, Steve?
No.
Darkness.
Oh, God.
Mm.
It's literally the opening
Yes,
line of this
yeah.
movie is Anthony Hopkins going, "From darkness there came the Dark Elves," and I literally wrote, "Great."
What
in my
happened
notes.
to the rest of the elves? Did the Asgardians genocide them too?
Probably.
What of the wood elves, my good fellow?
The light elves? The light elves is what you would love to see.
And where be David the gnome in all of this?
But it's just the elves.
I have no quarry with you, David the Gnome. You and your fox can go.
That's fantastic. I'm going to go back to starring on the Father Dowling mysteries.
But they're
Nice.
so ill-defined. The elves in general. You know,
Yeah.
their
I
entire
am
culture,
too.
their entire thing is just so ill-defined.
Well-
and it's been done so much better in other fantasy, Lord of the Rings,
Big time.
even the Witcher TV
Yeah.
show. I think is doing
what-
a good job by elves.
The big like problem with like Eccleston's character.
You might be
and all
interested
of
in
it
this.
is
It's,
the motivation is you
This
guessed
reference
it,
I generated using
I'm going to rule
Using an
everything
AI
through
program.
Power.
Oh,
And
that's a
it's
good
like,
idea,
oh, fucking
man.
great.
at least like
and
you know what? At least with
I thought it's
Thanos
kinda
and all that
interesting.
shit that just it gets way too convoluted and overall does not work
Yeah.
for me. Whatever. But
I'm giving
you
it
know
a go.
what he wants.
Yes.
He wants to get the fucking jewels in the gauntlet, snap his fucking stubby little grape Tootsie Roll fingers, and be done with it. And that
Yes.
and that's his mission. And it's
Yes.
a very clear thing.
Yes.
This is what he wants to do. This is just like, I want more power. And also, I'm pissed off at Asgard because Thor's dad was a dick to me and trapped me like in a thing.
Thor's
Or,
grandfather.
excuse me,
was bad.
Odin's father. Because that's the
Yes.
other part of it. The narration later continues and he's just like, and the Dark Elves were being dicks, so my
Just
dad came in.
Show me a flashback of that, sort of like a Bram Stoker's Dracula.
Yeah.
Give me some dude in this fucking red armor and impaling elves, and we're like, okay, I see what they
Oh,
mean.
Oh, here comes Grandpa. You were always best with the sledge, me older.
Take down them elves.
Yeah,
You know
I
what
thought
mean?
I thought it
His
was
leather face
I thought it was
puts out
pretty
his
cool
big
for
beefy arm, and he's like, and then like a sledgehammer flies.
You know,
into
for
his
some-
hand.
I mean,
something
that's the thing, Leatherface, much like Thor. Like,
I mean, it
not
wasn't
everyone
like a
can lift
super
that
simple
without
prompt, but it
chainsaw.
wasn't
That's
like
very true.
anything
People can't just
anything
lift it. You know what I mean?
extravagant.
Many
Even
have
if
tried.
you can't be just beautifully swinging it around
No,
like that. I mean,
no.
the guy's got grace.
The fucking literally the shot of Odin's father when he's like, we have to keep the ether.
Yeah.
It is like dead exactly that bitch who's like, we can't throw the ring in the fire.
Yes, exactly.
It's like
Yep.
literally the
Yep.
same fucking shot.
You're totally right.
And it's like, okay, cool. We're just doing fantasy nonsense. Apparently, in I think they even filmed stuff where like something Christopher Eccleston had a family and they all died and blah blah blah. So this is like a revenge trip for him.
No, he
And
didn't.
Not in the movie.
No, he
Honestly,
didn't.
I'd rather have that. And to your point of fantasy nonsense, I'd rather they lean into that
Yes, oh for
than
sure.
lean into the sci-fi elements, than lean into the
Kat
gra-
Dennings.
Huh.
boy.
That's this movie's greatest. Well, I don't know, but it's one of its biggest mistakes is thinking anyone gives a shit about these Earth characters, the greatest move the movie makes is taking the Jane character, Natalie Portman, to Asgard
Yes.
and removing the Earth component and just have a fucking other realms adventure with her.
She should never go back. The movie should never go back to Earth, honestly. Like, because it doesn't matter. It's because I was reading like a lot of stuff like, oh, blah, blah, blah. Like, oh, it's cool because now Jane's the fish out of water in this one. She's not. She's on
No.
Asgard for like 9.5 minutes.
Yep,
Alice
yep.
Kriege is vaguely rude to her, and that's it.
And then she has to cower behind Rene Rousseau for 15 minutes.
Exactly.
I'd cower behind Renee Russo. Don't worry about it. I'd let her protect me. It would be awesome.
Oh, there you go.
She's really protecting me.
But if we had to, like, there's like 17 like real characters in this movie because not only is it
Yeah.
you got Thor, you've got Idris Elba, you've got the Warriors 3. That's 3 more right there. 3
Yeah.
more dudes.
Yep.
You got Sif. You've got Jane. She's got to have her fucking friend Kat Dennings. Kat Dennings gets an assistant. Like
Gets an assistant.
we're just and we haven't even talked about the dark elves. Like, you know what I mean? Like, this is a movie should be like
You gotta
Excuse me,
pare it
Chris
down.
O'Dowd.
Chris O'Dowd is
Chris
fucking
O'Dowd,
around.
which is, by the way, check in your elementary school backyard there. You dig up a time capsule, you might find Chris Dowd in there.
Dude.
That's a way to perfectly crystallize that this movie came out when it did.
Yep. This movie screams 2013 because Chris O'Dowd is in a fucking Hollywood motion picture. Absolutely. Nothing against him. I think
No,
that's
I
great.
think
funny
he's
guy.
charming enough, but it's just like, whoa. I remember when they tried to make him.
He's
a
just
thing.
dropped in these like tiny roles in these movies, and he never got a chance to break and do his own thing.
He literally did an interview. He's like, I do not remember making this movie. He's like, they had me for a day, and
Yes.
like I do not remember the experience at all at this point.
And again, why not give those 5 to 10 minutes he eats up in this movie to Malkeith, who's the villain? You know what I
Right.
mean? Or
Yep.
or even to like, Thor and Jane, like flesh that out more. Like,
yeah, or cast him as Darcy's assistant.
yes.
Yeah, because he's more compelling and interesting than the guy they got for that role.
Well, Darcy's
Yep.
assistant needs to be somebody. He needs to turn into like, and then at the end he's fucking Nova or something.
Yeah,
yeah.
You know what I mean? Like that
And
way. it just-
Shapeshifter.
If you're
Yes.
doing that, as much as I wouldn't want, I mean, he's not like he's good in this. Remove Stellan Skarsgård completely.
For sure. There's
What,
no-
what is he doing in this?
Oh, excuse me. He's showing ass.
Yeah,
Okay.
that's showing ass.
He's showing some ass.
Which
something
I
funny.
appreciate an Eric showing ass in a
See,
film.
come
I do
on.
But, like,
appreciate it.
support.
At the same time, though, it's just fucking degrading. It's just like,
Yes.
here's
Yeah.
this great actor, and it's like, run around Stonehenge nude. And I guess all of that is because of, like, the effects of what happened to him in Avengers, because, like, Loki's in his brain through
Sure.
a lot of that movie.
Can I just
controlling him or whatever.
Can I just watch a movie and get enjoyment out of it
No.
without having to pull up a road map?
Yeah.
Because, like, honestly, and obviously, I like certain sagas and stuff like Star Wars or whatever, but I need to be able to turn on one of these movies and enjoy it from start to finish and have an idea of what is occurring
Yeah.
without knowing the overarching, saga.
And
Right,
sure.
this movie could work without doing any of that stuff, but they decide to do that. And Loki has no business in this movie. I mean, like, I'm sorry, like, and he tested. Like, people loved him in Avengers. So
Through the roof.
they put him in this movie. Like, he wasn't in the movie. They're like,
Right.
got to bring back Loki. Like, okay, to do what?
Well-
And then he's in a cell throwing a cup for half the movie. We have to keep again cutting away from Malky. Look, we're gonna watch fucking Loki throw that cup one more time.
That makes sense because I actually like the first 45 minutes of this feels like a movie.
Yes.
Once Loki is unleashed and it becomes that thing into the ending,
Yep.
I'm like, I don't care.
Yep.
I don't know what you're doing, but I do not give a shit about it.
As soon as Loki is broken out of that prison, I was like, oh, this is the exact moment where it detours from like a fine science fiction fantasy film into just MCU cookie cutter shit. Because
Yeah,
he
yeah.
clearly has no business in this movie. In the last movie, in this saga, it's the Avengers where
Yes.
he's the bad guy and he's fucking defeated. And bring him back to Asgard, and he's just in jail. And this whole thing
Yes.
of like, well, he's a fan favorite. Okay, great. So is fucking Tony Stark. You didn't put him in this movie.
Like, just you could have one scene with Loki where he's in jail. Maybe it's a next time gadget. You know what I mean?
Sure.
Or the
that's fine.
stinger. That's
yes,
the
exactly.
stinger.
The stinger, like, oh, maybe he does trick Odin, and it's like, oh shit, what's gonna happen with Loki? Because he doesn't do anything in this movie.
He's supposed to have his Silence of the Lambs scene, and he doesn't even get that.
Yes,
It's literally him just in fucking talking to Rene Rousseau again.
And I hate to harp on it, but I just feel like this could have been an outlet for them to do like a serious go at a fantasy film And I feel like they're trying to gear up again with this. Is it Black Knight with Kit Harington?
I don't
yeah,
think
I don't
that's
know what that-
happening.
I don't even
It's
know
not
if that's
happening?
ever
I don't think
Okay.
that's happening.
Right, it's probably not
Disney
happening.
Plus at tops.
Maybe.
It's
yeah.
not happening because he's now going to do
Doing
a
the snow show.
Snow show.
Snow show.
Right. All right.
Which I
But-
guess he went up to HBO. Like, what if now this is going to be crazy? What if he had more adventures and I was in it and it was like Jon Snow being cool?
I was thinking, what if I had a job again?
Totally weird idea.
Yeah.
You
yeah.
pay me to be on television.
What's sad is I'm not even against it,
Oh.
really.
Okay, you can. Yeah, it stings a little bit, but you can say Game of Thrones presents Snow. I don't like it, but,
But if they
I'll,
did
I'll
that-
let
Is it just called Snow?
I
Yeah.
don't. I think that's the working title. I don't know what's
I
going to
think
happen.
the head of
with that.
HBO was on Ventura Boulevard. He got hit on a red light, and Kit Harington came out with a bucket and water, started cleaning his window. And he's like, "Oh,
Oh.
this is so fascinating to meet you again. I just had this great idea about Jon Snow after everything happened."
Quick question. Would you like to buy this nice leather Eternals jacket from me?
Oh, did you see the Eternals? No, nobody did. No, of course not. No, because how about some more Game of Thrones?
I also have this mixtape you could buy.
They
I
should-
will say
they should call it the Night's Watch. By the way,
That'd be
Oh,
cool.
yeah, that'd be
That'd
nice.
fucking cool.
I could do
that's
that.
the thing. Like, as much as I thoroughly enjoyed Obi-Wan Kenobi,
yeah,
you got to call it something. We can't just be making shows with people's names. Like,
That's
Book
fair.
of Boba Fett, totally fine. The Mandalorian, totally fucking fine. But, like, Hawkeye, Obi-Wan Kenobi. Like,
Loki.
yeah, like, fucking come on.
That's all SEO shit. I guarantee. Like
Of
at
course
least a
it
huge
is.
part of that.
Yep, of course it is.
Yeah,
These sick,
you gotta
twisted
think about the
fucks.
hashtags. What I was getting at though is like if this Black Knight thing happens,
Right.
and he's like Mr. Knight or whatever, and then he's just getting into a fucking Blade Runner car, it undercuts everything
No, yes.
about that.
You want to have something. I mean, you're right, and this should be. And I mean, I think we're doing this obviously because Thor: Love and Thunder comes out this week, and they seem like they might be leaning a lot more into fantasy on that one. I'll wait. I'm
We'll
holding.
see.
We'll
I mean,
see.
I'm holding my breath to see.
I thought they were going to lean in like, oh, this one, Love and Thunder. It's got the cool logo. I thought we get like prog rock, maybe
Yeah.
really go for it.
That'd be nice.
Does not seem like that's going to be the case.
I
It's
mean,
just the bait and switch.
I have no idea what's going to happen. I mean, I know there's going to be a lot of soundtrack. That's for sure. It's a Taika Waititi movie.
yeah,
You're going to get a big
but would it hurt
soundtrack.
you to put a little yes in there?
Like, I like
Thank you.
Ragnarok. I like what he did with Ragnarok. It's the best Thor.
It's probably
movie
one
for
of my
sure, but it's two
more
movies
favorite
wrapped
parts of
together,
painting
and
as well.
Neither of them actually get completed.
because you still have to
haven't
think
seen
about
it
the
since
colors
it
and
came out,
like,
but I remember.
you know, I can't. I'm not going to
I
block
don't-
in the
I don't-
flowers.
No,
at this
I
point,
don't like it that much. That's why
because
it's sort of like on
the
that
background.
It's
is
just
very
it's literally
interesting.
two
So
movies.
there's
stitched
also a lot of
together
points
with,
on,
a
like,
bullshit. Like, here's why
simplification
he has
that
to
comes in
Jeff
here
Goldblum planet and go back to Asgard
well.
because Kate
Yeah.
Blanchett's destroying it. Okay,
And
like,
obviously you
fucking
wanna be
pick one,
around the
dude.
colors.
Seriously,
And
just
that's-
pick
And
one.
the Hulk is just all in there, and like, why haven't we gotten a Hulk movie with
So thank
Mark
you.
That's like
Ruffalo?
Universal.
Some weird
That's rights
rights
fight.
stuff.
Rights
Yeah,
went
they're
nuts.
not allowed to do it.
okay.
Yep.
Yeah.
And they won't make. I don't know
Cool.
whatever devil deal they made with Sony that they won't make with Universal, or Universal won't make with them.
I don't know what it is, and it's not like they
They
have
c-
any like Thor plans in the or
Once-
Hulk plans in the works.
Once the MCU comes to an end, which,
sure.
God willing, with our efforts here today.
Please, I have.
That's it.
I'm kidding. It's okay to like a movie, and it's all fucking great, and I love all. I love
Newsflash:
all
if all
pop
fat
culture.
guys didn't like a movie,
Oh yeah,
The
totally.
end of the
History
MCU,
made.
the end of the MCU, the Hulk just hitchhiking.
Yeah,
I li-
Here's your
that-
show.
That'd
That'd
be
be
cool,
nice.
dude.
I'd be into
But-
that.
So whatever. So like Thor is, I guess, after the events of the first movie, or the thing that the Waititi movie, why I liked it, is they figured out what to do with Helmsworth finally. Like the first movie, I think does a pretty good job with him, but it's kind of too broad of a character.
He doesn't have it yet. And he doesn't have the look. And I was thinking last night, if you took how he knew by the time making Dark World, if you took how he knew to play the character and the look of the character design itself, put it in Thor 2011, directed
Yeah.
by Ken Branagh, that's an infinitely better movie. Because so much of why
Sure.
I don't want to say I like the first Thor movie. It is, I think, better than this one.
I agree.
And
It has to be.
there's
Yes.
there's a lot more, like, it feels a little more contained and yada yada, but like it just takes me. He looks so terrible.
Well, it's the
It's the
eyebrows.
eyebrows.
It's the
fucking
eyebrows.
eyebrows. My God, the fucking blonde eyebrows. What were you thinking?
Right, exactly. Maybe you should cast a blonde actor to play Thor.
It looks like you put a roller of beige paint over his face.
He looks like literally unsettling.
Yeah.
Good looking dude,
Yeah.
unsettling.
because
in
they
that film.
apparently couldn't find a single person to play that role besides him. Need I remind you? There's Northern Europe. No one talks about it much, but it does exist.
Did you say Australia?
true.
At least in this movie, this is his real hair that we're working with here.
Yeah.
And his eyebrows are his eyebrows. But I mean, I think that like again, what the Waititi movie does, he's funny. He's able to be like more like witty and stuff, and like and not even like some of it is
Alright.
you know that same that happened, but it is a lot of his.
There's plenty,
good
obviously, I need to
physical
fix, but I'm going
comedy,
to take
et cetera,
a
et
quick
cetera.
break
Here,
and get my
he's
eyes
just kind
off
of
of
mopey
it.
this
Now I
entire
got paint
movie.
on everything.
In the first movie, at least, he's like a lout, and he has to learn to not
We'll
be a
have some
lout.
time-
So it's like
time for
that's
some things to dry,
cockiness,
so
that's what like fucks him
it'll
over.
take about
but that's
5
all, like,
minutes.
fun to watch.
here he's just moping the entire movie.
But yeah, and it's the same. It's like literally the same
And,
exact
yeah, we'll see
issue
you in
he had in the
5.
first movie. Like it's just like let's reheat the first
Yes.
one that nobody really liked. But like I do how he never looks as hot in these 3 movies as he does in Black Hat, and that seems like they're leaving money
Yep.
on the table.
Yep.
I feel like if you had somehow harnessed that look into a Thor, you might have had a little bit more of a stronger pull.
Well, what is the difference here? Short haircut?
Oh no, he got the shirt off.
Oh,
Yeah, I
there's
mean
one-
he's got cum gutters in all 3 movies we're speaking of.
Truly, truly.
Early
amazing.
in the film, he's got his shirt off. He looks like with the hair, he looks like a romance novel
Yeah.
cover.
Yes,
for a
which
second
which
there.
is good for this
Which-
character, but he does give himself a little nipple bath at the
Yeah,
start of this movie.
yeah.
See him wetting up his nips.
Because the first thing, it's a battle on I think a Vondenheim or whatever the stuff.
Vandenheim or whatever, yeah. And that's,
Anaheim, yeah.
honestly, I think it's cool.
It's next to
think-
Anaheim. It's just right. They go to Vanaheim.
Yes, exactly.
Still has the shitty.
Joe, come to Vanaheim, Anaheim's top van
See,
destination.
that's that Orange County Republican politics. They're just out there with fucking swords.
Well, that's I mean, like even the fucking planets sound like the names of prog rock albums.
Yes.
Which fucking lean into it, man. 70s sci-fi. I mean, not just sci-fi, but 70s like fantasy is fucking
Oh,
cool
man.
and psychedelic. And if they would have done a Thor movie with insane visuals, him going on maybe stranger in a strange place, like
Yes.
different
Yeah.
continent. What am I doing? What I have to figure this out. I have to outwit this sorcerer or something. It's interesting. It's something instead of him worrying about fucking Kat Dennington's like fucking van back on Earth.
Because it's a romantic comedy, Eric. Don't you understand?
I would love it to be a romantic comedy. Can we lean
Pick
into
one.
anything?
But
You
that's
pick
the
one.
thing is it I can't decide. It's like let's
Ugh.
start as a romantic comedy
Yeah.
and then become an action movie and then a science fiction
But the
tale.
Vanaheim thing, it's
Yeah.
cool because it's like, okay, during the MCU, there's other worlds, obviously, and some of them are just having medieval fights.
Yeah.
Sure.
And that's
Well-
kind of interesting and expansive of the universe.
It's how the movie should start is this scene, because
Yes.
what they're doing here is it's like the final battle to bring peace to all the 9 realms, which after the fucking Bifrost was destroyed at the end of that first Thor movie, and like the 9 realms erupted into chaos and yada yada, and now it's like this is the last battle. Here we are. After we win this, it's gonna bring peace again, and blah blah blah. And it's fucking great because it starts off with like Sif and the 3 warriors, and they're doing their thing. It's a great name for a band, by the way.
Oh yeah.
And they're fighting all these folks and whatnot. And then it's like when it seems, oh shit, all is lost, in comes Thor. And like
Yeah.
that's how you start these movies.
Sure.
And
Yes.
And there's the big stone gorilla, and he beats him in one shot.
I
And it's-
read on the trivia that this is modeled after Thor apparently defeats a similar Gleep Glop character in his very first comic appearance.
Oh, that's cool.
really?
Yeah, pretty
That's neat.
sweet. And I guess this rock monster thing, it's a rock monster, is the same race of Gleep Glops that Taika's character in Ragnarok is.
It did look familiar, yeah. And
Yeah.
I think the character design is interesting, and I think it's a fun moment of. This is probably the best moment of the movie.
It's pretty rad. He
You
uses
get-
his hammer to knock this dude into pebbles. It's
and
great.
I crack a grin, and that's the last one of the film.
because he says, "Oh, I'm here to accept your surrender," and everybody laughs, and it's like, "No,
Yeah.
I'm gonna beat the shit out of this guy."
Yep.
And that's the problem. Like they leave Krogan or whomever, and he's like, "I will stay here." I'm like, Who are you?
Oh,
exact-
Hogan, dude.
Hogan. Okay, even
yeah,
better.
Yeah, the
Him
Asian
too.
dude,
They leave them both
Hogan.
there.
It's Bob Crane.
oh,
Uh,
shit.
Hogan. Oh, because people forget Colonel Klink is also in Asgard.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, big time. But
Yeah.
I think the thing is, Hogan, it's his home world.
Sure.
So, and that's like, I think, because there's that quick scene where Thor is just like, ah, yes, mighty Hogan, we have done well today. You and your heroes can stay in your home. He says something about like,
Yeah.
this is your homeland.
Yeah.
Why don't you stay and hang out with all your people and, you know, sort of like rebuild your town here that we
Sure,
clearly
sure.
destroyed during all this. And it's a real like, it fucking sucks for this guy playing Hogan because, hey man, there's a million characters in this movie and we didn't have enough room for little old Hogan.
Well, he should just be like, yes. You know what? Okay, actually, everybody gather up. Okay, so Warriors 3 stay here. Kat Dennings.
Yep.
Yeah, why
Yep.
don't we get? Yeah, why don't you get Stellan Skarsgård as well?
You can all
Stanley
help.
Let's get the Stanley cameo out of the
Yes.
way right now.
You
Hi,
could-
stand by.
You could all put up the straw roofs on your homes and then park your starships outside of them. I just don't get it.
It's
I
It's
like-
a little much.
I like that Stan Lee's cameo. Like you don't even give him in a close up.
Yeah.
He's kind of like in the background, like, hey,
Can I have my shoe back?
Yeah,
that's
so they go back to and like the weird thing is they go back to Asgard to celebrate this big victory. Shouldn't they be fucking and fighting like Klingons? You know
Yep.
what I mean? It's a very
Yes. Yep.
subdued. It's like a wine dinner with friends in like NorCal.
I
And
think
it's
they
just-
accidentally smoked some opium, dude. They're
But
all
like-
really chill.
They were having more fun and drinking more ale at
Yes.
that diner on fucking Earth in that first movie.
That's
Let's
right.
have a little fun.
Yep.
that's Loki's fucking Asgard
Yes.
you're talking about. That's another dream we're
That-
never gonna have. This is
just they should be chugging and butt chugging. And
Hell
they
yeah.
do allude to Zachary Levi's character having a threesome, which is something for a
Zach-
dude.
Oh, I missed
Okay.
that.
He's got the two ladies, and he's like, "Come on, let's see what you
His
have."
character fan duel. But honestly, he's a recast, and Zachary Levi, I'm not a huge fan in general.
You didn't
but
get into Chuck.
No, I
Yeah.
didn't
Oh,
get into.
man,
I got into
Chuck.
Upchuck around the time that came out. I was drinking and partying and puking.
I mean, it's
Like a fucking Asgardian should.
Thank you.
We would like
Fighting
it.
around the world.
Yes.
We were.
knock them out, please. But like, fuck it. It's you're replacing the first guy was a nobody. I get it, but like, it's a lateral move to leave.
Yeah,
like,
it is.
it's not. You're not going
Yeah.
up or down. It's just like,
By the way,
eh.
that was I'm gonna chip off the budget right there for Zachary Levi.
Yeah.
Keep the fucking nothing guy. Why do we hate unknowns in this industry?
because they might want to fucking start a TV series with the fan duel.
sure.
But this is 2013. This was before
Yeah,
we were
we're not
we
there
were taking
quite
the
yet.
bad ideas
Yes.
and just making them TV
Yeah, so
shows.
the Warriors 3 are Hogan, Fan Duel, and I guess what's the other guy? Stag Film is the third guy.
Stag Film is
Draft
definitely
Yeah,
yeah. Stag Film is what's his face Ray
Ray Stevens.
Stevenson.
Ray Stevenson. Yes.
Yeah.
Ray Stevens.
Also
Beautiful.
in the Marvel world as the Punisher.
And the
You're
guy
he's
from
an-
Ichi the Killer is the other one. I forgot his
The
name.
guy from Ichi the Killer plays
Hogan?
yeah.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Oh shit.
That's
I'm not sure if
he
it's
sure does
if it
nothing.
is Ichi the Killer, but
He's
he's
in
in.
All right,
Ichi
I'm
the
back.
Killer. Oh, I see what you're saying.
But like, it's just everyone's having a good time, and like Sif is like, "Hey, want to fuck?" And he's like, I can't. Oh no, I can't. I can't do it." Which is you're setting up this love triangle that goes nowhere. Like,
Nowhere at all.
she's got like 9 lines in the film. Like, and again, just either leave her out or really do it.
And I mean, here's the thing. In the comics, or maybe not, maybe they don't do it in the comics, but in like mythology lore or whatever, maybe it is the
Yeah.
comics. Thor and Sif are married.
Yes, I think it's a mythology at least. For sure.
So like work that into if you want like the rom-com part of it, actually build up the love triangle shit. Because like Thor does not even give this woman the time of day.
She's
Yeah,
an
And
afterthought
come
this
on.
entire film.
Yeah, they should have a more of a Betty Don Draper situation going on here. They should already be married.
Yeah,
and
or
he's
more
kind
like-
of
And Natalie-
stepping out with
Yeah,
Jane.
yeah. Jane's like the substitute teacher. He's just forcing
So
himself.
instead
on.
of the Metro North of this thing, he's on the Bifrost essentially.
Let's
I
clean
mean, I
up the
guess in the
palate a
same
little bit.
Heimdall, Idris Elba, is a glorified Metro North conductor.
Oh, big time.
Very,
Tickets,
very much.
Please. I told you this is the quiet car. Shut the fuck up.
This week's episode is brought to you by Tushy.
Now, listeners, spring has awoken, and that means it's time to clean. Sure, you should take a look at your closet that's doubling as an ant colony, and maybe take a look at what that pulsating thing underneath your couch is. You know what else needs a fresh spring cleaning? That's right, I'm talking about your Xander Berkeley. Every day, people use rolls of wasteful toilet paper to wipe their Xander Berkeleys. No more, I say. It's time for everyone to switch to the sustainable Hello Tushy bidet, which gets your Xander Berkeley twice as sparkly clean
Just
while
stuck my finger in black
simultaneously cleaning up your impact on the planet. Now, folks, Tushy was nice enough to send me one of their bidets, and while my learned and cultured wife has long preferred cleaning her Xander Berkeley with a bidet, I am a convert to the experience. I was hesitant to give up my handy roll of toilet paper, but I have to admit that it barely took 24 hours of cleaning my Xander Berkeley with the Hello Tushy bidet to make me set fire to my shed full of emergency toilet paper. It cleans better, and it allows you to be environmentally responsible literally while you're going to the bathroom. The Hello Tushy bidet cleans your Xander Berkeley better than wiping, while also preventing poo particles from spreading to your hand and from there onto everything you touch. The bidet attaches to your existing toilet and requires no electricity or plumbing to install. It cuts toilet paper use by 80% and pays for itself within a few months. And don't forget, the Hello Tushy bidet attachment comes with a 60-day risk-free guarantee and a 12-month warranty. There's no reason not to give it a try and give your Xander Berkeley a real upgrade. With over 100,000 five-star reviews, see why millions of people already love Hello Tushy and be a part of taking care of business.
So I
the
think I
cleaner
need
way. Go to hellotushy.com
We'll fix-
/WHM
It was-
and
it
use
was a little
promo
too
code
thin,
WHM
and so
to
you can
get
see the brush
10%
strokes
off plus free shipping
on
on
the
your
cloud.
first
So I
bidet
think I
order.
need to actually
That's
get this form better.
hellotushy.com /WHM for 10% off. Your Xander Berkeley
And
will
obviously
thank
the
you.
color, because there are some color changes like in here and here, right there, that I should hit better.
This show is sponsored by BetterHelp. Life moves so fast. When do you have time to reflect? You're always jumping from one hurdle to the next.
I think
trying to
one of
make
my
ends meet.
weaknesses as a
Ideally,
painter
trying to
is
stay on top
actually
of
understanding the
everything. When's the last time you
hue
learned something new about
of
yourself?
darker colors.
When was the last time you checked in with yourself? I've been going to therapy for almost a decade, and I really think it's the best place to
Which could
connect
have a
with yourself
pretty
and
significant
learn about
effect,
yourself
and yeah,
while working through it with a trained professional.
I think my clouds need
So
to
that's
be
why
more
I'm thrilled we're
blue.
sponsored by BetterHelp. If you're thinking about starting therapy, give BetterHelp a try.
So I'm
It's
checking the
entirely
hue
online,
and the color
designed to be
checker.
Convenient, flexible, and suited to meet your schedule. Just fill out a brief questionnaire to get matched with a licensed therapist.
And they're
the
all
good
kind of
thing
like
is you can
bluish
switch therapists at
neutral,
any time for no additional
but
charge.
on the blue side.
Discover
of
your
things.
potential with BetterHelp. Visit betterhelp.com /WHM today to get 10% off your first month. That's BetterHelp, HELP.
But some of these cloud areas are orangish hue when they get lighter.
BetterHelp.com /WHM.
Which is kind of interesting. And some green even.
By the way, just looked it up, Chris Cabin. The guy who plays Hogan, Tadanobu
So,
Asanu, plays
start with our
Kakihara
black.
in each of the killers. He's the dude who's out looking for each
And
of
it's
them.
more blue to
Good
it.
pull, man.
Yeah,
So
wow.
they fixed the
So
Bifrost.
I think my black was on the
which means they
brown
got
side to begin
Infrastructure
with.
passed in like 2 years. That's
Wow.
not bad.
Not too shabby.
We can't because
Oh,
we
you're
can't
right.
get past the infrastructure because man stag it will not allow it.
Yeah.
Him and those people manch stag.
Yeah, that's right. But every month I'll do a blank check to Ukraine. Yeah. How are we going to pay for that? No one's going to ask about that.
We have to go out and we have to stop Cinema Scott. We gotta destroy her. She's gonna take us all down with her.
My God, that Cinema Scott looks a lot like those dark elves. Just full of pure evil and stupid glasses.
But with polka dot dresses for some reason.
So we'll go back to these clouds.
Now your horse can ride the Bifrost.
Man, it kind of, under Trump, it felt like we were held hostage by a maniac, but it's almost worse being held hostage by like a senile old man.
A person who keeps on falling asleep.
Like either slit my throat or move on.
But and like Anthony Hopkins, like you got to move on at some point. This should be the focus of the film because like it's immortal. She's not going to last forever. You know what I mean? Like
It's a
100
Highlander situation here,
Exactly.
Because that Thor cock we learn in this
Oh,
film, I don't know if we learned it earlier, lasts 5,000 years.
Nice, dude.
5,000 years of cockening. And then she's going to die in like 100.
Yeah.
I mean, also, and we've as the trailers for the new movie told us, he has a phenomenal cock.
Yeah.
It's just they just like fucking ruined it for
Is
you.
that
Oh, what
right?
is someone looking? He's naked at some point.
Zeus, Russell Crowe Zeus, which is the only reason I'm watching the movie.
Uh-huh.
Throws a bolt and it takes all his clothes off, and the entire stadium is like, oh.
Well, I mean, that's what, and I mean, and I think Natalie Portman's a fantastic actress, but her character is just like drooling over this dude's thick dick the whole movie. And she can never, like, she's either like, oh my God, you're so handsome, or here's some science bullshit nonsense. And she's got nothing.
She's got no character.
She's got no in between.
The suggestion at the beginning of it, when before it like actually kicks off, is that she literally misses it so much she kind of tries to kill herself.
Yeah.
She throws herself down the fucking center of a goddamn what's it called, the staircase to go through the portal.
Oh, yeah, yeah. Well,
Like she throws
Oh,
herself off it, like, and then she
right.
goes into a dark place and gets infused with blood. Isn't that what happened?
I don't think that happened.
Wait, she
Doesn't she go through the
No,
portal?
she
No, there's
fingers
another-
a critter hole. There's like a hole full.
Yes.
It's like Indiana Jones in the Temple of Doom, and
Yeah.
she's like, "Oh, there's bugs in this one."
And
There's
That's what I
another-
remember.
That's another portal?
It's in the same area. There's some fucking like London parking lot
yeah.
or storage area
yeah.
where they find this thing. They find these kids, and the kids are dropping shit. Yes, you are
And they're
remembering
going
that
up
part
the
right.
the stair thing.
But she's trying to
she-
kill herself.
She doesn't go through it at that point. There's another point
Okay.
later in the fucking scene.
I wanted to
She's
kill
like
myself.
walking through the parking
Yeah.
lot,
Alright,
and
so
she's
now
like, "What's
that
that
is
noise?" And she gets
two
sucked through
on the
the
blue
portal.
side. So we'll add
Because part of this
Oh.
movie is like all of the realms
which
are
is
lining up
burnt
together,
umber.
and it's turning the universes into Swiss cheese, where like these portals are opening
Yes,
up, and you can
this-
just
So
fuck.
classic burnt
This is the
umber has an
first
orange
taste
hue.
of the
So when you
multiverse
add
type of
orange to
shit.
blue,
But also cool concept,
It
but you got to define them
desaturates the
realms.
blue.
You got to have like this realm looks like this, that
So you
realm
get
looks like
more of
that.
a neutral
This
tone.
realm, people walk upside down. That realm,
Yeah.
everyone's an ape.
Maybe
that realm's something else.
this
you know what I mean?
realm
Like,
we can film outside with real air and light.
no.
that's
I'll
why
tell
I
you
only
what,
use
that's
essentially a
another thing
primary
in
palette
favor of
and
Thor
white
2011.
and burnt
We
umber.
are outside quite a bit in that movie.
Yes.
Yeah,
We're
yeah.
in like really in Arizona.
It really
and South Carolina.
But then
simplifies
they realized you'd have to hire a few extra people
how
versus a
you
computer, which is no
mix
fucking
colors.
union. So let's rip it.
The other thing is, so like, yeah, while it's not a
Because
suicide attempt,
since
but
there's
you're
not-
right in that her motivation, as we meet her
there's
in this
not
movie,
like
is just.
so
At first, you're like, "Oh, okay, she's
paints
doing
are made out of
research and blah, blah, blah,"
pigment.
but the research is all
Thor base.
trying to figure out how to
And-
get back to Thor.
Yes.
you
because
can
you
make
can't
other
figure out
colors by
why
combining
He
multiple
didn't
pigments.
return, and because she doesn't know about the Bifrost.
Classically,
yada,
those are
yada,
called
but,
hues.
Like, it's
they'll
all about,
call
I
color
just wish I
hue.
could get back to Thor. Not anything to do with like
And,
furthering my
um,
scientific research.
And she just doesn't have a character.
The problem
And,
is
like,
if
she's a
Not
great
at all.
actress.
You could
she's
have
an
pigments
Academy
that
Award-winning
are
actress, and she's just
dominant.
meat in this
Obsessed
movie.
with Thor. That's
Yes.
her
Yeah,
characteristic.
which is a
She's
mix.
obsessed with fucking
She
Thor.
like blushes
So you
and
could actually
fades every
have,
time this
like,
guy looks at her,
a-
and it's like I know he's hot in the
a-
movie. I've gotten it. Let's like move on from that.
You could
That is
have two
absolutely
pigments
fine
that
as
could
a-
mix,
Yes.
and they
Yeah,
would not
those-
mix classically to how they would.
Anybody
like
else
they
remember
were
when
supposed to.
Moby pretended that he dated her?
Oh,
A
God.
good example of
Yeah,
this
I
is
don't think
him taking the swing.
I don't think we talk about
and
that.
a
If
couple
that happened to
previous
me, you would
tubes I
know.
used.
Like, if
I used
because
a
he
paint
said,
called
pretended
Viridian
he dated
hue.
her. She's like, no, he didn't.
Which is
and
a
then he had
very
to apologize. If I apologized after that, I would
strong
never see him
green.
again. I'd be like, there'd be like blurry pictures of me pumping gas. in the
And,
back. Like
Yep.
that's that would be what.
Then the other one was
Alizarin.
Alizarin-
Exactly. That's what
Alizarin
Moby
Crimson.
should be
He starts
doing.
growing
is like
hair
a-
all of a sudden.
A deep,
Never see him again.
cool red.
Like
But the
that.
funny thing is,
he's gone.
And if you
That
mix those
is
two
not
together,
the
you would
most
expect to
embarrassing thing
desaturate them, and you get
associated
a
with dudes
dark,
being in love with
Yeah.
this woman.
brown,
I mean, Portman really does it
almost-
to them. I don't know what it
but
is.
maybe
Suppose
approaching
Jonathan
black or
is
neutral color. But when I mix those two
forward.
together, I get a
Left
very
his
deep
wife-
purple.
Yeah, just left
because
his
that,
wife and was like, "We're getting married."
because of the
we're in
nature
love,"
of the
and this
pigments.
Wow,
woman
that
had to be like,
sounds
Excited.
extremely loud and incredibly stupid.
and this woman had to be like, "What the fuck are you talking about,
That's
man?"
insane.
It's just she's the
And,
holy grail to people, dude, and you just gotta fucking chill out.
And it
I'm
can be
glad Moby
frustrating
got,
because you could
you know,
you could
taken
really
down
have
from
these
Nazis, 'cause that guy's
unexpected.
ego. I once saw David Bowie in concert opening for Moby.
No way.
Unexpected.
That is the state of our
outcomes.
culture, folks.
Bowie.
Hello, everyone. I want to be clear
When you're
that
mixing.
Natalie Portman and Moby are not dating. And now here's my
that are
song
not
from
ideal.
Lost
So
Highway.
well, that's why when I saw
That
somebody
song
using a
sucks,
primary
man.
palette, I
Yeah,
instantly
I'm
thought that's a
yeah.
much better way
Oh,
to do
the whole
this.
soundtrack. Yes, Rammstein included.
It could also help me
They
get
just
higher
released it
quality
on vinyl.
paints.
You can pick it up.
I actually
and test
bought the
higher quality
earlier
paint, so
version
instead of
on
having to
vinyl,
test, like-
which is kind of the regular degular. It's not the
Um,
tie dye.
Yeah.
That's
I
a
also
little-
have to. I guess I have to do this before every concert.
Instead of
Moby
having
is
to
also
test,
not dating the
you know,
Olsen
10
twins.
different paints in my palette, trying to find.
Here's a list of the
If one
ladies
cares
that
about doing
Moby
that.
is not dating, that he says he is.
But
Normally, my concerts come with all sorts of cool
now I only have to
video,
test,
audio things going
you know,
all around.
these 5
I'm
colors
going
with
to
some
be
type of
singing all
rigor.
my hits while looking at a list of scrolling names of men.
So if
who
something's
are
too
not
red and you want to
dating
desaturate
Moby.
it,
Let's,
Let
you know
green.
what? Let's go
So all I have to do is
strike
add
through
blue
a
and
couple
yellow.
bands. Veruca Salt, none of them. He didn't date any of them.
It'll make the
Sleater
red
Kinney,
less
none
strong.
of them.
Perhaps it's just easier to tell you who he is dating. Okay, no one.
if my paint is
He's
too
a
dark,
lonely old DJ.
I'll add yellow or white. If my paint is
Just
too
a
light,
little
I'll
guy
add
that
the
people
burnt umber
don't
or burnt
like.
ultramarine.
Oh, and what's that? A thunderstorm interrupting my set? Okay, then,
And
cheerio.
then you just use red
I
to
guess
tint.
I'm gone for the night. You'll miss 20 minutes of that you'll never get back in your life, Eric Siska.
no.
Here's Moby once the storm clears.
God, no!
Yeah, because it was outside.
I would come back, but I know you're here for Moby.
That was the vibe,
That
and it
sucks
was
shit,
dire, dude. And that's the
You should have
aughts.
just left, dude.
That's the aughts. For
Did you sit through the Moby performance?
Yes, I did.
Eric Siska, maybe you could date Moby. He's certainly single.
He's been stringing along a bookstore manager for about 15 years. Her name is Susan, and she's actually quite sweet.
But he keeps going on and on about Natalie Portman. I'm sorry, Moby, but you're the
Too red.
Phantom Menace in this scenario.
Moby, you should be pumping gas in Las Vegas.
Here's Queen Bitch for Susan.
You'll never understand. You'll never guess what happens in a We Ain't Movies episode. David Bowie on Thor 2.
There you go.
I think that's worth 5 stars wherever you can review the show.
But yeah, so she's like trying to date Chris O'Dowd.
Oh my God, this is humiliating. Chris O'Dowd needs to be like, hey, you know what? Clearly you're not ready
Yeah.
for whatever
Yeah.
this is. I'm just going to go.
He does that sort of, but then Kat Dennings shows up, and I mean, like, the movie doesn't need Kat Dennings. I have no real strong opinions on her one way or another. I don't like her in these movies. That's kind of all I've ever
No,
really seen her in.
She's inserted
yeah.
for comic relief, and she's never once in my life or hers made me laugh.
Mhm.
Yeah,
I think she's got one okay line in this when she says, "How's space?"
Yeah,
But I don't have any axe to grind against her. I just don't think she particularly works in this.
she doesn't
movie.
fit in the movie. Like, it's
No.
the movie doesn't have room for her, so the movie shouldn't offer her room.
Also,
you know what I mean?
I mean, fucking Two Broke Girls ran for what, 27 seasons?
just
I don't
felt
even
like
fucking
it.
know. But
Felt like it.
she's just doing fine.
Do not worry about
Moby.
Yes, okay, good.
He's doing fine.
Kat Dennings also isn't dating Moby. Just a little Moby fact from your old pal David Bowie.
Yeah, she's dating Andrew WK, which would have been good on that lineup that day.
Yes.
Yeah.
Engaged, yeah.
But she's like,
Andrew
oh,
WK and Kat Dennings.
No.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Wow.
Apparently they're partying hard.
Yeah, get ready to party hard.
He gets wet.
He does get wet.
He
finally.
does, yeah. Since she doesn't, but he does.
yeah. So she drags her out, and like we said, they go to this fucking car park, and
Because
yeah,
some fucking bleep bloop device has gone off, and she's just like, oh, look at this. The readings are going crazy.
Oh, what's
we haven't
this?
seen readings like this since our boss went banana ball.
But could you imagine, like, Thor has to cross some infinite psychedelic desert? No, let's have a parking lot in London. That's the center of most of the movie.
Eric,
is.
you are dreaming of the Jodorowsky Thor 2 that we will never get.
I know.
But we are, I mean, it's
Oh,
always in
shit.
my
But
heart.
that doesn't mean we shouldn't try. and we
Can't wait
shouldn't
for
hold
that
it to standards.
documentary, Hodorowski's Thor, dude. See all those cool drawings for Asgard.
Yes, actually, we had George Harrison was going to be Malekith.
Oh,
until he died about 10 years before this was
But
even conceived.
I think-
a dark elf or something.
Steve had the point earlier that like Asgard is one castle.
Yeah.
I would love to see more.
Like, go
Is
in,
it
what are the
Castle-
side streets? Yeah, like,
Is it Castle Planet?
Yeah.
Are we talking Castle Planet?
yeah.
Because that's what's kind of rad. I mean, you get a similar moment like what we're talking about here in Black Panther.
Yeah.
Where she takes him around like downtown Wakanda and they're
Way
kind of like
more
walking
defined.
around.
Way
and-
more
Yeah,
defined.
and he's like, oh, cool. Like, this is how people live in Wakanda. And you get to like see that going on.
Yeah.
We are never anywhere really in Asgard
Yeah.
except for the Bifrost and the fucking towers above the city.
And it's been so long since I've seen Black Panther, but like the one when that one guy's dying and he's seeing like the moons and shit and all the colors and
oh
shit.
yeah,
Yeah.
It's fucking
There's
striking. It's
there's trippy shit.
beautiful. Yeah.
yeah, the visuals of their like afterlife,
Which you could have
realization is really cool.
absolutely have done in this franchise, this mini franchise within a franchise that is Thor.
Yeah,
That's a great way to describe these things,
Yeah.
Right? Like
Mini franchises inside the larger like MCU.
because there's
franchise.
4 Thors and then there's other movies.
There's 4 Thors, 3 Captain Americas, 3 Iron Mans.
it's a studio that's only franchises. what if instead of doing movies, we did franchises?
But that's the ingenious way of this design because it's like you can't criticize Last Boy Scout if you liked Air Force One because they're all in the same world.
Oh man, if I got a Last Boy Scout 2 by Tony Scott, I'd be much happier, man.
would
Air
be.
Force
Yeah.
1 is not that. I
No,
wish.
but I'm just saying, like,
Yes.
if they somehow tethered
Yeah.
together every 90s
Yes.
action movie, that's sort of what this is.
If
Yeah.
Harrison Ford was the president in the Last
Oh,
Boy
shit.
Scout
Oh,
universe,
yeah.
Harrison
Yep.
Ford is the president in executive decision.
Mhm.
yeah.
And that's the football that Damon Wayans tosses at the end is saving President Harrison Ford's life.
That's right.
So that's exciting.
Thank you so much, Damon Wayans.
And now I gotta go catch a plane called Air Force One in theaters this summer.
Sure hope there's no secret terrorists on it. Bye-bye, movie.
And instead of Infinity Stones, people just collected C4, I guess. I don't know.
Yes, that would be a beautiful thing. A stinger scene of every movie where some guy's picking up C4. Got it.
I got the gray C4.
Yeah,
I
and
also
then-
got the gray C4 in the last movie, too.
And then 5 movies in, they combine all the C4 and it goes exploding.
That's cool.
It's not any different.
No.
Just really quickly, I don't know. I feel like I have to address the issue here as President Harrison Ford. I am not dating Natalie Portman. I'll put that out there. I don't care what Moby tells you.
we never went on a double date with her.
So, yeah, she does get, sucked into the other realm. Like, there's some funny stuff about, like, things are disappearing in this, like, time loop kind of a thing. And, like, sometimes things come back, sometimes they don't.
Yeah, it's a pretty neat thing that apparently was ripped right from the Animatrix.
That's fun.
There's a
Oh,
segment where
nice.
it's literally like kids doing exactly that to some sort of
Oh, wait,
wormhole. And
Yep,
then
yep, yep.
like they literally meet like the oldest of the kids who tells them what went down, just like what happens here.
It's kind of wild.
The oldest kid in the group is like, "Hey, Natalie Portman. Well, 1, are you dating Moby? But 2, we found a hole in space."
No, I am not. I don't know how that. I know how that started.
Hey, Neo Tully Portman. You should be doing that. You shouldn't be doing that.
Natalie Portman is kind of great.
Moby's kind of a guy that models himself after the Matrix a little bit.
Oh,
I'm
yeah,
gonna
for
shave
sure.
my head and I can't eat animals because they're putting black goop in it. Or
He does
whatever.
look like a dude that sleeps in a tub of jelly.
Yeah, I bet he does.
Keeps him nice and smooth.
Just want to be clear, he sleeps in the tub of jelly alone. Moby dating update from David Bowie.
You can't fit 2 people inside a jelly bed.
without getting jelly belly.
Welcome back to David Bowie's Jelly Bed. I do not know what that show would be about, actually. I don't know.
You know
It's
what?
scripted television. I don't know if it's reality. I don't. Docutainment.
David Bowie's jelly bed. Now that I've had sex with Mick Jagger, who is next? Stay tuned.
Welcome back to Portmanteau,
Oh, totally.
Yes.
Totally. It's
where
a
we are
show-
dedicated to all fetishes around Natalie Portman.
Portmanteau. Ouch.
It's so awesome. It's so awesome.
But she goes into a vague space and vaguely gets infected with the Aether, which also, ladies and gentlemen, I don't know if you know this, it's the red Infinity Stone in jelly form.
Oh. By the way, if you had chickenpox, the Aether virus is already inside of you.
So yeah, the Crimson Piss Stone is the Reality Stone.
Is it? Is so the red one with the red? Does Thanos put that in the freezer at some point? Is that how that
I
works?
think
That sounds
so,
right.
yeah.
Oh, son of a bitch! This one turned into a Jello shot. God damn it!
Alan, why didn't we get the rubber ones that you just push them out?
I don't
Why-
know, Thanos. I'm sorry.
Why can't we? I fucking hate cracking these things. Fucking God damn it!
It's summer. Just put it in the fridge, honey.
Fine. God damn it! Takes fucking forever to get anything
Put,
done.
I'll put it next to your Snickers bars in the freezer.
God,
Listen,
I hope nobody chops my head off.
I am trying to destroy half the universe. I cannot have a leaky Infinity Stone. I swear to God.
It came right through the back. It's all over the carpet on the floor of the car.
Oh my God, it's finite. It's finite on the carpet.
What? I've got to explain this to you. Okay. You cannot leave it out after you take it out. It starts to melt. You have to put it in the glove. What the fuck is wrong with you?
Shocking that I think the sting there's no stinger about the Infinity Stone in this, is there?
Oh, no, there is.
Yeah, there is.
Oh, okay.
Oh man, all the shit with fucking Benicio.
He's like,
Oh, the collector. Yeah, yeah.
Because they're like,
Right,
oh, we
right,
can't
right.
have. Basically, at the end, they give it off.
I thought
to-
I was waiting for the scooter guy to show up.
Oh, no,
So the
Scooter
big
guy doesn't
purple
show up.
people eater guy.
He just says like, oh, here's collector. You hold on to the Infinity Stone, the red one, because we've got the blue one on Asgard. We
So
shouldn't
it
have two
seems
together.
Pretty fucking stupid.
It does. Like,
Let me
if you-
just sell it to some guy off the highway.
So I mean, of all the people you're gonna give this thing to,
Right.
take a look at Benicio del Toro in these movies, man. I wouldn't trust that guy with an Infinity Stone.
Let
No
alone
way.
two. And he says 1 down, 5 to go, which kind of doesn't make any sense, but sure.
I think it's one of those things where it was like, oh, maybe the collector's gonna be the one to do. No, no, we're gonna do Thanos instead. All right, well, sorry,
'cause
Benicio.
that'd be something if he had the glove and he was
Yeah.
like reconstructing it to get the value higher.
yeah.
But
Sure.
no.
He's turned out to be like a good guy, I believe. It's been a while for Guardians.
Yeah, they
He's-
rough. I think
tell ya.
they rough him up. I think he might die.
Yes, yeah. And he's definitely an end game for like 2 seconds.
Yeah.
I think he dies there.
He's related to Goldblum's character.
I think they're brothers. Is
Okay.
the idea.
Yeah, aren't we all related in the MCU?
But so
folks?
now she's got this stuff, and Hemdall. It's like this weird thing. Like after the party, Thor goes up to Hemdall, who can see
His
everything.
name's Hemsworth, actually.
No. Hemdall is the
Hemdall.
I think it's
Heimdall.
Heimdall.
Oh,
That'll stop the confusion.
Heimdall.
Heim. H-E-I-M.
Yeah, okay.
Also sounds like a record that Camel or Caravan put out.
Yep.
Yes. Oh, which I would love to pump right now.
Who can always see what's going on. And I think that the idea is Thor comes down every now and again. Hey, yo, is she showering or what?
That's definitely what's going on. Well, maybe not that, but it's like, oh, is she fucking seeing somebody? Oh,
Yeah.
she's on a date, isn't she? Oh, wait. Oh, it's Chris O'Dowd. Never mind.
All I can tell you with my all-seeing eye is that she is certainly not dating Moby. End of update.
But he keeps on saying it. I mean, literally to anyone who will listen.
Oh yeah, he's a bit of a peeper, isn't he?
Yeah.
He's
Oh,
just
he can see
watching it.
everywhere, yeah.
That's disgusting.
Even the all-seeing eye of Heimdall says you can't date Moby.
But when she goes behind the thing, he's like, I can't see her. That draws Thor to Earth, and they meet
Thor,
up again.
before you go to Earth, Moby's a virgin.
I gotta say the thing about Heimdall, that guy, unreliable staff worker on Asgard.
Absolutely, he's always
Yeah.
betraying everybody every other movie.
Odin's whole thing is like, you know what, Thor? Close for business,
Uh-huh.
dude. You are not to go back to Earth. Fuck this.
Yeah.
And he's like, got it. Hey, Heimdall, my girlfriend might be in some trouble, man. Heard she might be dating Moby. Let me get down to Earth to suss out what's going on.
Moby. Go right ahead.
And but he goes down there. She like slaps him, but then she's like, "Wow, you're so hot! Oh my gosh,
Wow.
I'm only 40 years old, and I'm like, I just again, she acts like a little kid around him, and it's
Ugh.
very silly.
Because I
for her.
think that's the relationship, right? Because at this point, he's like a mega pedophile.
that's true. I
A little
mean,
bit.
He's 1,000. She's 36.
You were born but a blink of an eye ago, and that turns me on. Me and my Aussie hog. I mean, Asgardian hog.
All right, all right, all right.
That's what he wants
Actually,
to
no,
get back.
they get older and he stays the same age.
That's right.
It's the other way around, you see.
Those earth birds.
Oh shit! I had a fucking reverse Wooderson. I did a couple of those one time off a diving board.
But so, like,
It
And
turns out with that whole thing also was like what was 2 seconds for Jane was actually 5 hours.
Sure.
So Darcy has like called the cops and whatnot because when Jane gets back to the parking lot that 40% of this movie takes place in, she's like, "You called the fucking cops? You called the fucking cops?" And she's like, "You were gone for 5 hours, lady."
I mean, I'd still be a little pissed. You called the fucking cops, man. Get the fuck out of that place.
Yeah.
I know we're going portal crazy here, but
Well, I guess because it's the British cops, they can't instantly shoot you when they show
that's a
up.
fair point.
good
Yeah, it's the
point.
bobbies.
It is
Yeah.
wild though, like because the cops are all like, "Hold it right there, Thor," and I'd be like, "Hey, man, don't you know that this is Thor? What are you gonna do, Bobby?"
Yeah, I mean, because wait, what happened?
They've
yet?
watched the TV. They've
Did-
seen Avengers.
Yeah,
They've
Did
all seen the
Avengers happen?
Avengers at this
Avengers
point.
happened?
Avengers has happened. Yes.
Yes.
Okay, well, I guess they don't know which side he was on. I mean, he's
Yeah.
also a space alien.
We were actually pro the hole. We were into the hole in the sky. We
Yeah,
liked
there's
that.
some UK vote like Brexit that's just pro hole.
Holes it.
Yeah.
We actually like Loki. We think he's pretty cool.
Listen, we were going to get a discount on the Chitauri. They were going to kill the Irish for us, but never got there.
You know, the Chitauri are coming into the UK, stealing all the jobs from farmers, by the way.
Loki was going to get us free Tesco sandwiches every month. What are you going to do?
But you know, they're like, "Hey, stop right there!" And I think a cop gets close to her,
Yes.
and a vague red mist blows everybody up, but
Ooh.
not really.
And here's the thing: if you like figured this out a little better, so that it was like, oh, it's kind of like a, geez, dare I say it, like a Venom situation,
Sure,
where there's like a sentient thing inside her that knows to, because what it's doing, it's like the ether is defending itself,
Yes.
defending its
Yeah.
host, and like doing this big. She turns into like a big red fireball kind of thing.
Yeah.
The dudes go flying or whatever, and Thor's like, "Oh man, I am not gonna be able to have sex with this. Better take you up to Asgard to figure out what's wrong with your noggin."
Now we know you think this is Scarlet Witch. It looks exactly like Scarlet Witch. But don't worry, wait 2 more movies. We got you. We got you. Don't worry about it.
This
I forgot about the red flakes in that movie, man.
Every fucking where.
This wakes up Malkeith from like using suspended animation. This sleep helmet he's got going, I'd like this sleep setup. I'm getting closer and closer. I got a sleep mask. I got headphones. Give me the fucking
Really?
metal.
You're doing the full mask.
Oh,
now,
I'm doing
huh?
sleep
Dude,
mask.
I do the mask.
Oh,
Dude,
yeah.
You start with that, then it's this, then it's the other
Yeah,
thing.
You guys are cautionary tales. Though.
oh yeah, dude, it could get much worse.
I don't want the mask. I want the apparatus that like just suspends you
Oh,
and puts you
yes.
out for good.
Well, like the bed from Crimes of the Future.
Well, yeah. Hey, yeah. Ooh, that seems nice. They
I'm
got it.
holding
I
out.
got to get it calibrated though.
Oh, yep.
It's really cool though. So Malkeith, the big villain, he wakes up and he
It'd be
goes
cool
to,
if he was somebody.
and he goes, he looks at the cursed, right? He goes, "Machluch flashi tu chapututu alababa."
Jabudu Hatza.
And then everyone in the theater went, "Yeah, what?"
Oh, good.
Yeah.
And then-
new language for me to learn. Oh,
But-
Elven 7.
I mean, I forget if they were dark elves or not, but like fucking Hellboy 2.
Yeah, dude. These
Better
guys
use.
yes, these guys came out of fucking Guillermo del Toro's garage sale. That's what they got.
Exactly.
Totally.
Exactly.
Totally.
And it's just like, give me something. He does that, whatever that language is.
Uh-huh.
Then he drives his fucking, black Buick into a fucking house. And that's the fucking movie.
Yeah.
That's it.
That
They-
is both.
they-
That's the movie.
That is the movie.
Here's a wild thing to toss out. Because this is tied with another one of these things as the short. I think it's actually the Louis Leterrier Incredible Hulk.
Oh.
As like the shortest
Yeah.
of these movies at an hour and 55 minutes.
Hmm.
Now, the traditional kvetching on this show over the years, of course, and rightfully, is expanded runtime.
Oh, yeah.
Now, I'm not saying you need some sort of end game-esque runtime, Hero of God and Eternals runtime,
No,
but
no.
if this were a little longer would it help, or is it too
just-
far gone?
It's
Too far gone.
It's too far gone. It's because you spend your time on the wrong things. You know what I mean? Like
But
you
if
needed to
they
pick a
had-
direction and make it. You could make a fine 2-hour Thor: The Dark World. You just did not do that.
Right.
That is very true. But if they had 15 more minutes,
Sure.
would it have hurt?
No, I agree.
You know,
Yeah.
so it's hard to tell. I don't want movies to be longer necessarily, unless they're good movies.
Sure.
Right.
You know, people we get into that with like, oh, it should be as long as Star Wars, which is true for a blockbuster, I feel. But like, I'm not denouncing something like The Irishman, for instance. Or,
Sure.
you know, I want longer movies.
Yeah.
I'm not against long. RRR, amazing.
Yep.
Yeah. Certain directors can handle the heft and know that they can pace 3 hours out. That's not a problem. If you can't pace an hour and 55 minutes, which they can't in this case,
No.
Yeah.
then like why would I give you any more time? Like
Yeah.
even if the story doesn't make sense to me, like it's not even that. It's the movie itself is boring, man.
It's like loaning somebody more money with somebody who's bad with money. You know what I mean? Like
Yeah.
you're going to waste it.
Yeah. And the
Yeah.
funny thing too, I wonder if there's people thinking like, well, you guys watch like foreign films all the time with subtitles. Like, what is the difference? The difference is when you're watching a foreign film, traditionally the person speaking the language, they know how to speak the language, and it's a real language, and they've grown up with it or whatever. This is a fake language that actors
Yes.
have learned to just enunciate whatever these fake words are. And in that, I feel like as an actor, you're already doing
Yeah.
so many mental gymnastics just to make that sound fucking real. But then having to like emote and get it, because what he's saying in this scene is like, hey, great. I'm awake. I want revenge. I'm going to go after Asgard and get my revenge. And that should be this big, it's the call to action for the villain, this and the other thing. And like, Eccleston just can't get there. No one could get there.
Well,
no,
instead-
no one can.
Imagine Ricardo Montalban in Wrath of Khan, instead of being like revenge is a dish best served cold, you had to be like abagoo da da dee ta 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 cha.
Yeah.
You'd be like, who
Yep.
gives a fuck?
Yes, and then he
exactly.
sends his minions in.
Well, because seriously, though, I thought
Oh,
of
these
Minions when he
little
did that
butter-
voice, too.
These yellow butter plugs are going to get you.
Oh, Captain Kirk, you will wake up with a butt plug in the exhaust pipe of the Enterprise. Then you will see James Kirk.
Oh, don't you see, Spock? Some of them are wearing Oshkosh bagosh.
I-
Aren't they adorable?
I am Khan, son of Gru.
And the thing is, God,
Yes.
that's gross.
Gave rise during the eugenics wars of the 90s.
I think the thing with that though is like with Star Trek, I never have beef with the Klingons, and sometimes you'll get a little Vulcan with subtitles. Like motion picture starts out with some subtitled Vulcan, but like it's brief, man.
Exactly.
It doesn't make the
Also,
character.
It's 70% of Eccleston's performances in a fucking bullshit language. That's
yeah,
the problem.
no, for sure. But getting the Klingon part, like in those TOS movies, a lot of the Klingons are just direct allegories for like the Soviet Union.
Yeah.
So you're, as an audience in America, at least, you're bringing your own preconceptions that help fill out that
yeah.
world and that weird language. In this, it's like no one has a tether to these
No,
dark elves as much as I want to, as much as a person that's read fantasy for a long time.
Absolutely. Well, that you can do like I don't like the Elven part of it doesn't even really fucking matter to me. It's like Chris Eccleston, if you want him to be the villain, you can let him be the villain. Talk the way he wants to talk. Let him
Yes.
have this. But the decision clearly was made. We don't want this villain to be interesting, really.
Yep.
Like that it's we want Thor to be interesting and Loki to be interesting.
See, that's the
We're not
thing.
really going to make
I
fucking
think
Malekith
Steve mentioned it
interesting.
earlier. Knock Loki out of this and spend a minute developing your fucking antagonist.
Exactly.
Right. Well, I mean, the thing is, like with what you just said, Chris, like, I don't know. It's possible to find both John McClane and Hans Gruber incredibly captivating characters.
Exactly.
And like, you don't know a ton about Hans Gruber in that movie, but you know enough that it feels like a character. You live with the character enough, and he's speaking a language you fucking understand,
Yes.
a real language. You know what I mean? Like, there's ways to do it. So it's odd. You're sort of making it sound, Chris, and I don't know, but like that decision to be like, we're going to have a wholly uninteresting villain, so we can like fill in all this like Thor fireworks.
Because I don't
that's
think they really
true.
care about
No,
it.
yeah,
I
yeah.
really don't. I think it's a reason to get to a plot point that they need to get to.
Yeah.
At the end, in the big credits call, Christopher Eccleston just beats out Kat Dennings in the
that's
rankings,
fucking-
and he shouldn't. Honestly, he shouldn't. In
was-
terms of screen time, Kat Dennings should be above him.
I know he was. I don't know who was originally supposed to play, but he was a last minute replacement.
Okay, that makes
Somebody else
Really?
was supposed to play him, And from what I read, it was Eccleston was like, I don't know, I'm bored.
I'm guessing-
Marvel asked me to be in a movie.
Right,
A full CGI character, like a Jar Jar Binks type of.
No, no, thank you.
You know what? I'll say this. I just rewatched it recently. Ultron is a much more interesting villain.
Here's
than
the thing:
he
is
Good
like
Spader.
yes, yeah. And then I haven't seen it since the theater, but I
Because they
remember
let-
that being I know people hate it, but I remember that being one of the better
I enjoy it. I
That's-
enjoy that
yeah.
movie.
I gotta
But-
rewatch it.
hot take team.
But the
here.
whole thing, what you're right, Spader, because they let Spader do the Spader thing.
Exactly.
You're not letting Chris Eccleston do the Chris Eccleston thing.
Can you imagine if James Spader's voicing that robot in that movie and he's got like 4 lines that you can understand?
Yeah.
That's what's. I mean, I've only seen Ultron one time,
Yeah.
and it was a bad theater.
and that guy fell
experience.
asleep in it.
The security guard, for the early screening. It was like a Thursday night screen. The security guard fucking fell asleep.
Sure.
If it's Chris Eccleston doing what he does best, is it going to be like so Thor, Jane, and Malkeith get an apartment together,
Yep.
and then they're fast friends, but they're kind of shitty to each other.
Yeah.
And then Malkeith withdraws from the group and slowly starts moving into the attic and drilling holes in there.
Yeah.
Yep. And they get into a lot of trouble at the end of that.
He
movie.
gets up in Odin's special room up there where he.
Well, I mean, right
Shallow
there.
Grave, Danny Boyle, great movie.
Back when that guy
But
was
even
making good
if
movies.
Malketh or whatever his name is tried to
Malachi Throne.
pretend to be good, at least that's something.
That's
That-
also something. So Jane goes to fucking Asgard. Alice Creed, hello, hi.
Is this Alice scenes deleted Creed
It
right
has
here?
to
I
be.
can't imagine you hire this actress, a known commodity, like a known face or whatever, not a commodity, a
Yeah.
known face, known talent. And she plays this fucking nameless nurse that, yeah, like Steve said earlier, makes a couple of snotty comments to Natalie Portman, and that's the movie.
Well, Frigga, we had to make peace with the Borg Queen. We had to do it. We didn't want, Borg Thor to happen
Oh shit!
That's
this way.
better movie, man.
That'd be something. That'd be something.
You're both right.
Oh yes, thank you. Because he does it like in the first movie, Anthony Hopkins is snarling and snapping all over it.
Yeah.
There's only one here when he
It is
sees
beautiful.
Loki when he goes, "You're both right," is to die, which is like so Anthony Hopkins. Like,
But
ooh, and
that's,
then he,
that's what you want out of him.
Yeah.
man.
exactly, yeah.
Let Hopkins do the Hopkins thing. Like, all you had to do was not make the stupid language and let Eccleston talk.
Like even like Hopkins, who I like enough in both those movies. I'd prefer someone else. I'd prefer like a fucking
Cox?
No, fuck, Seventh
Russell Crowe?
Seal,
Oh, Max von Sydow.
Yes.
Oh, sure.
right?
I could see that
You
happening.
know?
Now we're closer to Norway. That's
Oh, which is by the way,
inching closer to Norway here.
unforgivable to get that close.
Exactly.
Look out!
I mean, he would actually. I mean, Bale looks pretty good, but he would have made a good Gore the God Killer.
Yeah. I mean,
Who,
he's
von
also
Sydow?
Yeah, Von Sydow. He's got the build for it.
Yeah, I'm going to play God the God Killer, something called Thor something something.
Oh, they're going to turn me black and white like I love.
So whatever. Alice Creed is like, hey, this thing's part of her. Odin calls Natalie Portman a goat. She's not too thrilled about that.
It's one of those weird, like, oh no, this lady's mouthing off to Odin because she doesn't know who he is,
Yeah.
or like whatever. And I'm like, I don't want any of that.
it's just she's not. This movie's not for her, man. Again, I really like her as an actress. I really do. This movie's not for her.
Nope. Which, the funny thing is, man, like as I'm like the eve of this new movie coming out where she like
Comes
gets
back.
Thor powers. I mean, like.
Maybe-
I hope she was game for this because it sort of looks like there's going to be even more screen time.
I mean, again, I think that maybe it's just the script and it's the directing and everything else. She's just an actress that, just needs to care. And maybe because also like this movie, it's like you like Thor, that's the motivation. And this one's like, hey, you have the Thor hammer, you can do shit.
Sure,
So
that's,
that's-
true. So
that's
hopefully she
gonna
gets
be-
to like sing a little more. You
Also,
know?
you're going to be in a Taika Waititi movie and not an Alan Taylor movie.
There's that.
There is that little tiny
Sure,
thing.
but I have zero hope.
I mean, like in general, like I'm waiting to be surprised by Marvel movies going forward. Most of them, I'm going to assume, are not good. But hey, because I haven't
Sure,
liked
sure.
one in so long.
And it's okay to like it, folks. It's okay to fully subscribe to the monoculture and say, just eat any slop they give you.
Some slop's good.
Some slop is good. Some is named ambulance, and
Some-
it's
it's
not
that-
bad. It's pretty
Top
good
Gun
slop.
Maverick, that is slop.
That
and it
is slop and a
it's
half,
nice
and
slop.
I will have a second portion. I love that American boy Tom Cruise.
It's got a little syrup in the slop there. It's nice.
Yeah.
Ooh, you got some syrup in your slop, Moby. So the whole thing here, she's on this fucking bed. She's being analyzed by Alice Krige. Alice Krige is like, I don't know, man. You look pretty fucked up to me. Not sure what we can do about it. Anthony Hopkins blusters in. Someone tries to touch her, and then she does the big red explosion thing again. And now Odin is like, say, oh, I'm interested now in this movie a little bit. And so he's like, not accepting of her
Yes,
by any
but it's
means,
like,
but it's
yeah.
like, how did that get inside you, girl? And you know, all that shit. And he's like, my father, well, he tried to hide this really good. You had to go and find it.
Look, it was too powerful. He had to keep it, okay? It's not like a little tiny goblin creature tried to take back the red crimson piss from him.
And with the red crimson piss too. I mean, again, this is like he's like, oh yes, the ether. Well, you know what the ether could do, child. It could bring the universe back under the control of darkness. And that kind of shit is just as bland
What
and
does that mean?
meaningless as power.
Exactly.
Yeah.
I don't know
the
what
fuck does that
darkness means in that context. I don't.
Well,
So
I
like,
guess
there's
so-
more. The elves are in control.
Is it? I guess the idea now. I don't know for sure. Now is the idea to obliterate all life, like the natural state of the universe, as we know, is pure darkness.
Sure.
We should all be dead. None of us should fucking exist.
Yes.
I've thought that since the day I was born.
Well, yeah, it's all understood.
But is that the end game here? Is this like
no,
the,
but
Well,
the
no,
Dark
he wants
Elves
to
want to like
invade.
open up their own stuff. You know what I mean?
But
They
do
want to open up Ramada Inns. They want to
Sure.
open up
They
Staples.
don't
want to.
tell me that. They say they want darkness.
Yes.
I have to
Well, no-
fucking fill in the.
Oh no, that's
blanks.
what I mean. The darkness is totally vague. Where's what we're getting?
That's
at.
what. Yeah, that's what I'm also getting at.
and-
Yeah,
Go and then they change it, and he's like, "Well, actually, I just want to align the 9 realms so that I can, I guess, invade them. Even though I got my ass owned by this old piece of shit back in the day. Yeah, I'm gonna take on 9 fucking realms.
because there were like
I, the Dark Elf King.
there were sects of like Christianity back in the day that thought like the human body was terror, like your body is shit, and we need to end it to get on to the next phase.
Isn't that what most Catholics believe?
The Catholics killed them all, I think, back in sort of a
Oh,
proto
like Heaven's Gate people.
Sort of, yeah,
Oh.
but they existed. They've existed throughout all of time. But I'm just saying they're right.
So you want to start your own Heaven's Gate? Is what
I want to start my own Heaven's Gate.
all right.
Oh,
Well,
the other thing
what's it
too
just doing?
is Thor is like something the Dark Elves, and Odin is like, oh yeah, the Dark Elves, they're all dead.
Yeah.
And he's like, are you sure about that, Dad? And he's like, yeah, well, my father committed genocide on them. So I
Except
just-
for the strongest one, which we shoved into a locker in outer space.
And all of his most loyal supporters.
No, Dad, I've seen a movie before. I'm pretty sure if I saw Dark Elves earlier, we're gonna see Dark Elves. No, I got rid of them all. Don't worry
Honestly,
about it.
It's also disturbing that it's like this is an irredeemable race, which we've tried to do genocides against.
And I
Yeah.
mean, like,
And now I'm gonna finish the job, dear old
It's-
dad.
it's flirting with what Ragnarok also flirts with a lot better, but Ragnarok also drops that ball, which is like the
Colonials.
the Asgardian as a colonial race that like blah blah blah, and like that doesn't get resolved in that movie either. But at least it spells it out.
They
In
just-
this,
they
in
seem
this one,
aware
they
of
don't.
it.
Yes.
I hate to like even try to make things longer, like we talked about run times. Give me a Asgard TV show. I know we have Loki that's not really
Yeah.
that, but like let me know what this fucking society was, because I feel like the MCU hinges on me giving a fuck about it, but I don't even know what it is.
Yeah, get BBC's Odin. Anthony Hopkins is just
Honestly,
fucking hanging
if you
out.
could get that, if you can get Anthony Hopkins chewing scenery as Odin for 7 episodes, I will tune in.
Not
that
bad.
would be kind of something.
Not
I
bad.
mean, the closest thing you kind of get in this era, this pre Disney Plus, was that Agents of Shield show,
Right.
In where like they would sometimes, it's
Wait, what was that? Got it.
The wet stuff.
Oh, no, I think David Bowie's weighing in.
Oh yeah.
Natalie Portman. I just want to be clear that Moby's also not dating the lead girl from Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D.
But in that show, there would be episodes that, like, if the season was around when a movie came out, like, there's an episode of Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. where it's all about them assigned to clean up the mess from the end of this movie in England.
Oh, interesting.
Huh,
Yeah,
okay.
I didn't know that.
And so there's like shit going on where there's like a stray, like, I don't remember if it's like a dark elf or an Asgardian. They're like chasing somebody around who shouldn't be there. So sometimes the show would do that. And actually, Sif appears. Maybe it's actually in that episode.
Oh.
So that's like the closest I think you could have come there was if you gave Sif and the Warriors 3 their own kind
Like
of thing.
spin-off thing.
Yeah,
And it's like
maybe.
they're like the sheriff of Asgard and
You know,
doing shit. And
Get him out of my movie. You can put him wherever else you want. How about that?
You put it anywhere, pal. Just take it out of the movie and put it
Exactly.
anywhere. Exactly. Right.
The worst editing, and I posted this.
You're
it's-
right.
It's
You're
bad,
goddamn
dude.
right.
It's literally just Natalie Portman and Chris Hemsworth
God.
about to kiss each other.
Yeah.
He explains something to her. She kisses him, and then she's like, "I like the way you explain things." There's 5 edits in 2 fucking people kissing.
Yes,
Yep,
and
yeah,
it,
yeah.
and it does. I saw your post. It looks awkward because they cut closer, and you could have just zoomed
Zoom in,
or
like,
something, or
Yep.
And maybe it's like there was like 3 different reshoots for the fucking kiss. Like, you know what I mean? Like, I don't know. Like, make a movie. How about you just make a movie?
you know, not even Moby had 3 shots at that kiss.
Look, what if we made a movie that's all coverage? It's all coverage, just all the different stuff you could do.
But then the fucking the cursed breaks into the Asgardian jail cell, and this is the big breakout scene, and this is the big assault on Asgard scene, and some of it's okay. I think that these sex mask wearing dark elves are kind of cool.
This is
I
Fidelio,
great.
love those masks because I like sex masks. To be clear,
I like that Malekith turns this dude basically into a suicide bomber.
yeah.
Like
yeah, that's cool.
because he like shoves some like incendiary device inside this gleep gloop thing, and then the dude gets himself arrested. It's a lot like the Dark Knight with like
Sure
the
is.
Joker getting put in
Yeah,
there.
yeah,
Mhm.
yeah.
And we're gonna break out from the
Mal-
inside.
Malachi put a Malachi. I don't know what his name is.
I did that.
He
I'm
put
sorry.
a cell phone in his flesh that's ringing to set off the bomb.
That's
It's
right.
full of crimson piss.
Got all these kids out there in America today just drinking crimson piss, man. It's the worst Mountain Dew flavor.
But we could change it if you just vote. Just give me $7 and vote.
Just vote a little harder.
$7.
Just pitch in.
Don't vote for red piss Mountain Dew. Vote for blue cum Mountain Dew.
When you flip a switch in the voting booth or you're filling that little hole, just do it a little harder, okay? Just a little-
I
just a
voted
little
so
harder.
hard today, dude. Like, I hope the president is happy with me.
I
I voted
know.
so hard
I
today.
hope Nancy Pelosi eats another fucking ice cream sandwich over it.
Every time I feel somebody vote, I feel the idea that I might get hard again. Just the idea comes in my brain every time
Hey!
you push it.
Hey, Dr. Jill, bunch of people are voting. Better act on this.
We're almost at quarter mast, honey.
My corn pop's tingling, sweetheart.
Hunter, get in here with that penis pump. I know you got it.
My ding-a-ling, my ding-a-ling.
Let me tell you something. Do you got one of them drugs that makes you hard all the time? Can you give me a-
Dang it, I was going to get hard, but Joe Manchin ruined it. Came in, took my boner away.
It's hard to see where the sun's downed faster on Asgard or the United States of America.
But this is a big fucking action scene. Some of it's okay,
It's
some of
fine.
it's not. You know,
It's just fine.
it's
It
just
is,
fine.
you know, I like seeing guys in armor
Sure.
that look like they might wield swords, but don't worry, they won't.
No.
they have little blasters.
Only
It's
only
just-
Loki has the dagger.
Now, I can understand like you want to maybe show one of these societies who've progressed. Why are you wearing the giant helmets then?
Well, that's the thing. I mean, also, like, if the Dark Elves have guns, why wouldn't everyone seems to have laser blasters. Wouldn't it be
Yeah.
a disadvantage for Asgardians to not wield laser
I guess
blasters?
because it's heritage, not hate or whatever. That's why they're wearing all
Yeah.
this stuff. I don't get it. I would love to see a fucking sword
Yeah,
fight.
because the Guardians of the Galaxy could just show up and blast the shit out of all these fucking sword fighting dudes.
Yep, exactly.
Yeah, but blasters are not your birthright.
yeah, but like,
I feel like Asgard should be in another dimension.
That'd be cool.
And we are using swords in that dimension, and then they cross over to, Earth people, and now space guys attack Earth people. So now that's how you bridge those worlds.
well, Rene Russo gets stabbed. That's something.
Great.
Oh yeah, Malekith fucking stabs her right through the back.
What's her name? Frigga.
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 My wife, Frigga. Frigga.
Yeah.
Fuck me, Frigga.
Honestly,
Friggin' Frigga.
and in both movies, she should have more to do. I feel.
Yeah, of course she should. It's fucking Renee Russo. She's great.
I like her having a fight scene with Malekith. That's a nice little
Yes.
back forth.
It's
It wasn't that
kinda
he
cool.
just takes her. Like, that would have been
Yes.
shitty. That she
Yeah.
can actually fight a little bit, showing that she actually beats him until.
But Natalie Portman's also cowering in the
Yes, of
corner
course.
during that.
Can't win.
Well, you know,
Yeah.
Frigga's a fucking
I know,
magic-tested warrior, and Natalie Portman's pretending to be a scientist.
Well, yes, Thor, of course I taught frickin' Frigga to fight.
Yeah. Oh, I'm just here for the kisses. I'll be hiding in the corner.
Frigga, use the other end of your sword on me. Frigga. Peg me, Frigga.
I'm opening for you, Frigga.
Oh.
Frigga. Did you ever date Moby?
That's
no,
not how
she
he-
didn't.
David Bowie update. Renee Russo never dated Moby.
You opened the Moby biography, and there's a whole chapter saying the Renee years.
You know, one time I was at a party and all these ladies were like fighting over me, and I was like, "Oh my god, dude, I am dating Natalie Portman. Please relax."
Take it easy, Renee Russo.
I mean, I look like, you know, the nightmare version of a college DJ, and everybody wants that. So, you know,
He certainly does.
Oh man, I woke up one morning, I had like 20 messages on my phone from Pamela Anderson, and I'm like, "Lady, leave it alone. I'm dating Natalie Portman."
We're at the Olive Garden, and in walks Gwen Stefani, Renee Russo, and just, you know, listen, it was Britney Spears, okay? And they were all coming up to me, and I was like, ladies, I know I'm alone at this Olive Garden, but Natalie Portman, who I'm dating, is in the bathroom.
no, I can't let all of you Hawaiian tropic girls live with me for a month. I have to, my beautiful Natalie.
I turned down every Dallas Cowboy cheerleader at the same time. What with dating Natalie Portman, I couldn't fuck all of the Dallas Cowboy cheerleaders or the Dallas Cowboys.
They were all-
I wasn't free to fuck anybody because I was dating Natalie Portman.
I think we just caught you in a lie, Moby. David
All right, I'm gonna
Bowie
take a break.
investigate. Arrest him. Now on with the concert.
Some decent progress. I'd like to get this done before I do the
that show was
flowers.
kind of cool though, because Bowie was talking
Hopefully,
to God throughout
I don't
the
know.
set.
There's a
Okay,
chance this
nice.
could go
'Cause
long.
the thunder was rolling.
Oh,
He's
that's
like,
pretty
"You
cool.
gotta."
We'll see how much I care about
Strike
doing
me
the flowers well.
down,
Weakling.
Oh, I'll lick your vein with my tongue.
Which he did do.
Oh,
It's nice. I got to see him give tongue.
All right.
Nice.
And I loved it.
So she's dead. Thor blasts Malkeith in the face with his hammer, which makes him look a little closer to how he looks in the comics. He's
All
got
right,
a weird half
about
face
5
thing
minutes.
going on.
And also obnoxiously making it harder to tell that it's Chris Eccleston
Yeah,
under all of that.
more makeup, dude.
God
Excellent.
damn, just fucking pile it on, baby.
Now, Chris, when we put all this on you, remember, we need you to talk slower. Even slower, Christopher.
I think I'm gonna get Eric with this one. I kind of like the Thor outfit in this with the chainmail arms going on.
Pretty
yeah,
cool.
yeah, I
It's
like
pretty
that
cool.
Too,
It's a
yeah.
pretty cool outfit, you know, because it changes every movie. It's a little different. This one, I like this look.
I'm much more into this than I'm sure there's going to be reasons and very funny reasons
Oh, you're gonna be laughing your tits off, dude.
why he looks like a yoga teacher now.
Yeah, I
but
know,
like,
it's-
I'm like, I like Thor being Thor. Like, of the few things I
Well-
like about this shit, like, I
Yeah,
like the
yes,
costume and the
yes.
guy. I
Yeah.
But
fucking,
remember, Asgard doesn't matter. You know.
it's true. It's very true.
So it's like, hey, dad, why don't we, why don't we go fight Malkeith? It's like, no, he'll come. No, David Bowie again. It's like, no, we'll come to us because we have the ether here. It's like, but that's gonna put Jane and Asgard in danger. It's like, well, you have to keep her here, and this is when we have a 20-minute sequence because we need to get Sif involved, and we need to get those fucking Warriors 3.
Yep.
And we have to get Loki involved as well. They
course.
all need to get together
Sure.
and eat up some clock in this movie to escape Asgard.
It's all of a sudden like this weird, cute Ocean's 11
Yes.
jailbreak movie, and I was like, boom, boom, bop, boom, boom, what are we doing?
I
Boom,
wish,
bop, bop, bop.
I wish if a fucking like a change of score like that might have pepped up my step,
That
might have
is
gotten me
true.
re-engaged.
But it's also like that's something that you would do for the end of your movie, not the middle or even the beginning of the middle. You know what I mean? Like,
Well,
this
feels like the end of the movie. Like the fucking,
Yes.
it's the siege
You
of
know-
God fucking Asgard.
You're mentioning music. I'm like, I don't even remember what this was. Was it like faux or
It's just all score.
It's all
orchestral?
score.
Yeah.
All these movies are, right?
Well, no, Ragnarok he throws in the classic. He
Yes.
goes Guardians of the Galaxy.
Which honestly we need to do.
Yeah.
Oh, hey,
right?
hey, if this breakout scene into jail, if all of a sudden Thin Lizzy's jailbreak starts fucking pumping through,
Hell yeah.
I'm really engaged. Hey, at least I like the fucking song.
Yeah.
Or the Dropkick Murphys cover of it, which is also
There
pretty
we
good.
And
go.
then suddenly you're cutting your movie to a rock song that's peppy
Yeah.
versus this.
Well, exactly
the
right.
Score
The
is happening.
The editing can change, like pacing wise,
Exactly.
and you'll
Yeah.
feel
It
something.
feels more energetic.
Yeah.
It's also just weird because up until we're like breaking out of Asgard, this all just feels like the movie is still setting itself up. Like we are
Yes.
still
Mhm.
trying to get the engine to turn over here
Yeah.
in the car that is Thor: The Dark World, and it's like this battle sequence like finally gets that going, and the engine turns over. But you're like an hour into this movie.
I would like the rest of this movie for because now Rene Russo is dead. They give her a cool Viking funeral. Points.
It's pretty great because
That
actually
was nice.
that's a nice moment of like, oh, we're in a different part of
Yes.
Asgard. You're seeing how they handle the dead. It's a fucking cool, like, you think that the boat that she's on, you know, it's gonna turn on fire and then go off this waterfall and it flies over it, and you see like her energy go up into the sky. It's fucking cool, and like all that shit is ignored.
This
really,
is what
in
I
this
wanted.
movie.
Like, spend time ingratiating with that society, even if it's courtroom bullshit
Yeah.
or whatever that you might find
I
boring.
got a way to stay
it
on
will help.
Asgard, dude. The villain isn't Malkeith at all. It's evil new stepmother Alice Kree. She just sneaks on in,
Oh,
yep.
starts jacking off Odin. It turns into a Lifetime movie a little bit.
Hell yeah, dude! The wrong new wife.
The wrong new Asgardian queen.
What? All right, this is a kind of crazy idea. Just hear me out for a second. This YouTube video I'm making. What if we were making all these Lifetime movies, right? So like the wrong teacher, the wrong stepdad, the wrong neighbor, the wrong girlfriend, right? But they're all in the MCU. So you have this woman dealing with the fact that her friend was murdered and then she stole the friend's baby, right? But she also could have been part of the blip.
That's essentially what WandaVision was.
Holy shit! Yeah,
I
you're
mean,
right.
that's
You know,
just,
you
Yeah,
could do
you're right.
baby naps instead of my dead friend's baby. It could be called like my friend's baby that got blipped.
My friend's blip baby.
My
Yeah,
blipping
and then,
baby.
Here's what happens: the baby. Now, folks at home, we did,
the baby got blipped.
we did a Lifetime movie on our top tier on Patreon called Baby Nap. We reviewed this Lifetime movie about a baby that gets napped and kidnapped.
AKA Born and Missing, by
But
the way.
blip nap would be cool
Yeah.
because the baby reappears, and if they can get it in time before the mom knows that it
Ooh.
reappeared,
Yep.
Well, that's perfect. I mean, that really, because you would have to be right on time. It's like the hurricane heist. It's perfect timing.
yes,
Nobody's looking about a baby nap.
I
at
like
this
it.
moment.
I like it. Yeah, exactly.
Blip
Everybody,
naps.
everybody's disappearing into flakes.
I mean,
Wait a
oh,
second.
also-
In that movie, hang on, I'm sorry. In that movie, Hurricane Heist, they are intentionally doing that during
Yes,
a hurricane?
during a hurricane because it's the only time they could. Are they robbing Fort Knox? It's something close.
It's
to Fort
something
Knox.
big like that.
Yes, it's like, and then the only time we could do it is during a hurricane.
I thought it was just a thing where a bunch of bungling robbers didn't
No,
check
no,
the
no.
weather.
They were checking the weather.
Ready.
They-
wow. They
also,
were
by the way,
prepared.
thinking about the blip now, like that
Yeah.
would be a perfect time. Like, you know, let's just say you're on a podcast and Eric Siska's on there. You want to murder him. The blip
Yeah.
happens. He doesn't go away. I just stab you and put you in an alley. Like I put you in a bunch of lilac. Oh, you got blipped, dude. I don't know. He was right here. Blipped him right away.
Yeah, I watched him fade away like flakes.
Yeah,
Eric
no,
just-
no. He got blipped like a day and a half after the blip. Yeah, no, that happens.
I guess there's more. There's like later blips going on.
It's like residual blips. Did anyone look into that?
Oh man, my ex-wife just blipped away like 6 months after the blip.
Yeah, it's like an afterquake.
That would be happening everywhere. You
Oh,
would not be able to
absolutely.
prosecute murder for anything. Like, nope, dude, I plead the blip. Sorry.
Yeah, plead the blip. I like that.
Yeah, Epstein, that was the blip.
Mhm.
Oh yeah, he was in a cell. He got blipped, but then he came back and his neck was broken.
So it's like all these lawyers, right? And they're trying to prosecute all these missing people, right?
Uh-huh.
And it's like it's kind of like Law and Order, but in the MCU.
Uh-huh.
But whatever. So like now,
We're escaping from Asgard with the help of Loki because there's something about Loki was always escaping and knew all these like
I think that there was
secret out secret
something-
exits or
yeah,
whatever.
something. How did he get out the last time? I guess referring to the Avengers and or yeah, I don't even know. Whatever. He was always getting out without Heimdall's help. So how'd he do it? He knew one area that he could go through, which is this tunnel, and it takes you to Piss World. But I mean, it takes forever with all the fucking every single one of, because like we're cutting between like them talking about the heist and then it happening, and it's like,
Yeah.
and each one like of the Warriors 3 just like takes a bunch of guards out with them.
Honestly, I feel like the further we get towards the climax, the boringer the movie
It does,
got
yes.
for me.
Yeah,
Absolutely.
Especially once we get like Thor and Loki in that spaceship together,
Yes.
where it's like clearly like this previs thing, and they're reacting on a soundstage, not knowing anything that's happening.
Yes.
Yeah.
And we
God.
feel so disconnected. It's not a sense of a cockpit or any disruptions in the ship. We're just cutting to them, showing them, and then showing the destruction that's happening, and their reactions do not match what is happening on screen.
Honestly, everything on the piss planet. If you just want to take all that out and get me a fucking intertitle and just explain to me what happened there,
Yes.
I would
I'm
love it.
fine.
Yeah.
I'm really fine. It doesn't matter. I don't know what happened. Loki is maybe dead, but not really because we like him, so he
'Cause
never dies.
Their plan is like, oh, you know, Loki's going to team up with Thor because he loved his mother, and I mean,
Yeah.
like, I do think that you know, him and Hemsworth have a lot of chemistry, and Hiddleston's awesome in these movies.
Yes.
All truth be told, he is, and he's good on that show too. And he's actually, you know, what's awesome when he's an actor in real movies too. That's also
Yeah,
fun.
oh, yeah, that's a good one. To
There,
see.
well,
Blue
that's what
Sea.
I was laughing at, because there's a effect shot in this where like
All
it's
right, I'm
right
back.
here, basically a little farther back, but it's when Thor goes to the cell and
Yeah.
he's trying to ask for Loki's help or whatever, and Loki's very like, you know, standing there,
Yeah.
strong-willed and whatever, and then he's like, "Cut the magic, Loki," and he wipes it away, and like. I was laughing because the room is totally trashed. There's fucking food everywhere, just books all over the place. He's sitting on the floor. He looks like he's drunk. It's definitely Only Lovers Left Alive.
So I'm
Yes.
working like top to
Pretty
bottom
fucking awesome.
Yeah.
I will say
because I
about
want
escape
the bottom
from,
area to become drier
you know, the
because
palace and all that.
I'm going to
When
be
they
painting
steal
over it
the elf
a good amount,
spaceship,
but I don't
he
want
is
this
flying
paint
that
to
we're
mix
doing all these like twists and
or
turns
you
through
know,
Asgard,
significantly
whatnot.
alter the
It's
color
pretty cool, but it just feels
because I want to
too
make strong
slow.
brush strokes.
does.
It
It's
does,
just-
and
it's
that's
not
my
this movie.
that's my problem with the starships here.
But I
this
also
is
don't want
after
to
he
paint with that thick of paint.
Malachi
for, like, the
Throne,
initial
whatever his name
stages.
is, commits this 9L Elvin.
Oh, there
He
it is.
crashes into everything.
He does. He
does.
crashes into the Asgardian palace, which is very
Okay.
ill-defined.
And the cursed guy destroys the shield. I mean, it's
Oh yeah, that
It
like,
goes on
protects
forever.
Asgard, yada yada. Does not matter. I would like to put out there for clunkiest line of the movie
Oh, I know where you're going.
is when Jane
Yep.
meets Loki and slaps him in the face and goes, "That was for New York."
Yeah.
When you're
It's-
wait, what was it? You mess with one of us, you mess with all of
Yeah,
us.
totally,
Yeah.
dude.
They talked about the other movie.
Uh,
God.
You know, I feel like we were talking about Hiddleston a little. I feel like the Loki show is better than any of these Thor movies. Better
I
than
would
any
agree
of
with
him.
that.
In
I agree
this,
with that. Yeah.
I fell off of it, which is
Really?
not because it was bad. I
I
just
think-
wasn't really watching.
I just think it's. I
Yeah,
think
I'm
it's
sure-
better than most of the MCU.
I like the first 3 or 4 episodes that I watched. Again,
I'm not saying it's the best thing
Yeah.
ever
No,
either.
sure.
I haven't
All
seen
right.
the other episode.
I would say the only one of those I haven't watched is
Let us
Captain America: Winter
continue.
Soldier. I watched the first episode. And
I
was like,
saw that and I thought it was pretty bad.
Yeah, I was like, proper not for me, Ganda. That's no way. But from the ones I have watched, I think Loki's probably second best. I do really like
Hawkeye.
Hawkeye, I think, is the best. Moon Knight is third, and I haven't started watching Ms. Marvel yet, but I do intend on.
Yeah, I really didn't like Moon Knight. It had so much potential, but it
Yeah.
just did not
I
get
really
there.
wanted it to sing more
Yeah.
than it does. There's like 2 or 3 episodes where I was like, yeah, but like
Yeah.
overall, it didn't.
Yeah.
Didn't really
So
do
we're
it
on
for me.
Piss Planet.
Yep, got a big fight brewing here.
Because it's just like, oh, we're on Piss Planet, and I guess the plan is for Malkeith is going to get the thing out of Jane, so that's going to solve that problem, and then Thor's just going to destroy it. But whoops a doodle, he can't do that because it's an Infinity Gem masked as a Ruby Jolly Rancher. I think is how that works. That's my
Gotta
understanding of
Put that
it.
in your pocket, save it for another movie.
Well, it's just a weird, like, okay, we're going to use this plan to draw, Malachi's going to take her, draw the ether out of her. And then, yeah, Thor's just going to go boom and,
Yes.
like, what,
It's-
punch
a bunch of red gas.
They
in the
found
face.
ether in her, Jack.
They definitely did. They got it out.
Mr. Thanos, how many licks does it get to the center of an Infinity Stone?
1, 2, 3.
But
I mean, this whole thing is so dumb. It's a big like Loki ruse here, where they
fake cut off Thor's hand.
they pretend like it's a big fight between Thor and Loki, yada yada, and just doesn't pan out.
It winds up being he takes the ether from her, and now Malekith has it. He basically leaves the planet, and then Curse is fighting them, and he kills Loki whilst Loki kills him. Yeah.
No, what is this? Does he come back by the end? I forget already.
Loki does, yes.
Yeah,
Of course he
wonderful.
does.
Oh, right.
Well, it'd be cool
he's Odin. He's fake. He faked his death. Right.
But they bury Loki, and I kind of want Natalie Portman to like piss on his grave and be like, "That was for New York."
There was that one moment when like they tell Stellan Skarsgård that Loki's dead. And he's like, "Oh, thank God!
Yeah,
oh, my condolences."
That's kind of funny.
Yeah.
Sorry,
Wait, they bury him? Is that right?
They do bury him, I think, right? Or they?
Dude,
I do
dude,
not
the
remember.
You
problem-
thinking of Star Trek Generations? again, dude?
he just sort of rots away or whatever. It's just that's the thing is with these movies, they wash over you.
They do.
It's even after I watched it last night. I was not that drunk. Okay.
Okay. All right.
And I was taking little notes, and even I can't keep track. I don't care. It's hard to
Well, 'cause
care if you don't get me
Well,
invested.
there's no engine to this movie.
Yeah,
so like
exactly.
that's what keeps you out of it.
There's
so
no
like,
highs either.
When Eccleston gets the ether like into him, by the way, I just wanted to point out that he sort of physically transforms a second time,
oh Jesus.
making him look even less like Christopher Eccleston.
Which is
Just
nice.
had to put that out there.
It-
We're putting more makeup on this motherfucker.
And just they might as well cut his voice box out at one point. Oh, the ether makes him not able to talk anymore.
Oh, he got punched in the throat by Thor. That's the end of
Dude,
that.
That's the thing. Honestly, you could have had a stunt man in that role,
Easily.
and it would have been fine.
You'd save fucking couple, $100,000 or whatever you paid this
I can't
dude.
name the Elfman from Hellboy 2 either.
Yes, exactly.
Oh, that's true.
Oh yeah, because he is. Yeah, that dark elf is like the main villain in that
And
movie. Yeah,
way
him and his
better-
sister. Yeah,
I feel now I haven't seen it in a while, but I felt like those fights I could actually.
Oh,
view
Hellboy
with
2.
my-
Hellboy 2 is worlds better than this.
Thank you.
yeah. Oh, it rocks. I rewatched it just recently.
Ooh.
It fucking totally rocks.
Yeah, it's
And
been
you
a
know what
while.
that man has, Eric? That man has a sword that he kills people.
Could you imagine, folks? Now,
Not
I
a
know he's
laser
only
sword.
going up against guns and like what is it like Nazi archaeology or something?
So the,
Yes,
the,
that's
the
about
weird,
right.
but
the weird thing
yeah.
about the Hellboy franchise, those two movies, not the third one that was a reboot, is you had an amazing director
Yeah.
that really cared about the properties. You really
Big
was
time.
was a fan of the property.
he cared about the property.
Yeah, before it was even a thing. He was a big fan of the comic. And they just said, hey, man, go do it.
Yep.
And then they just stayed out of his way and let him make one and a half really good movies. That first one's
I really like that first one.
I
Yeah,
like
it's
the
pretty good.
first one.
the
but
second
yeah.
one's amazing.
Yeah, I
I've
haven't
come
seen it
around, and
forever.
now the second one is. I think the second one is better now.
Oh, big time.
By the time back when it was like I'd only seen them in theaters, I thought 2 was lesser. Anyway, where was it? Oh, well, actually, Hellboy is kind of a great example of all this because they fucked him and didn't let him do that third movie, and that's why that 2019 Dave Harbor movie exists.
Ugh.
And it's fucking terrible.
Oh yeah, previous episode if you haven't listened, folks.
Indeed.
But you watch that, and it's like I can't tell one way or the other whether this director gives a fuck about
Exactly.
this character at all. And like that is why I think Guillermo del Toro like is one of our greatest working directors because everything he fucking makes from his early shit in Mexico, like Kronos and whatnot, all the way up to Nightmare Alley, you can tell he loves what he's doing. He loves the story. He loves
Yes.
the characters. He loves the world that
Loves
he's
the
building.
production, yeah. The
passionate.
fucking world. You're right. The world you're building. I mean, I saw people like not be as into Nightmare Alley, and that's fine. But you can't deny the scope of that vision.
Yeah.
Very well
big
made
time.
movie.
And
I mean,
great-
whatever you said.
I love it. But
Yeah.
You want
I
some
think
great
it's great.
Tom Hiddleston? Go watch Crimson Peak. Another movie.
Yeah.
people were
Yeah.
kind of-
Also
people
good
were
one.
lukewarm on, but I love
I
it.
really
Yep.
like it too.
Terrence Davies, The Deep Blue Sea, one of like the greatest British
He's
movies
great in that
ever
movie.
made. Like
He's fucking great in that
fucking
movie.
phenomenal.
And
But-
Only Lovers Left Alive. I'm
Yes.
going to say
Oh
it
well, yeah,
again.
I mean
Jarmusch, these are great directors. I mean,
number one.
And I mean, that's the thing is we don't do that anymore. I mean, like very rarely, like we just give a director a property and then let him enjoy it or let them enjoy it. I
It's
should
this
say, him or her.
it's a work. It's this weird workaround where it's like Disney's kind of resurrecting the studio system, but without that craftsman trade of you're not able to work your way up anymore. So it's just these like 5 fart directors that are being circulated.
So whatever. Whoops a doodle. Chris O'Dowd's still in this movie, and he calls.
Oh God.
He calls Natalie Portman on Piss Planet, and she's like, "How are you? How do I have reception out here?"
Speaking of Eternals, this is just Kit Harington calling and interrupting the movie.
Yeah. You're right.
Oh,
And
wow.
sh-
Yeah, you
Yeah.
totally
It's
forgot
just
about
like,
that. Yeah, you're
who
right.
cares?
She finds a porthole to the rest of the movie, which because we've been kind of cutting back and forth between Kat Dennings and her intern boyfriend and all this shit, which we're not gonna get into because
No, we're not talking-
doesn't
we're not-
matter.
We've talked enough.
Nope. Stellan Skarsgård shows his butt with underwear on this
Yeah.
time, which is nice, I suppose.
His undies are the color of the Swedish flag, which is pretty cool.
He's a bit svelte in this film, actually. I guess because he needed to get naked. He was like,
I have to do what? Oh, fine.
Well, my son is so goddamn hot. I should be, I guess, a little hot.
Yeah, he probably
Shit.
got some hot tips from his son.
Hey, Bill, teach me how to be hot.
I
What-
mean, I haven't looked up the is Stellan Skarsgård's wife Athena, like the goddess Athena?
Probably.
Is that how that,
Might be.
is that, how
Yeah.
that dude got made? Because that
might
doesn't
be.
make a lot of sense.
Or Rene Rousseau.
Oh, could it be Rene Russo?
Yeah, I fucked Rene Rousseau.
Yeah, I can only imagine Alexander Skarsgård coming out of like a golden egg. That's about how I imagine he came into this world.
I don't actually know the answer. I just know that Natalie Portman never dated Moby.
I like they get like a Norse-ish guy to play anything very much not related to Asgard, which is fine.
Which actually, I mean, that is kind of a cool thing in that first movie that's not explored enough. Is him being like,
These are all figures from my childhood stories.
Yeah.
Wouldn't that be cool?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's
to
a cool
really
idea.
lean into that.
like, tell the movie through Dr. Eric Selvig's point of view.
Yeah.
That would be something.
But you know, he just shows up, and now we are just gobbledygooking the rest of the movie. It's like
Woo!
we have these ill-defined, I mean, like literally ill-defined rods that are the rest of the movie. It's like if we get all these in one place, it's gonna beat Malkeith. And I'm like, wait, how? Wait, what?
Yeah.
And like none of it's like something gravity. Sure,
they are counting on you not paying attention to the movie
Well,
anymore.
absolutely.
Well,
Yes,
yeah, I mean,
absolutely.
especially this because they did explain this stupid thing when they have a scene of Skarsgård in a capital L, capital B loony bin when
Yeah.
he's like explaining everything, and he's like, "See, this is the end of the movie. Don't you understand?
And
This
this
is how
is
the movie's
where
gonna end."
we get the Stan Lee cameo. I
Yes,
think you said it
with the
earlier.
shoes.
Oh, right. Yeah. Give me my shoe back. Or can I have my shoe back? Yeah.
He's
the
doing a
stupid-
model of the shoes being like the convergence of these planets,
and
the
this like,
realms.
it's a weird thing where like they've already told you that he's been put away. You already know about the naked arrest or whatever.
Yeah.
So this scene of him like just giving this monologue about his scientific theory and whatever, and then the joke is supposed to be they cut to the other angle and he's just in the
Yes.
loony bin and whatnot. But it's like the joke doesn't hit because I know where he is.
Yes.
You already
Yeah.
told me what happened.
I mean, I guess the punchline is it's Stan Lee. You know what I mean? And maybe
Well, I
That's
guess that.
it.
if
yeah.
they're gonna start using like old footage of Stan Lee just to be these cameos, it'd be great if in every movie, Marvel movie going forward, it's like, can I have my shoe back? It's just like he's just kind of a crazy old man.
Hey, it's shoe guy, yeah.
Can I
He
have
showed
my
up
sh-
in the Eternals.
Can I have my soul back?
Totally.
The answer is no, Stan.
Yeah.
No, you sold that long ago when you stole everyone else's fucking shit.
I'm sorry, Ditko. I'm sorry for it all.
I'm sorry for what I did.
I'm keeping it in a jar, Stan. I look at your soul every once in a while. It makes me feel mighty comfortable.
So like yeah, the last act is in London, and
Woo!
we've got to go back to this fucking. It's not the same parking lot. It's just I don't even know where we are.
Well, the whole thing
outside
is
the-
they determined that in a neighborhood sort of outside-ish
Yeah.
of London, like
Yes.
city area.
I love that.
In
I-
Greenwich, yes.
Yeah,
yes.
it's great to see that London looks terrible too. You know, because I know America looks boring and shitty, but it's cool to see the UK have that as well.
It's essentially America if it was if all of America was Seattle. It's raining all the fucking time in that goddamn country.
Oh, what was it? Do they fall in the egg at this point? This big egg building. I think that's where the Easter Bunny lives. At his palace.
They're on the other side of the river from the egg, I think, because I read that this where the ship sort of pulls a speed 2 and just starts driving from the water onto the land is the British like Naval Academy or something like that.
Yeah.
And this last fight, it's all over the place. The elves are around, and Kat Dennings gets a couple of them. She kisses the guy, and the joke and the quote unquote interesting thing about the movie, this last act, is like we keep bouncing around in both on Earth and in these other realms,
Right, because the Swiss cheesiness of the universe hulls is like that's how we do the fight scene between Thor and Malkeith. Is like I punched you through a hole and now we're on this realm.
Yeah.
And
I mean, this thing is like, it could have been cool if they went really trippy with it.
Yes.
Like, use some colors and some vibrancy.
I
to
think you
these
go back
portals.
to Jotunheim, I believe, which
Yes.
is the Frost Giants place where Loki
Yes.
comes from, and like
Right.
that's just Hoth.
Yeah.
And I
Yeah, yeah.
saw that in the fucking first movie. I heard somewhere there were 9 of these realms.
Exactly. And we see 3.5 at most.
Is Shit Planet a realm, or is that a different?
No,
thing?
yeah, that is a realm. Is that Vandalheim? No, it's one of the Heims.
Vanaheim?
That's Svartalheim.
Oh, sure.
Is Piss Planet.
They should just call it Piss
It's-
Planet.
it's-
It's much
yeah,
easier to
please,
remember.
Come on.
But and I mean, this fight is going on, all this shit's happening, and there's so little urgency that Thor takes the train, and I know it's a joke, and we love that in Marvel movies to just cut out any fucking, because the gag is he gets knocked
Yeah.
on the subway. And he's like, "Do you know which way Greenwich is?" And they're like, "Oh, it's this way. It's three stops this way." And it's just Thor taking the train, and I get that is funny, but isn't the universe at stake? You know what I mean? You told me that the universe was at stake.
It's like the darkest hour, He's like taking the train.
Like, oh, this is what all you non-gods do to get around, eh? It's taking the subway or the tube, excuse me.
Oh my God, he's just like me. I also take train.
Ooh, he'd take train good.
He does. He's got good
And we have
form.
to remind that he's hot because there's just some sexy lady who's like,
Oh, yes.
oh my God, this guy's hot. She bumps into him and they have a flirty look. And it's like, I've realized that this man is attractive.
Wait,
I
that
really
doesn't
have.
happen to everyone on trains? Just me?
I mean,
No, I get negative energy thrown at me from old ladies. Literally.
Well, she's negging you because she read the pickup artist's book.
Hell yeah, that's true. That's true.
I think some of the cooler kind of stuff that they wind up doing with the physics of the universe halls is when he's fighting Malkeith and he throws the hammer at him and misses and it goes into a
Yes.
hole
Yeah.
and then comes out another place or
It goes into space for a second.
yeah,
there.
it goes because it's trying to it always goes back to
Yeah.
Thor. So it's oh, you're not on Earth anymore. I'm going to fly up this way into
Yeah.
space. And then Thor goes back to Earth and it's got to turn around, which is kind of funny. There's a little bit of that sort of
Yeah,
works.
that stuff is fun. I mean, again,
The British Air Force guys fly the jets through the hole accidentally. It's what in the world is this?
I mean, this is also the future, I think, of Marvel. Portal fights,
yes.
dimension fights. You are really in the next decade. You are going to see quite a lot of them. I got to tell you.
yeah.
not super thrilled about that.
I bet you that fucking Quantum Mania is nothing but.
Yeah.
Ugh, that's gonna be rough.
Mhm.
It's gonna be rough because it's gonna be annoyingly confusing like that. Also, you really get the vibe. None of them motherfuckers wanted to make that movie.
Nope.
No.
So we shall see. I will say, get me a little more Michelle Pfeiffer in that third movie.
Nope,
Now
wouldn't
we're
mind it.
talking.
Would not mind it.
Right? She was the wife that
She's
disappeared.
Michael
into the
Douglas's
quantum-
wife. Yeah.
Yes, she was Michael Douglas's wife in the last Ant-Man. Michelle Pfeiffer has also never dated Moby.
I don't even think she knows what songs he's done.
Oh, I wish David Bowie was alive to just tell us about the loser updates of Moby.
and eventually, Malkeith is defeated.
Well,
Just kidding.
originally-
Surprise.
Whoa. Isn't that something?
Originally, the thing was Thor was going to call upon lightning from all 9 realms and destroy Malkeith
That's
that way.
something.
Yep.
But instead, because it's no, the other human characters need to contribute.
Yeah.
So he starts jabbing him with these ill-defined rods, and it's like, no, the
No.
rods are getting me. And it's like, what the
God
fuck?
damn it! The fucking space lightning made sense.
The space lightning is cool. It's Thor. That's what you're there for. You want a big
Yeah.
lightning strike, right?
Yeah,
Like
yeah.
that'd be cool.
Yes.
As opposed to him just hucking fucking, I don't even like pool umbrellas at him.
yeah, I was-
Essentially.
And he
Ugh.
like, isn't it the whole thing is he essentially like collapses in on himself like Curse did?
He turns into like a big spaghetti guy.
Oh, great. Fantastic.
The funny thing though about because they're like, oh, to really get him, we got to get these rods like
Yeah.
nail him with these fuckers. And Thor's like, well, I'm the only one powerful enough to get to him because there's this big red cyclone going on.
Oh,
So,
right.
like, you have this scientific device that this person is trying to get into the middle of a cyclone.
Sure.
This is just what they're trying to do in Twister.
Yeah.
It's the Dust Man and all the rest of them
Yeah,
are
yeah.
trying to launch that Dorothy device. It's the same shit.
Eric, Jane, get the Pepsi mobiles. We need them.
And then Carrie has unrealized ideas.
So yeah, he I guess gets blasted back to the dark realm. Is that the idea?
He does, and then he's on a ship and it explodes. There's like a double
Oh,
whammy.
right, because the ship that he flew
Oh
is
yes,
going to fall on Thor, but it falls through one of those portals and then falls on him
because
in this other
Stellan
world.
Skarsgård thought to like run in and really do it with one of
Yes.
these poles, so that like the hole was big enough that that's right. The whole ship collapses in and it like falls on his dick.
But
and kills him.
Thor, the god of thunder, actually pulling lightning from 9 realms and killing the dude that killed his mother. Probably a
Yeah.
better ending.
Yep.
Yeah.
If you're the guy, if you're the guy playing Ian the intern, or any of these, like even Stellan Skarsgård and fucking Darcy, whatever her name
Kat
is,
Dennings,
Kat
yeah.
Dennings, yes. That's like I know you want to be in the movie and you like being in the movie,
Sure.
but I feel like it's kind of your responsibility to be like, and this isn't true, I'm being facetious, but like I don't know, man. I just wish someone was like, you know what? This is kind of dumb, and we don't need to help out. And you should have the God of Thunder avenge his mother's death on
Yes.
his own.
That's it.
That's all.
You got this one, Thor. We'll hang back.
We
They
had
could-
fun bits already.
There's a lot going on. They could do something
Ah,
else.
fuck. Okay, Kat Dennings said no. Get another list of sitcom girls and call them all that exactly. Sitcom girls. And then have them
Yeah.
read because we're not getting rid of this shit.
Was that sitcom probably came after this, right? She was still.
No, that was
was
That
current.
thing
Yeah.
was it really?
Went on
Yeah.
forever. That
Really?
thing,
I
like
gotta
just
check these
recently
numbers.
fucking ended, right? It was like 2 years ago. I
Oh,
think.
sitcom girls. I have a list. Kaylee Cuoco didn't date Moby. Also, Allison Hannigan didn't date Moby.
Julia Louis Dreyfus didn't date Moby.
Two Broke Girls, 2011 to 2017.
Wow.
yes,
that's-
that
that's
was
not-
Yeah.
on. Well, so 2011 was actually a big year for her. That show starts and the first Thor comes out. That's not too
She's
bad.
testing well at the time.
Yeah.
Katie Sagal didn't date Moby.
Courtney Cox. She was called by Moby multiple times. Didn't date him. Too busy with David Arquette.
Went right to voicemail.
Don't ask me about any of the women from ER because I'm only talking about those sweet, sweet sitcom girls.
Now it's like a David sitcom girls.
Oh, totally, dude. You're my sitcom girl.
Yeah, I like this.
My sequel to Fame has just come out. The Little China Girl as well. We can't sing that one as much anymore.
No, you definitely can't.
We're gonna do a whole verse about Christina Applegate.
I went to Germany and I wrote a song called Sitcom Girls.
I ran out of all the coke in Los Angeles and I went to Berlin. And
Courtney Thorne Smith, this is for you.
Oh, yes.
Oh, yeah. According to Jim, more like according to Courtney.
yes, here's a little something for that girl from Becca. You go on to the Saw movies. Can't quite place the name.
According to Jim, according to Moby, he's dated every woman on this planet.
Moby was closer to dating Jim Belushi than he was dating Natalie Portman.
Oh, dude, the Moby after the blip. Oh no, my girlfriend got blipped away. Shit, she was right here. Oh no.
She was so hot. You should have seen her.
Yeah, any famous like attractive woman, he's like, oh yeah, I was secretly dating her.
Oh,
Yeah,
it
yeah,
just
it
sucks.
just sucks. I'm
Yep.
sorry. Yeah, Here's this picture. It's like cut out of a magazine, Costanza wise.
I think Moby might be music's biggest loser.
He's up there.
This is a picture of me, David Bowie. This is not your girlfriend. This is an ad I did in 1975.
This is me clearly dressed up as Ziggy Stardust. I wasn't your girlfriend then, and I'm not now.
And now Moby will never get back to that secret meatpacking nightclub.
I was dressed up as Ziggy Stardust for this ad for Sizzler. And you just cut it out as your own.
Well, Ziggy Stardust advertising Sizzler. That was a low point for Ziggy.
It's always hot, baby.
Whatever.
A baked potato that will blow your fucking mind.
They're deep frying the spiders from Mars.
Can we have some deep fried spiders from Mars for the table?
Something. So everything all is well.
Yeah.
Everyone's like, "Oh, we're sorry, Jane. Thor went away again." She's like, "Well, it's only been 2 days." And then the last scene is Thor, the last true scene of the movie. Again, always need to specify this. The last real scene of your movie is Thor going to his father, Odin, saying, "I'm renouncing the throne because I'd rather be a good man than a great king," which really kind of wasn't his journey in this movie, but
No,
sure.
Not at all.
But
Not at
it
all.
just wasn't. It just wasn't. So,
But it was your birth, right?
I mean, it would have been cool to see the pomp and circumstance of him trying to fill Odin's shoes and going through Asgardian court
Exactly.
and figuring it out.
he learns that, and then he decides, "Oh no, I want to be a hero instead." And that's a movie.
That's
but,
something.
Yeah.
But and then at the end, holy shit, it's Loki actually is Odin. Credits. That's going to be resolved in 9 minutes in the next movie.
And just because I don't know if anyone's wondering out there, you want to specify that scene where it's like 2 days after the big adventure and they're telling Jane, like, don't wait for Thor and whatever, like 2 days later. It is definitely Natalie Portman stars in Wig Factory.
Oh yeah.
In this thing, it's bad. It's a fucking SNL wig. Looks really terrible.
She must look like Moby under there.
It's even worse because the stinger, the first stinger, as we talked about, the collector, blah blah blah. It's
Just want to say about that scene, one, it's directed by James Gunn.
yes.
Two, the set looks like a fucking, if you can imagine, a cheaper Power Rangers TV set.
Yes.
It looks so, it's like
It looks like shit. Yeah.
just nothing.
Trash.
Like you can't, where's the middle ground? It's either like these big computer painting sort of landscape things or tiny ass little cheap fucking TV sets. No
Yep.
middle ground.
Which one is the one with Howard the Duck? Is that Guardians of the Galaxy?
That's in
when
Guardians
he
of the
shows
Galaxy.
up?
They go
Okay.
back, and
Yeah,
Howard
yeah.
the Duck is there.
Yeah.
And is that in a stinger or is that just part of the movie?
That's a
Stinger.
stinger. Yeah.
And it's Seth Green?
yes. I think he says like
Let's just do that. That's
Why
a
not?
TV show.
That's-
Why not?
I would watch that. But the true stinger scene,
Yes.
which actually really completes the actual movie, which is like Jane and Thor get together, but Natalie Portman wasn't around for the reshoot, so it's just Chris Hemsworth's wife making out with Chris Hemsworth at the end of that movie.
Yep.
That's literally 'cause
Okay.
she's like that's around Natalie Portman, and they
Also-
didn't fucking ref the movie.
You kind of don't need it either.
You
We
don't
can
need
get
it.
it next time. You know there's a next time.
Or that needs to be the end of the movie, is them ending on a big kiss. Not the. I don't know. I should have to wait through the fucking production credits to see them complete that thing.
Yeah, I mean, take the collector thing, put that at the very, very end,
Mhm.
and this
Yep,
other
yep.
scene, leave it in the movie before the credit. Because, like, if the whole thing is, he tells Odin, like, "Hey, man, I'm gonna have to say no on. That's a big
Yeah.
no on me becoming the king of Asgard,
Sure.
dude.
Yeah.
Sorry about that." And he's like, "Hey, man, are you doing this for pussy?" And he's like, "No, she doesn't even know I'm here. I'm definitely." Am I? Yeah, I'm definitely not doing this for pussy. Excellent.
It turns out he is.
And then it's like, okay, cool. Then the last shot is like what this is, which is she's sitting in her kitchen. I almost said she's shitting in her kitchen. Maybe.
Maybe.
I mean, I'd be shitting in my kitchen if outside the window the Bifrost just opened up right there.
Yeah.
But like that, he comes down and then they're just making out, and it's like, all right, you know what I mean? Like there it is.
Well, it's like doing that officer and the gentleman scene in the middle of the credits. Like, you know what I mean? Because that's
yeah,
the movie ends. They're not together. It's like, oh, that sucks. Oh no, but did you left before the middle of the credits? No, he comes in and picks her up at the factory, puts the hat on.
That's right.
Love,
And like,
lifts them up where they belong.
It's in the middle of the credits, not in the movie.
Yeah, yeah.
It's in the middle of the credits.
Oh, did you go to the bathroom? Oh, it was 4 minutes into the credits. Oh, you missed the ending of An Officer.
Did you see? Yeah, it sucks at the end of Crocodile Dundee. They don't get together. Oh no. If you went to the credits, he walks over to people in the airport. And they get together. It's really, really amazing.
Now, I don't have beef with stingers. I mean,
Yes.
I will admit that when I see these movies, half the time I have to text Steve immediately afterwards if he's not with me in the theater to be like, "The fuck was that?" And a lot of time he's like, "Man, I don't even know." But like, if it's the logical
Yes.
conclusion of your film, does not a stinger make? Put that in the end of the movie.
Really bummed
yeah.
out by that Harry Met Sally. Everyone says it's a great romantic comedy, and then at New Year's Eve they just don't get together. And they just end it.
Oh my god! I mean, so you didn't say when she says, I hate you, Harry, I hate you," and then they start making out?
When was that?
Oh, it was the end of the movie. It was like 6 minutes into the credits.
Oh no, it's on the credits that I logically left the fucking theater.
Because it was all the cast, and then we started to get into the production stuff, and then when you get somewhere around gaffers, it just stopped,
Uh-huh.
and then the end of the movie happened.
I mean, it was so sad how that movie ended with Claire Danes just crying over Leonardo DiCaprio. Oh, you didn't watch in the credits? Oh yeah, she kills herself. She blows her head right off. Yeah. No. It's she's not just crying. No. She.
Oh yeah, she kills herself.
She does that too. But the thing with the wife, you gotta imagine it was, hey, Alan, hey, Chris Hemsworth, hey, how you doing? Hey, Alan, you see, I got an anniversary coming up, and the lady would like to be in the MCU technically. So could you maybe, just for a scene, mate, could you maybe put her in?
Happy anniversary, baby.
She's like, what?
And if you could, could you maybe call her Natalie?
So since
And
his,
Moby's like, what, say your wife is the same shape as Natalie Portman.
Yeah,
You know, I
Interesting.
dated her.
if you throw all the hair in her face so you don't see her, yeah.
I mean, if so like Natalie wasn't available, right? We do this thing with the wife coming in. I mean, did they just like pull a green screen down like in their house?
Yeah, definitely. Oh,
Put the
definitely.
fucking door costume on. They sent like, a couple of crew folk
Yeah,
to sort of light
sure.
it and camera operators and shit, but it's just like, yeah, you can do this from a backyard and then we'll have a barbecue.
If not then, they're definitely doing that now.
Yeah.
Right, yeah. And that is blissfully the end of Thor: The Dark World. Eric, we'll start with you. What do you think of the
Sure,
movie,
I
man?
want to tell people that it's okay to, not think about anything we said today. It's okay to like this movie. It's okay to like anything. We don't personally viciously hate the MCU, just a few of the movies. An Iron Man 3 is our Patreon
it is.
Coming out this
selection
month, that's right.
And we had a great time with it, and we all enjoyed Iron Man 3. But no, I don't enjoy this movie. I wanted something to hold on to. I revisited Thor 1 and I thought it was way better than this. That's my opinion. Take it if you want it, or take it or leave a penny, take a penny, whatever you want to do.
Chris Cabin.
Wow. Yeah, I'm gonna say no. It's a piece of shit. But
Well,
it's just yeah. And I mean, like, I like some MCU movies too, but of course, I do very, very honestly believe it is a cancer on society. Like them if you like, but that's my personal opinion. I again, any highs, like anything to draw me, like the design of the ships and the way that they like crash into things is kind of the highlight.
Yeah.
Of a 2-hour movie made by the most powerful fucking company, film company in this world.
In the history of this
It's
world,
just
I think we could say at this point.
Ludicrous. Terrible
right.
movie.
Steve, tell everybody about your chart.
I made a fun chart of all the Marvel movies that have come out, and I do like a lot of them. I kind of want to do a thought exercise, like which ones do I like, which ones I think are flawed, and I wound up with like you follow me on Twitter, you can find it, and this is my second to least. This is the second to worst Marvel movie, I think. Eternals is worse because it's 3 hours and it's about characters I actually don't care about at all. At least you've got, Hemsworth is in this. You've got Natalie Portman, even though, it's whatever. This is the second to worst because nobody gives a shit. Everyone came out and hated this movie. Like, Natalie Portman almost quit because Patty Jenkins was supposed to direct it. Even Chris Hemsworth said that this movie's just meh. Idris Elba hated this movie. Chris Eccleston hated this movie. Nobody enjoyed making this movie, but they had to make it.
Well, and
Alan
fucking
Taylor
Alan
even.
Taylor
Yes.
was like, oh, they also, and the same fucking thing happened to Raimi, and that's why, like,
fool me once, man. You know,
Yes.
but like he was like, oh yeah, I had a good time making the movie that I made, and then what they locked me out of the editing room and made instead
Yep.
is not the movie I made, and that's a real bummer.
Wow.
And that was like Raimi was like, yeah, I made a movie, and now they're doing a bunch of reshoots and shit, and I guess that's just what you do.
Raimi
And-
at least had his editor, the guy
Okay.
who edits all of his. He's like editing for Evil Man. That's a thing.
but it
with-
was the same. Like these are notes, and you
Yes.
will cater to
You
the
know,
notes.
these
have
things
to do
have to be
this.
in the movie.
Right.
Yeah, yeah.
And it's a bummer. It's I mean I think that Thor Ragnarok is the best of the Thor movies thus far, and it's not even that good because it's a bit of a mess. But at least
Yeah.
they get to a better place with the character and the world, and it is really colorful and interesting, and the music.
Yeah.
So hopefully, Love and Thunder is the best of these movies. That's what I'm hoping for.
Yeah, I mean, you know, until Eternals, this was my most disliked MCU, and now it is indeed in second to last place. And there are things that I like here, and I've expressed them today. There's a lot that's really cool about this, and it's just frustrating when you have a lot of cool elements and things like, you know, parts of the story and visual and characters that I all like, and you can see everything there, and it's like, oh, this could all work, and then it just 100% does not. And it's executed so poorly and haphazardly, and it's very frustrating. This is the worst of the Thor movies so far. I cannot imagine, knock on wood here, that Love and Thunder is any worse than this. What a Duke-tastrophe. What a Mobe-tastrophe. What did David Bowie think about this movie?
He loved it.
Yeah, terrible taste in movies, that Bowie. That was the problem. He made good movies. He loved terrible movies. But that is going to do it for Alan Taylor's Thor Dark World, or Thor The Dark World, I guess. But if you want more We Hate Movies, check out patreon.com/We Hate Movies, where we have said this month the We Love Movies episode there at the $5 level is indeed Iron Man 3.
MCU Love Fest this month as
we
well.
had
Hell
a
yeah.
we already recorded it. We had a great time on that episode. The Mandarin impressions are flowing like cheap wine. So enjoy. It's a lot of fun, honestly. We had a great time talking about that movie.
Really fun. We did a Beverly Hills, a Melrose 210. We already
Oh,
got
yeah.
that guy in the can. That's
With
a lot of.
Steve Sanders being humiliated on the Beverly Hills
Oh, yes.
90210 episode. Love
The
it.
best.
That's
type.
what you want. Who we got in the Gleep Glossary in July?
We are talking about Forlom, the
Bug-
droid bounty hunter that's got kind of a bug head. I
Yeah.
believe
Ooh.
he had a cameo in Obi-Wan Kenobi that he got shot. He survived. Thank God.
Thank God. Oh my
Thank
God.
goodness.
Oh, thank God.
Thank goodness that all
Does
nine
he have a
rem-
GoFundMe? I can
Listen.
get.
News
Chris.
out of Dallas. Forlom has been shot.
Thankfully, the 9 realms weren't in a line, so he's fine.
But all that and more on patreon.com/We Hate Movies. Now, Steve Sadak, the summer blockbuster extravaganza, which this episode is also a part of. I don't know if I mentioned that. Continues next Tuesday. A new episode here on We Hate Movies. What are we talking about?
Oh, if it was the early aughts, you'd love it if I said, we're releasing the Kraken next week.
Oh, hell yeah. But
Remember,
it's-
that was the big one, the big catchphrase
You're
from
right.
Clash of the Titans.
Oh, yeah. Now,
boy.
this is a movie I have not seen because when I saw the first preview for it, I was like, absolutely not for me.
I saw it in the theater because I'm a big fan. I'm going to revisit it leading up to this episode.
You love a good sword and sandal picture.
I love Sword and Sandals, the Harry
Fun movie.
Henryhausen like monsters and stuff. When I was in Berlin one time, I got to see the models from the
Oh,
original
nice.
Clash of the Titans.
Yeah.
I have a ton of fun with that weird claymation,
Yeah.
skeleton type of Sword and Sandals. So it's going to be interesting to revisit that and this 2012 film we'll be talking about next week.
So there you go, folks. Until next week when we indeed release the Kraken. I'm Andrew Jupin.
Steven Sadak.
Eric Siska.
Chris Cabin.
Take it easy.
That was a headgum podcast.
And it's like,
okay.
that's it.
Yep.
That's the proof.
Did you notice how the bus route goes near town hall?
Look, you just can't trust the cell phones, you know? That's just the thing there. You can't get them.
Oh, yeah.
We should briefly let people know what we're referencing. 2000 Mules, the Dinesh D'Souza movie.
Yes.
Oh,
Now,
sure.
is he a minion? I get those mixed up.
I think he is. Yeah.
Yes.
He used to. Okay, yes. He's definitely created by
live show gone forever. So, of course, in New.
Whoa, there it is. Wow, holy smokes. Welcome to We Hate Movies Live, everybody. We just popped in here. Hello to all of you fine folk all over this rotten globe of ours. My name is Andrew Jupin, and I'm alongside three pretty sexy novices getting ready to get into a fighting tournament of their own. We got Steve Sadak.
Hey, everybody.
Eric Siska.
Howdy.
And Chris Cabin, Goro himself.
Babality.
Ew.
Ew. Oh, imagine Chris
Ew.
just turned into a baby right on this.
Oh, that'd be
Yeah.
amazing.
That's what they should have. I know at the end of the movie, spoiler alert, they're like, oh, we go to find Johnny Cage or whatever they're going. It should be like, we need to find the secret of the babality.
Oh,
Like, tease that out for the next movie. Like, oh, we know in the next movie there'll be babality.
Look, then they can
Look,
rebirth
if they were all
Scorpion.
babies, that wouldn't have been a problem. We would have won
Uh-huh.
easily if they were all
Mhm.
babies. Come on, guys. All
Yeah,
our problems are
nary a babality, animality, friendship. I guess maybe there's a brutality here and there. But this is Mortal Kombat from last year, of course, directed by Simon McQuoid. You know him from directing absolutely nothing. This fella, I don't know. He saw somebody murder someone. He saw his
I
own
s-
fatality.
I suspect he did the intro, the Scorpion Sub-Zero intro, as like a test, as like, well, this
Yeah.
is what we could do with it. Showed that to producers, and they're like, okay, here's 5 million, here's 10 million, however much this thing costs, and they made a rest because that one thing does feel like its own thing.
It does, because it's like the only like incredibly well done part of the movie.
Yeah, pretty much, and it's consistent. It's well paced. You care about what's happening. It's
But-
very interesting how that works.
The major glaring problem with this movie, right at the top, where are all the Mortal Kombat characters I know and love, like RoboCop, the Terminator, or John Rambo?
Jason Voorhees, I think, was there, or maybe
Yes.
Freddy was one of them. What a
Isn't the
stupid
Joker
fucking thing.
involved as well?
Sure is,
Before
sure.
Oh yeah.
we start getting into the Joker, which we're going to get into a lot tonight, ladies and gentlemen.
Oh,
I
yeah.
do want to hit play really quickly.
Oh, no.
What?
Oh,
Coming
boy.
soon to theaters.
Oh, good
It's the
goddamn.
VHS trailer game, America's favorite game about obsolete materials. I should say the world's, because we got people in Australia.
That's
and
right.
UK
Sure.
listening tonight. Everyone in the world
It's a world
is watching
famous.
me. By the way,
It's a world famous game we play. Yes, definitely.
Sorry, everybody.
exactly. I am the game master, and these are my clues. I do want to just take a victory lap on this horrible T-shirt I'm wearing on purpose.
Oh, sure.
Before
Okay.
this show happened, I was like, you know what? Let me find the worst Mortal Kombat shirt I can find on the
Mhm.
internet, and I think I might have done it. So let me just
Okay.
do a little stand up here.
Here we go.
Oh,
He's
So what you got
tubing.
here is you got Scorpion. You see,
Okay,
That's right.
cool.
He's
Mhm.
Mortal Kombat symbol.
Oh,
Uh-huh.
very sharp.
Over there, you've got his buddy there, Sub-Zero.
He's on top.
Dude,
That's
Steve,
big
can I
one.
just tell you, Steve, this
Right.
looks like
Squirrel.
this is it's a cop showing you his bad tattoos. This is what you're doing right now.
Yeah.
And right here, because the mic is blocking it, this is Reptile, and he's
Okay.
throwing up through the sleeve. You see, you can't
Mhm.
really.
Just like the character, he
Oh.
just throws up on people.
Yeah,
Love
there it is.
dude.
And even
Love it.
party in the back here, folks.
Oh no. Okay.
Oh,
now-
yeah, Mortal Kombat ass. I mean
Now-
X.
Now, be honest, Steve. On the internet, you meant in your closet, didn't you? When you said Mortal Kombat.
I think we
How
got
does
Steve lost his mic.
Shenanigans ruined his computer. Oh, this is something.
Oh, see, that's
Well, I'll say this. Okay, so you still can't hear you. So Steve had said he bought a stupid shirt, and I was like, okay, let me go
Mhm.
and see if I can hunt out an equally stupid shirt and buy it, and then we could do like a shirt. I should have specified. My dream was it was going to be a reveal to Eric and Chris, like who's got the dumbest shirt, and we'd undress. So I am going to undress on the air.
Oh, here we
You
go.
guys get a look at what I'm
Take-
working with here.
Take it slow. Take it slow.
Yeah,
We need to vamp
very
here.
slow.
Yeah, no, I'm trying to vamp as much as possible. Oh, the zippers.
Do I
stuff.
sound okay now? Am I
Now
sounding?
you
Now
sound
you
good.
go.
Now
Now
you
we
sound
do.
good.
Yay! Okay.
No, no,
All
no,
right.
no. Do it slower. Do it
So
sexier.
this is. I mean, Steve, your shirt's stupid. I think my shirt is equally stupid. I think we're both winners here tonight. I think. It's a good
Okay, I'm
idea.
glad.
But look at this fucking dumb shit I found.
Oh no, what is this?
Let me
It's
see this.
red, which is pretty
red.
Is that a
intense
Goro?
off the bat.
This is already a better
So-
shirt than mine.
So here we
It's gonna
go.
Goro, I think.
Oh, is it Goro? Oh, wow. With
Oh no.
brutality. Wow.
So that's Stone Cold Steven Austin, eh?
It is Goro.
Like a
It is a
mixture.
Goro Stone Cold Steve Austin mashup, and it's Goro with his top two hands chugging beers,
Gotcha.
and his T-shirt says "Brutality 316."
You
Yes.
want a big fat party animal, Goro?
Yeah,
Yes,
no, it
do I-
would be something, right? If it was a big fat party animal guy.
Yeah,
That'd be
sure.
great.
Oh yeah.
Do I sound
like,
okay now? Now
you,
we're doing
you
this
are
live.
good.
Now
you
you
are,
do.
Okay,
You're good,
yeah, okay.
Steve. You're good. If like
Okay.
Gore, because he's got all those arms. What is he doing with
does.
them? How about drink some beer? You know,
Drinking
just
some
Well,
beer.
he's drinking beer, holding on to ladies, maybe.
Oh
or
yeah,
gentlemen.
yeah, yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
sh-
I want
doing
a
this.
lady Goro, right? A giant Goro.
They did have a lady
Whoa.
Goro. What was her name? Sheena or something?
Yes.
Oh,
She's in part 3.
Shira,
Oh, shit.
Shira.
Yeah.
Sheena. Sheena
Something
is
like
a
that.
punk rocker Mortal Kombat character.
I think it was
I mean-
Shiva. Yes,
Shiva. That's what it
Yeah.
was. Yeah.
You wouldn't
Yeah.
need big buckets. You would just need Goro could just hold all the kegs of beer, like two up there, and then he's got
Oh.
one with his arm. He's
Dude,
good. He's
wait,
good.
Cabin, you just inspired me, man. Goro, the college years. Dude, he's big
Oh.
man on campus carrying the kegs. The fucking frat house.
Absolutely. By the way, I love that technical difficulties have derailed the VHS trailer game.
No, I
Now
was
we're just
about to bring
talking
it back.
Goro.
Now that the technical difficulties are over with, theoretically. And I'm never going to stand up ever again. This is the VHS trailer game. We play for points, and it's the point system is 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We're gonna do a hand raise system. That's gonna work because it's visual here, and I can tell who.
You guys
draw,
didn't bring
Chris.
these?
Oh, do we
You
have
guys
our
lose
I have
these?
no idea.
Yeah.
I don't know where.
No,
mine is.
we're just raising hands, folks.
I think
We're gonna
so,
raise
yeah.
hands when we know what it is. If you get the answer incorrect within that round, you have to come back in the next round. The first of these are all on, by the way, obviously, Mortal Kombat was streaming only and then was in theaters a little bit. This is from the 1995 Mortal Kombat. So New Line Cinema,
Oh.
1995.
And
Set your heads to that.
Do you
Okay.
folks notice that Chris already has his gun out? Like he's already raising
Yeah,
his
I-
hand.
hands at your sides, ladies and gentlemen.
Put
Let's
'em
all
down.
play.
Put him down.
They're down. They're down.
They're
Chris
down,
Cabin,
okay.
notorious cheater.
Mhm.
See, look at this. The sneak.
All right.
Okay, so here we go.
It's happening again.
No, hand down. Round 1. And for this, actually, FYI,
Mhm.
you'll find out it's a sequel in about 3 seconds. If you give me in the first round the full title with the correct subtitle, I'll give you 6 points. If you just say
Whoa.
if you just say it's so and so 2, I'll give you 4 points. So you can't really
got
get
it.
5 on the first round.
Okay.
Round 1. Game Master's Clue. An almost completely recast cyber thriller sequel, which boasts even more VR than the first one. Chris Cabin.
Fuck you, Chris.
Lawnmower Man 2 Beyond Cyberspace.
Ooh, 6 big points for Beyond Cyberspace.
Wow.
I did not see that coming.
Dude, he guessed the dumbest subtitle in movie history.
I'm very familiar with this film. Matt Frewer as in the
Yes.
what's his name? Role?
Joe
Lawnmower
Fahey?
Man.
Lawnmower
Jeff Fahey.
Man.
Yeah, he is Lawnmower Man.
God, tagline: God made him simple. Science made him a god. Now he wants revenge. I.e., the plot of the first Lawnmower.
I.e., the
I mean-
plot of Elon Musk and everyone else that has money.
I think the kid in it is the kid from Last Action Hero.
He is, and he's also the
do.
first one. He's the,
Yeah.
he's the only returning cast member from the first film.
You're
so,
right. Oh yeah.
That's
Oh, the
that's-
kid from Lawnmower Man 1 is the kid from Last Action Hero and My Girl 2. That kid?
Yes, he is.
Oh, I don't
Austin
remember that.
O'Brien.
All I remember, not all, but the best thing I remember about that first Lawnmower Man was when we did it for the show, and I watched the director's cut, and you watch that monkey get assassinated
Oh, man.
yes. I
by
love
like
that.
a hit squad. Holy shit, it's awesome.
We would need to do part 2 on the show. I think maybe this year. Maybe it's this year.
Oh, man.
folks.
Well, it
Maybe
turns
it
out it's
is.
Chris Cabin's favorite movie.
I've seen it more times than I would like to admit.
Okay, so round 2, Game Master's Clue. The American coming out party for an international legend, though it certainly wasn't filmed where the title would have you believe. Andrew Jupin.
Rumble in the
Andrew
Bronx.
Yeah. It is Rumble in the Bronx with Jackie Chan, obviously.
Heck yeah.
Legendary Toronto film.
Yes, not in the Bronx even at all.
Not even a little bit.
There's certain pieces in Hong Kong. Mostly it's in I think it's Vancouver actually was where they.
Oh,
did
is
it.
that right? Oh, I always thought it was Toronto.
No, you get those mountains of majesty, and I'm sure our Canadian friends know what we're
right,
talking about. There are no
Yes,
mountains.
yes.
Not a mountain in the Bronx. I will say. There's
No, that's the
Bronx
title
native.
of your new book.
Or
Just a
I'm
mountain.
in the Bronx.
Just a mountain of personalities.
Okay,
Title
last
of-
one.
Last
Title of
one.
what? Title of what?
No, it's kind of a very good rap album by Wiki called "No Mountains in Manhattan."
Okay.
Oh, okay.
0 points for that.
Round 3. A gritty 90s classic that boasts industrial rock hits, literature references from Chris Cabin.
7.
It's 7.
Wow. So,
Industrial Rock. You said
I think-
industrial. I was like,
so how was
New
watching the VHS tape of Mortal Kombat 95 before this?
it was, it was a little scratchy, Eric. I gotta tell you,
No,
because
you
I was
didn't
using my
watch
old
it.
one from the Columbia House days, so it's been through a wash.
But the cool thing is, Chris has a lot of points tonight. Andrew has some points. Eric has 0. But you, the listener, are about to get some prizes. Am I right?
Oh, yes. Yes.
Ooh.
So we partnered with TeePublic to do a t-shirt giveaway for this show. Some of you know that. We did it on Twitter, and we got all your names, and we put them in the discombobulator, but then we had to recombobulate them. And then they got kind of lost, and we had to discombobulate and recombobulate again. And we've calculated some winners. So each person that I'm going to list off now is going to get one shirt a piece, and DM us on Twitter if we say your name and handle here. So the first
DM
up,
me on Twitter for different reasons. Just whatever you want.
oh, what reason would that be?
Just don't worry about it.
No,
Just don't worry.
wait,
Yeah.
don't.
And no,
so-
it's like pervert stuff, you know.
All
DM me if
pyramid,
you want this show worn shirt. By the way.
oh yeah,
go,
all
dude.
pyramid
They're big.
scheme requests go to Steve.
Yeah, you should sell that shirt on like eBay and list it as a used panty.
Look at this. Look at this. He's vomiting. It's like look at the
so-
graphics.
Is it supposed to be acid? You keep on
Yeah,
saying that
it's
he's just
acid.
blowing
It's-
chunks. Like Goro brought the kegs over, and Reptile just had a little too much.
Uh-oh.
Yeah,
that
are
makes
there
sense.
chunks in it? Are there carrots?
No, it's pretty streamed. Yeah, there it is.
I'm definitely not giving away this brutality T-shirt, by the way, because listen, everybody needs a rag to clean their toilet. So
Fair point.
Speaking of a rag
so-
to clean their toilet, t-shirt winners, but you could also wear our merch. You don't have to clean a toilet with it, but it's up to you. You're the winner. You're the big
Sure.
winner. You survived the discombobulation and the recombobulation. Sean Goff at Buttonhead CEO. You are our
Okay.
first winner tonight.
ooh, well done. We should say, by the way, you get the choice of either the new Mortal Kombat T-shirt or the new Bean Dinner T-shirt. So when you email us or DM us, rather, specify that. Also very important.
So start that conversation. We'll ask you for your address and all that. Anyway, Chris Cabin cannot wait to hear the next winner.
Come on, man. I want to hear the name.
Aaron at the Disco Spider, but in the is a 3.
Okay.
So you want a shirt.
Disco
And-
Spiders. It's gonna, do they have 8-legged T-shirts on the T Public? Is that an option?
I don't know. They should have at least 4, right? For Goro.
Goro
Four
would like to love our T-shirts.
And the last one, Chris Cabin.
I was doing a disco
Machine.
because it was Disco Spider.
Yeah, I get that.
Oh,
See, I was trying to do this right there. Yeah. That's it.
Will Oxford at Will Oxford won.
not mine.
You are
Okay.
our final winner tonight. You survived discombobulation and recombobulation.
Well, I don't
There
think
we
we should
go.
give
Hell
shirts to shirt
Woo.
magnates. He invented the Oxford shirt. His father did.
Of course.
Oh yeah. Oh shit.
Yeah,
So
so
we
it's-
shouldn't. Rich kid here. We shouldn't give him anything for free.
Exactly. No, of course. He won. They won. That's exciting.
Yeah.
that's why it pays
Yeah.
to follow us on social media, folks. Sometimes free stuff comes around.
Can I take an unpopular opinion real quick?
Oh, here we go.
Okay.
I didn't hate this movie. I don't like this movie. This movie doesn't work.
It's okay to like a movie.
I had just enough fun where I'm like, okay, this is not the worst movie I've ever seen in my life. That's where I'm at. And
do you
there
like?
are worlds in which I was 17 and I saw this movie and it ruled. That's what I'll.
Sure.
What is okay? There's this versus 1995.
Oh, 1995 is much better.
You gotta
This
go
is the
95.
second-
Yeah.
This is the
95.
second
yeah, okay.
best Mortal Kombat movie. 95 is,
Good to know.
I think, one of the best video game movies. Period.
Yeah.
Annihilation is a nightmare, and this is just like stupid, extra dumb, violent, and like the cursing is really annoying, but also kind of funny.
And this was my first movie back in a theater after 2020. So
Oh wow!
yeah, I went out. I went out early. You know, everyone was like, "Don't do it, you're gonna die." But I was like, Mortal Kombat's in the theater, and I had fun with it. I did. But there are a lot of issues here. First of all, I already said them. Where's RoboCop? Where's the Terminator? And where's
Sure.
John Rambo?
Where's Smoke? Where's the toasty guy?
And Cyrax and Noob Saibot.
I mean,
So-
here's
well,
the thing.
Am I
Yeah,
the
go-
one? Cyrex and Noob Saibot. They screwed me up so hard with the Cabal design
Yeah,
because I was expecting the Tuscan Raider look, and instead
Yes.
he looks like Cyrax. He looks almost
thought he was
exactly
kinda-
like Cyrax.
I guess you're right.
It's kind of a mix of both, but like you don't have like the bright yellow or the bright red indicating one of them two robots there. So,
But I'm
that fucking
expecting those
voice that they have on Cabal,
can
by the way,
eyes.
is, I thought that's. I mean, they're like red light bulbs, right? I thought that was pretty
Yeah.
accurate. He's
No,
got
the-
him in
the-
this stupid movie.
Well, no, but the Cabal I know at least is like got those big stupid like can eyes.
Yeah,
yes,
yeah,
it's
And he's
like,
got the-
like the little night vision, like when Ray Stans is trying to see a ghost to give him to find a ghost to get a
Oh.
blowjob from.
He looked
puts
more
his goggles
human.
on.
He looked
Yeah,
more
he's
human.
more human.
And
He's
yes,
more
he's
human.
just a full robot.
And this he's a robot who sounds like he runs a deli in the Bronx.
Yes,
This
and I-
voice-
Like it underneath.
Do
it
you
is-
know?
it's- No.
Did you look it up? Who did
No, I
this
didn't.
voice?
No.
No.
Because so the body's just like a stuntman, but the voice is the dude. Because we shot this movie in South Australia. There's a ton of Australian people running around this movie. It's the
shot it.
guy who played Charlie Manson in Once Upon a Time in Hollywood,
Oh shit.
and also
that
Charles
guy.
Manson on Mindhunter.
nice.
Oh,
It's that guy. It's that
Huh.
guy doing the voice of Cabal in this movie.
from Justified, Dewey Crow.
Yes. Yep. Dewey Crow from Justified. That
You know-
little winner guy is doing that stupid voice.
Charles
God bless you, Dewey
Manson
Crow.
should be a character in the movie. Put him in the movie.
Well, yes. Whoever he just died of natural causes in prison. That's why they kept trying to kill him in prison. They wanted that Mortal Kombat logo. You know what I mean? They wanted his powers.
No, Charlie, we really thought you would find your Arcana when you did that. That's
It's a
it's pretty
laser.
wild.
Shoots
Pretty
a
wild.
laser out of the swastika in his head.
Exactly.
Like a
Weird that it's
swastika
into it.
laser.
No, his Arcana was being an amazing folk singer, Chris.
It's true. He's
The
fantastic.
angelic
Dulcet tones.
voice.
Just
Yeah.
ask the
Um,
Beach Boys.
So we start in a movie that's not this movie, which is Scorpion's Bad Day, I guess.
Scorpion's Bad Day. I gotta stop you though. I gotta stop you because
Please.
we just recorded our We Love Movies episode on Dune. That's coming out later this month. And one of the things we were kvetching about is that in that huge movie, we don't have an alternate WB logo. And I just have to say, if fucking Mortal Kombat can get an alternate opening, Dune qualified for an alternate WB opening, folks.
Absolutely, it did.
I wonder if Villeneuve didn't want it. That seems
Yeah,
like
he's
something
one of
like
the
he's just like
classier.
classic. Let's open and shut it. This one even like this isn't even specified.
All right,
Mortal
it's
Kombat.
time
It's
for
just,
another
like,
break.
Looks like you're in an ironworks for most of it.
Great point that it's not specified Mortal Kombat. You know why? Because this movie doesn't start with the Mortal Kombat scream, which, like,
Yes.
I know we're trying to get away from it, but like, you have the rest of the movie to get away from it. Just give me the scream.
I didn't know what movie I was watching until the end title card. I was like, what happened? Oh, okay. I thought this
That's
was
actually
Cole
not
Young
true.
Begins.
That's
All
not
right,
true.
about
due
5
to
minutes.
the hilarious amount of the times people in this movie say Mortal Kombat, which I have to tell you, regardless of how you feel about this movie, and like I will admit it played a little better for me this time than the first time I watched it. Hearing a human being in a movie say Mortal Kombat is the equally dumbest and funniest thing you will ever experience. Just grown adults in a movie seriously saying Mortal Kombat.
See, that's the problem. It's too serious.
Seeing it as graffiti as well is also really
Oh,
hard to
yeah,
take
that's
seriously
dumb.
when it's on the wall. They're like, we found it. It's just Mortal Kombat. It's just like at the back wall of a warehouse. Somebody had written it, and you just decided that's how the K got there. Somebody misspelled it on the fucking wall.
Oh,
guess
you're
so.
because but they go through the thing where it's like culture. Every culture in history knew about Mortal Kombat.
We've always
Yeah,
known
yeah.
about Mortal
And
Kombat.
you're right.
yeah.
It sounds stupid, but like if you have Christopher Lambert saying it, Mortal
Mm.
Kombat, it sounds Mortal.
Yeah.
Do it. Do it.
Mortal Kombat.
See, that makes sense, but just some dude saying Mortal Kombat doesn't.
Right.
So Hanzo
Um,
Hasashi looks at his
yes.
wife. He's got
Mhm.
idyllic little Japanese scene here in 1590, whatever. He looks at, and I dare anyone in a committed relationship to look at your partner in the morning without warning and just be like, "I'm so grateful and blessed to be with you today." They'll be like, "Okay, so what? So what'd you do last night? What was going on last night? What
Exactly.
was that?"
I'm so blessed and grateful for this amazing family. Anyway, I'm off to collect a bucket of water from 2 towns over.
Yeah.
I'm instantly thinking my husband's trying to kill me when ninjas show up.
Yeah,
That's the
at
thing.
first.
It's, I mean, sure, I guess
think
you'd
it's
be
an
a little
inside job?
terrified.
I think
You'd be a little terrified about like, oh gee, like maybe they cheated on me. But I think the more real reaction is, so are you gonna kill me right now? Am I gonna die today?
Or are you never coming back from this water adventure you're going on? Like, I am so grateful
Totally.
and blessed to be with you. Goodbye
If-
for a little bit.
Yeah.
If I am going to die today, let me know. I'm not going to do this shit anymore. I'd be inside, like just hanging out, maybe sleeping even.
But the water is so far away, he doesn't hear the scuffle. He doesn't hear any of it.
Well, man, like it's a water scarcity issue thing. Not everybody can live by the river.
That's fair. That's fair.
Well,
I want to
you
say
ever-
this dude playing Hasashi is the Japanese actor Horiyuki Sanada, who you may have seen in the Japanese Ringo movies and Danny Boyle's Sunshine. He was on Lost for a fashion.
This
He
dude
gets
is
around.
61 years old.
No,
I look
is that
even up-
right?
61 years old. Can you imagine looking this good at 61? I don't look this good now.
No, you're gonna be dust at 61, dude.
No.
I'll just be like Albert
I don't.
Finney. Like,
I don't believe it. No. This guy definitely went to see Isabella Rossellini and Death Becomes Her. He went to. He did some devil thing. That's too much. I can't believe that.
Some devil
this
thing.
Ned Flanders shit. 61 years old. This
60
guy's almost a
Totally
senior
insanity.
citizen as a hunk.
Damn sexy Horiyuki Sanada.
And so like
yeah.
the wouldn't you know it, he goes to get water and Sub-Zero or Bihan shows up here. He's not Sub-Zero just yet. He's just regular old Bihan.
Regular old Bihan.
He's regular old Bihan, but he's still got these ice powers. I feel like once you get the ice powers, that's game, man. Now you're just Sub-Zero.
Yeah.
Hi.
You know what
my
I mean?
My name is Frosty. That's kind of lame, buddy. You might want to think that through. Just call yourself Bihan for now. Think it through, get a better one, and call yourself Bihan for now.
This show is sponsored by BetterHelp. Life moves so fast. When do you have time to reflect? You're always jumping from one hurdle to the next, trying to make ends meet, and ideally trying to stay on top of everything. When's the last time you learned something new about yourself? When was the last time you checked in with yourself? I've been going to therapy for almost a decade, and I really think it's the best place to connect with yourself and learn about yourself while working through it with a trained professional. So that's why I'm thrilled we're sponsored by BetterHelp. If you're thinking about starting therapy, give BetterHelp a try. It's entirely online, designed to be convenient, flexible, and suited to meet your schedule. Just fill out a brief questionnaire to get matched with a licensed therapist, and the good thing is you can switch therapists at any time for no additional charge. Discover your potential with BetterHelp. Visit betterhelp.com/WHM today to get 10% off your first month. That's BetterHelp, HELP.com/WHM. BetterHelp.com/WHM.
This week's episode is brought to you by Tushy. Now, listeners, spring has awoken, and that means it's time to clean. Sure, you should take a look at your closet that's doubling as an ant colony, and maybe take a look at what that pulsating thing underneath your couch is. You know what else needs a fresh spring cleaning? That's right, I'm talking about your Xander Berkeley. Every day, people use rolls of wasteful toilet paper to wipe their Xander Berkeleys. No more, I say. It's time for everyone to switch to the sustainable Hello Tushy bidet, which gets your Xander Berkeley twice as sparkly clean while simultaneously cleaning up your impact on the planet. Now, folks, Tushy was nice enough to send me one of their bidets, and while my learned and cultured wife has long preferred cleaning her Xander Berkeley with a bidet, I am a convert to the experience. I was hesitant to give up my handy roll of toilet paper, but I have to admit that it barely took 24 hours of cleaning my Xander Berkeley with the Hello Tushy bidet to make me set fire to my shed full of emergency toilet paper. It cleans better, and it allows you to be environmentally responsible literally while you're going to the bathroom. The Hello Tushy bidet cleans your Xander Berkeley better than wiping, while also preventing poo particles from spreading to your hand and from there onto everything you touch. The bidet attaches to your existing toilet and requires no electricity or plumbing to install. It cuts toilet paper use by 80% and pays for itself within a few months. And don't forget, the Hello Tushy bidet attachment comes with a 60-day risk-free guarantee and a 12-month warranty. There's no reason not to give it a try and give your Xander Berkeley a real upgrade. With over 100,000 five-star reviews, see why millions of people already love Hello Tushy and be a part of taking care of business the cleaner way. Go to hellotushy.com/WHM and use promo code WHM to get 10% off plus free shipping on your first bidet order. That's hellotushy.com/WHM for 10% off. Your Xander Berkeley will thank you.
I feel like so he's got his powers, right? Like you said. Now, is he just an Outworld guy? Does he just live in Outworld? Or maybe we should have do a tournament there in like feudal Japan or something, you know?
I
That
guess
would be
he was
kinda
also
cool.
a mortal. He would have also been a Mortal Kombat participant. So what happens if you do you get double powers if you kill another one of those guys? Like, you know what I mean? Like,
That's a good question.
Oh, yeah.
like
I
one
don't
of
know.
those guitars. It's like double guitars. You know.
That'd be
Yeah,
cool.
yeah.
Guitars.
We're hiding the baby in a basket under the floorboards because mom realized it's a little cold in the apartment. You know what I mean?
All right, I'm back.
Totally. Did you guys, anybody peer through the cast list on IMDb? Did you look at it at all? Really?
No.
Let me tell you something. The actress that plays this baby has an IMDb picture, and it's fucking hilarious because it's just a cute little baby picture, and then you look at the bio, and it's just like known for Mortal Kombat, and it's just a little baby like.
Did this baby have to sign for multiple sequels like the rest of the
Oh,
cast,
yes.
do you think?
Oh,
Did you-
shit.
Oh, they should do that Boyhood, but Mortal Kombat. You know, We just-
baby palm as signature. Just put a little ink on the baby palm and put it up there.
every 10 years there's a tournament. We check in with the kid again.
Mhm.
Absolutely.
So yeah, they lay waste to his family, and he doesn't hear it.
And then we get Raiden shows up and he's got those glowing eyes and he saves the baby. Who's
Thanks
that
a lot,
nice?
fucking Raiden. Thank you very much. You couldn't show up maybe fucking 5 minutes earlier, 10 minutes earlier. Huh? You fucking magical fucking thunder being. You couldn't get here a little earlier to save my fucking family.
There's a lot of congestion in the clouds, a lot of traffic and stuff.
Yeah, I guess.
Bihan makes short worth of work of Hasashi, even without most. Like he's like, you know what, dude? I'm not even gonna use my powers. I'm just gonna kick your fucking ass. Like, you know what I mean? Like, he kind of says that, and he beats the shit out of this dude.
He really does. And I think it's a thing, like, you don't know what the backstory is here, but it screams like, this guy, Hasashi, was like, he gave it all up. It was like, I used to be an assassin. I'm done with that now. I'm just trying to raise this family. All of this, by the way, if we learned it, infinitely more interesting movie.
Oh, yeah.
Like, I would have just taken feudal Japan, this Japanese faction warring with this Chinese faction, period piece, and we're kind of doing Mortal Kombat stuff. That would be kind of cool.
I would be into it. And by the way, I almost forgot, and I want to say it now so I don't forget it again. Scorpion, when he rushes home, he picks up a gardening tool. And then he puts a rope on it, and that's where the get over here thing comes from. It's a gardening
all of that shit.
utensil.
I mean, we've covered. We've seen this happen in so many. I mean, fucking Solo also is guilty of this. The whole here's how the guy you're familiar with got the thing.
Yeah.
Boy, that's
He just
tired.
had it. He just had it, folks.
He
He
just
always
had it.
Wait, how did he get his icy power? Huh? Why don't we see that? Oh no,
That's true.
Oh, no.
Isn't that kind of what that spin-off game was? Does anybody remember that?
God,
Spin-off
Sub-Zero's Panic in the Windy City or whatever that game was.
Sub-Zero's Haunted Mansion.
It was a side scroller. I want to say for Super Nintendo maybe, and it was just like
was
you were
terrible.
Sub-Zero doing missions. It sucked. It totally sucked shit.
But the thing is, the one of the Mortal Kombat. It was called Mortal Kombat Mythologies Sub-Zero, by the way.
Oh God! See, and that's so presumptuous, right? That's also like X-Men Origins Wolverine. Like we're gonna do a bunch of these.
We're just getting warmed up.
I looked up
totally.
I looked up the Bat Lady that comes up later. I didn't know where the hell she was from, and she was apparently in some Mortal Kombat game that was also a secret.
Well, there's a lot of runoffs in this game, in this film. But the problem with you're right though, Andrew, because the two best actors in this movie are the guys playing Sub-Zero and Scorpion, and they both disappear for large swaths. I mean, Scorpion more so, and he's like a really cool actor. And I was like, oh, cool, this guy. Oh, he's dead. He goes to hell really quickly, by the way. Like this guy really must have done a lot of shit.
That's what I'm saying, dude. Interesting backstory.
Barely waits.
Dude, the devil was licking his fingers his way, like, come on, die, expire, so I can pull you down here.
So now is hell its own realm? There's Outworld as a realm. There's Earth realm.
Oh,
must be.
Hell
Can
realm.
we hang out in hell?
He comes up so easily at the end. I mean,
right? Yeah, it must be pretty easy.
He says that he conquered the fire of hell. That's an accomplishment. I think he fucking dethroned the devil.
That's amazing.
Again, better movie. So, Scorpion v the devil. Like Sub-Zero's doing all of his shit, and then you keep cutting back to Scorpion just assassinating demons in hell.
Mm-hmm.
It's crazy that there are two Bill and Ted movies that spend more time in hell than this Mortal Kombat movie, and that's just crazy.
Fair point.
I want to see Scorpion working for the devil, maybe working his way up to be big enough to usurp him, and he's being passive aggressive in the office. Yeah.
Ninja, what are you in for? It's me, John F. Kennedy.
Can you hear me?
I met this ninja today. Called him Scott. Got a new buddy, another drinking buddy in hell.
You're Lord Master Satan. I'm just gonna say it now. I think you're that ninja's coming for your slot.
My brother Ted will love this lake of fire.
Cool.
Yeah, meet literally all the rest of my family who are here as well.
Any one of us,
We could be ninjas, devil.
Come along, John, Bobby, Tate.
We could be ninjas just for one day. Oh,
But
man.
no,
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
instead, and I mean, here's the thing, and this is,
Yeah.
you know, I don't know, I didn't rate this on Letterboxd. It'll be between 2 and 2.5, so it's not a movie that I loved.
Wow,
And like
that's
the
sky
stuff,
high.
I gave it 2.5.
Oh, really?
Yeah,
I'll
I
turn
think
it-
I
I'll
think I
fix that.
reevaluated at 2. I'm just joking.
but it's like it's the coal business, and like this guy, just make him Striker. If he's
All right.
Striker and he happens
Yep.
to be Scorpion's
How about now? Is that better?
nephew, great grand, whatever. Because then at least I have, as a guy wearing this incredibly stupid T-shirt, I have a purchase on this character, as opposed to like, it's Cole Young. Hi, Cole.
Yeah, it's really
freelance
dumb.
freelance boxer, or MMA guy. Cole
Washed
Young?
up freelance MMA fighter.
like,
Yikes.
I'll do you one better. World class loser.
Well,
FYI.
look, that's the thing. If we had Stryker, we might have lost out on this guy, fucking Andrew Dice Clay, who runs the gym where the MMA fights are going.
All
This
right, good.
guy comes
Thank you
in
for
and
that.
like, oh, look at this. If it isn't the biggest piece of shit in the world, are you prepared to get your ass beaten forever again, young man? I gotta mop up your blood later tonight. Oh my God, what a piece of garbage you are.
And it's
The
great.
kid
'cause
helping
doing
you?
him a favor. He's doing him a favor. It's like, well, you wouldn't find anybody else at an hour's notice. Like clearly, like they're like, Cole, buddy, Boobala, I need your help. I need somebody to fight. And he shows up. Look at this fucking loser.
I just love the idea too that this guy is really sweating the fact that
Yes.
he might have to cancel like his incredibly poorly attended, possibly underground fighting match. Like, there can't be that much on the line.
Also,
Well-
he couldn't have been Stryker, right? Because he's a cop, right? Wasn't
That
Stryker
would
a
be the
cop?
biggest problem right there.
Stryker, not only was he a cop, I believe he was a member of the LAPD.
I think he was he was on the ground during the yeah.
Stryker
good.
Stryker to this day was involved in Jan 6.
Yes, he's on the Rodney King tape as well.
Many, I guarantee you, a lot of the Jan 6 guys, their Reddit names were definitely Stryker and a string of numbers.
Exactly.
Stryker MK fan
Yeah.
X69.
There you go.
Mark
There you go.
Mark Furman rules 69.
You're totally right though, Steve. Yeah, Mark Furman and his fucking Nazi plates. You're totally right though, Steve, because if I'm remembering the Paul W.S. Anderson classic correctly, like Johnny Cage, they kind of split it between like Johnny Cage, Liu Kang, and Sonya.
Yeah, and those are characters
Yep.
that like I kept expecting Cole not to be Stryker necessarily, but to, and then when he gets his Arcana, you're like, oh, he's actually this character. What
Why
other-
not Smoke?
Right, yeah.
Well, exactly. He turns into Smoke. He turns into give me fucking Ermac. Is it like they're like, oh, didn't they used to call you Ermac in high school or something? Like, you know what I
I
mean?
would
Like,
love
the
that.
dumbest possible shit. At
Right.
least I have something to
'Cause-
get from him.
Because he had like a Macintosh laptop and he dropped in the hallway and said and everyone was like, hey, Ermac!
It's Ermac.
Hey, Cole, didn't you say you always liked the rain? Why, yes, I
Yes.
did.
There you go.
Can I tell you, in the background here, I'm just
Uh-oh.
running some like 3.5 hour playthrough of one of these games.
Mhm.
Okay.
And they added the cutscenes also. I think it might be the Mortal Kombat 10, Mortal Kombat X, as they call
Oh,
it.
so it's Steve's t-shirts on your TV.
Yes, I think that's right. But there was a cutscene I was watching where a dude walks up and this guy, it's Johnny Cage, and he's laying on the ground and he goes, oh my God, Smoke, what are you doing here? And this guy, I'm telling you, he looks exactly like Smoke. He goes, I'm not Smoke, I'm blah, blah, blah. And it wasn't Ermac. And I was like, there's another one of those guys?
Oh, there's
Come
nothing but those
on.
guys. Well, because that's the thing is, I checked out of Mortal Kombat after Mortal Kombat 3, and I have not really. I played one of those games
Same.
in the middle for PlayStation that I liked quite a bit, and then I played the DC version a little bit, and that's kind of it. So these other characters that show up halfway through the movie, I'm like, who, and who cares?
Wait, so have you not seen any of the new characters from like the last iteration?
No.
Steve? Oh, there's great ones. There's one, Vape. He's fantastic.
And there's a podcast.
Q is a new one. He's a new boss baddie.
Got
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, that's what's crazy.
Fingers.
I think I got one of it might have been X actually from on the PlayStation or something, and way more so than this movie, which it does happens where I was like, who the fuck is that guy? Who's that lady? All that stuff. The game, I was like, oh, I've got nothing. I mean, there was like
Yes.
there was like Sub-Zero and Scorpion because I think you're like legally obligated to put them in and like Raiden and shit. But like there were like 40 people. I had no clue who they were. And I was like, this franchise and the lore and the legacy of it all
On your
just
painting?
right on by.
Okay, so
If people are
introduce
still
the-
doing cosplay and Halloween costumes, they have to be there. They have to be there no matter what.
introduced in Mortal Kombat 4, somebody named Jarek, someone named
Or
Jared,
on something else.
Dude, I thought you were going to
Reiko-
say Jared.
Reiko, who's the hammer guy in this movie,
Yeah,
and then
sure.
somebody named Meat, MEAT.
Oh, yeah. You got a picture on this guy?
I don't
Oh
just
shit!
apparently
Go to Steve's DMs for that picture.
For those meat pics.
let me
It's
see the
just a
meat. I guess-
cow?
It's a skin that would depict each character as a bloodied corpse. That's great.
Oh,
You know what?
oh, great.
Oh, man.
Jake, are you talking about your painting or are you talking about
So
Great.
speaking of
Something
bloodied
else.
corpse, Cole just gets his ass kicked by this guy Ramirez really quickly.
Dude,
And
Oh,
a
this
lot of
one's
the-
not
all
on
the
wood.
Lightning and shit, and also the fact that I was wishing Christopher Lambert.
this one's
was
on
in this
canvas?
Yeah.
movie. Once they said there was a character, this guy Ramirez, I was like, when is that Highlander 4K coming out? Why can't I be watching Highlander right now? God damn it!
You know,
he gets his ass kicked. Jax is there, and Jax is like, "Hey man, I like that thing on your arm, that tattoo." And then his daughter is like, "It's not a tattoo, it's a birthmark." And Jax just goes, "What do you mean?" And I'm like, "Wait, it's a
Where the faces
She
meet?
just said it's a
Do
birthmark.
you know? I mean, Jax, you're an accomplished military intelligence officer. I think you should know what a
No.
birthmark
Well,
is.
in the
No,
business,
no,
we called that bombing a hospital.
no, I understand, but that's like very clearly like a detailed dragon circle. That's not a birthmark. No,
Yeah.
no.
Would you
no, that's
mind
very clearly a tattoo.
circling
This
it
dude,
and
Jax,
sending me a
is,
picture on
Todd
Discord?
Brooks, who was
Just so I
Jimmy
c- I know
Olsen
where you're
on
talking
that
about.
Supergirl show.
Yep,
And fans of True Blood may remember him as the sexy boyfriend Eggs. I
Eggs?
realized I had not seen this dude anything in a really long time because he looks so much older than when he was on True Blood. And
I
like,
do see
turned
some
to
white
stone
spots
when
I can
realized
clean
who
up
he
for
was.
you.
You know who would
Eggs?
be an awesome Jax if there was money behind this movie? Winston Duke. You get me Winston Duke as Jax? Holy fuck,
Ooh.
better movie.
Yep.
Oh, yeah.
Winston Duke is above this though.
Like,
Big time.
We do get a brief scene in Outworld about
You talking about like that?
prophecies upon us, and Sub-Zero is like, "Well, Scorpion's a ghost, so everything should go without a hitch." And then
It's
they're-
been, here's the thing.
Yeah.
It's from 1500 something to now. Assuming this movie takes place in 2021. or
Yeah,
something,
no problem. I'll take care
he
of it
goes-
for you.
He shows up to his boss, and his boss is like,
And that's not
"Now
nitpicky. I
go
want you to have what you want.
No, I'm Sub-Zero now." And you got to be like, "Are
Yep,
you
I'll
okay?
clean it up for you.
Everything all right? You're what?"
So do we have to like
Bihan.
call you this all the time now, Bihan? Like now
Yes.
it's just, hey Sub-Zero, pass me the
No
remote."
worries.
Did that
Yep.
like it was like the year he decided? To
Yeah,
give
don't be
us,
afraid
like, a year
to
to
ask me
figure out
about that
what
type
the
of stuff.
temperatures were, because I feel like in the 15.
I mean, don't be afraid to ask
Yeah,
me about
because
any of this shit.
Sub-Zero
Yeah.
is-
No, yeah, I believe
Yeah, not a
it's
problem at all.
16, 17, we're told at the start, but it still totally stands. We're not measuring Sub-Zero
All
temperature.
right,
Listen,
now it's
Bihan,
time
you're
to
gonna have give
start
me a week.
doing
I've got
some of
600
these
years of Bihan in the back of my throat
flowers.
here. I look at you, you look, that's Bihan. That's
Hey,
my buddy
Bihan!
Bihan.
Oh, I mean Sub-Zero. Sorry.
I'm going to give you 2 weeks, and then I'm going to start correcting you. Okay, let's say publicly too. That's what's going to be happening to you.
It's an adjustment period. I get it, but I'm going to be calling you out, man. I'm going to be calling you right
Just-
out.
Just be ready for it. This is where this your Spidey sense might be tingling, because fucking Shang Tsung starts talking about, why do the combat when we could just take out our enemies
Yeah.
beforehand? And I'm like, wait a minute. I'm here for the combat. the little the fighting tournament
See,
that we were here to play. I was here for that. What are you talking
It-
about?
I mean, it makes sense to do a tournament, but at the same time, I feel like narratively they think that's then this guy fights that guy, this guy fights that guy. This maybe has a little more of a
Sure,
plot.
no, I totally get
Not
it.
that it's
but
good.
Even, I mean, even in the Paul W.S. Anderson movie, though, like once they got to the Outworld Island Resort, like
there was palace intrigue and things were going
Yeah.
on, but it's a Paul
Who's gonna
W.S.
fight for
Anderson movie. you
Whatever
know?
happened to Roy or whatever that other guy, Ron, the guy I guess got
Art,
of course.
yeah.
Art,
See,
of
and that's
course.
if this movie absolutely had to do an art, which is what this Cole guy is.
Yeah,
like Art, if you recall in that movie, is like kind of just a side dude, and he gets murdered after a fashion, right?
Gets got very
Right?
quickly. Actually,
Mhm.
thank
Yeah.
God for that.
Shang
No, I mean,
Tsung
like,
has-
why don't they just do like what Raiden ends up doing is like teleporting the pairs
Yes.
off to different planet. You could have just done that, and like there are plenty of martial arts movies that are just like 10-minute martial arts scenes battling
Yes.
back and forth, and then a little interstitial, and then another one, and they
Right.
work
Exactly.
great.
And also, spoiler alert: the best parts of this movie, thankfully, are the fights. So
Yes.
that's good. That's working in your favor. You know what I mean? When you're talking, not so much. When you're fighting each other, that's where I'm at. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I mean, I guess you're right. It would make more sense just to go and do a tournament versus like, no, trust me, you got to drive to Gary, Indiana, go to this double wide trailer. There's a lady there. No, she doesn't have the birthmark, but she knows about it.
She's
It's
just
a
a
little
Mortal Kombat enthusiast.
She's like
I
a
guess.
QAnon person with this house and everything. Not to get ahead of ourselves, but like the Pepe Sylvia shitter in the background of the whole
Yeah.
Mortal Kombat throughout time.
But we do get there kind of quickly because after Cole gets his ass handed to him by Ramirez, they're like, oh, okay. His family he's got a wife and a little daughter, and they're like, all right, we're gonna go to this like disgusting burger joint that's in this weird like warehouse district where the illegal fighting was going on. This whole like wherever they're supposed to be here is really scuzzy looking.
I think it's the same hot dog stand that Ernie Hudson went to in The Crow.
Yes.
It seems like the same doomed kind of place where tragedy is about to befall them. They're about to get hit by quite a sleet storm.
It's
Quite
Oh
a,
my God.
really a pretty bad one, I would say.
It's the United States.
It's true.
But so they're like having a nice little dinner, and it's like, oh, Dad almost got him this time, but he's got like 4 less teeth now. So they're having like a nice
He's
dinner. and
$200 richer, Andrew.
That's true.
2 big ones.
$200 for your fucking kidney getting popped or something. But so they're having a nice dinner outside, and it's like, oh, this ice is falling down. What's going on? And you see Sub-Zero like walking down the street, and he like throws all this ice at this burger stand. And dude, let me tell you guys, when that one guy gets taken out by a huge piece of ice, I was laughing my tits off.
It's
Because
so
that
great
guy's
too.
got no dragon mark. He just wants a fucking cheeseburger.
Fuck him. You never know who could step up and fight for the Earth realm. You might as well take them all out.
a good
But I think it was
point,
Cole
true.
that had some line that was like, "Wow, it's snowing."
I'm just
Prior to
waiting.
this.
I'm just waiting for some alcoholic to run into the street and be like, "Where's the Coors Light train? Where's it? Come, right? Where's it? Come right.
Oh God! Oh, I missed the silver bullet again. Oh God damn it!
Did
Oh,
anybody get a
man.
free beer? Did anybody get
sounds-
one?
Today's the day.
You're gonna tap the Rockies, right?
Jake, did you see that one of my reels got
You're tapping the
a decent amount of views on it? I had one that had over 1,400
When I was a kid,
views
I was
on it.
convinced those mountains had beer under them somewhere. You know, what
I was
I mean?
pretty happy with that.
God, what a fucking
Considering my highest before that was yours at like 250.
Beer.
I imagine 200 of those were you.
Superior, dude. How about that?
Yeah.
So the Jax picks them up, saves them, and this is one of my. This
The one with the
it's got pot
playing the Rolling
in a
Stones
big
Dead
bad
Flowers
way.
song.
I like to curse, you like to curse, but the problem
It's the not the one I sent out today, not the one before that, but the one before
drive
that.
your family to a safe house, and then you go to Gary and Indiana meet Sonya Blade. I'll take care of Sub-Zero, and he's like, no, we can take them together, Jax. Why do you want to leave us alone? He's like, do you want to meet your family on a fucking slab somewhere? And it's like,
Yeah.
could you just say like your family?
It's playing the song Dead Flowers by the Rolling Stones, but it's Dead Flowers in a vase.
The morgue slab thread. I love
Yeah.
that.
Dude, you can
Look, now
tell that
you know
the
he
wife,
makes business.
the wife is even just like, look, I know you just saved our lives, but I got a kid here, man. What are you doing? Jax, if that is your real name?
Well, I mean, like, to be fair, he does get a little bit of a comeuppance here
He certainly
because
does.
He fights Sub-Zero in like what looks like an abandoned gym or something.
I think it's like
Uh,
a construction site or something.
You know
something
what it looks
that.
like is the abandoned place there that Michael Keaton gets killed by that fucking ghost tornado in White Noise.
Okay, I buy that.
Yeah.
Hmm.
But Jax has a great line here, right?
Yeah,
Where
before
it's
that one
maybe
kind of like did well.
thousands of years old.
Yours was the
demon,
most
saying,
at like,
"I
yeah,
done
like it was like
tours,
240 or
motherfucker."
50 or something like that.
And the Sub-Zero goes, "Oh, tours of what? Disneyland."
These are my medals from Army, so look out.
What's an army?
And they
Dude,
gives
you
him
know that
an
was to
ice
get people
slab.
fucking. You know that was to get people cheering in the theater.
Oh, absolutely.
Six tour. Thank you for your service, Jack.
I gotta salute that man with no arms.
But well, instead of like ripping his like patch off, Sub-Zero just freezes and rips his own arms off, which does kind of rule. And I thought he was dead because he kind of slaps him down and like his head hits something
Yep.
on the way down.
It is a face plant onto like the ledge of a broken piece of concrete, and then he falls even further. Like, it's amazing that he was alive for these monks to fucking fix him up later in the
Well,
movie.
Liu Kang, off screen, Liu Kang finds him and brings him back to the temple. If I find Jax, I'm like, yeah, let me go get, let me find somebody else to kill him. They get the mark.
Yep.
Someone with all, you know.
Yep, I
Walking
think you're totally
around.
right. Go back and get Ramirez. Go get that dude and be like, "Hey, man, pretty cool. You just won that $200. Would you like to be in a real Ultimate Fighting tournament?"
Exactly.
What's really great is that that medical cave later in the movie they take him to, and there are glowing rocks that serve as lights for like the operating procedure.
And they give
That's
him these weird baby robot hands, which are hysterical. I'm sorry,
Dude,
bro.
he's got little Terminators. He's got little
Yeah.
Terminator hands.
Little skeleton hands, and it seems very uncomfortable.
It's like a
Yeah.
thin piece of silly putty connecting another bigger piece. It's like literally you squeezed it with your fingers like that.
But I gotta say, for a couple of monks in a cave, man, that's not too shabby of a job.
Well, and also keep in mind they've been searching every realm for possible cures for this, and that's
Oh,
every
sure.
realm. That's not just Earth realm, world realm, hell realm, heaven
Nevada
realm.
realm.
Eric,
Yeah.
if you see these arms, they went to 2 realms tops. They did not go to all those realms. This is like
to the
2, 3
discount
realms. where-
savings realm.
We've been trying to solve armlessness for eons.
Listen, yeah, we went to. We went to all the realms. Don't tell them about the realms.
All right, Jax, we found the cure for one arm getting ripped off, but we're still working on the cure for 2 arms getting ripped off.
We went to a scrapyard in New Jersey, Jax. That's about as far as we were gonna go.
It's a realm, dude. So yeah, we meet Sonya Blade, played by Jessica Nemi or whatever this lady's name is.
Jessica McNamee, another Australian actor. She was in the Meg, Battle of the Sexes, and the movie that I refuse to believe is real. That movie adaptation of the television show Chips.
Oh, right.
yeah.
Don't forget about
with
that.
Michael Pena and Dax Shepard, I
Shepard.
think.
That'll keep me out of the theater.
Dax
Sure
Shepard
will.
is in it. It doesn't exist. Yeah,
Dax
that's a for
Shepard
sure rule.
scares me more than COVID. That's for sure.
Oh man,
Really?
Yes.
and
Because of his
she's
bright
got.
blue eyes.
She tells Cole all about the fucking stuff, and we meet Kano.
How about
Laugh a minute,
that?
Kano.
Dude,
That's-
first of all, before we get to Kano, can I just say really quickly, an Easter egg that I noticed was on her Pepe Silvio board, where she's like, we've been tracking all these like Mortal Kombat contestants, yada yada. There's definitely an old ass newspaper clipping about a Nightwolf situation.
Oh, nice.
sweet.
Remember Nightwolf, the
Yeah, I
Native
like
American
Nightwolf.
fighter?
Yeah.
Get
he's
him
much
in this
cool.
movie.
Absolutely,
Instead
he's in this fucking stupid playthrough that I got on back here.
They look like they have an illustration like they found him in an Encyclopedia Britannica. Like
Yeah,
it's like
under
medical
Mortal
drawing.
Kombat. That's what they. Yes, Steve. I'm sorry. Laugh a minute, Kano.
And like, I don't even like. I don't mind the performance so much. And I by this Josh Lawson guy. The problem for me is he looks too much and sounds too much like Reese Darby from Flight of the Conchords. So it's just sort of like Kano prison.
Dude, yeah, I guess if Murray was like juicing,
Yes,
and then he just,
exactly.
now I'm Kano in a fighting tournament. I gotta say, I think this guy, and bless him, I mean he's
yes.
bringing the enthusiasm and whatnot. This is an obnoxious character. It's an obnoxious performance. The profanity with this guy, out of control. The movie references and the jokes. Here's the thing. I don't mind if you want to make the movie like lighter on its feet and like have some humor and whatnot. It has to come from more than one character.
Yes.
And it's just this guy.
If you do have just the one character, tone even that back a lot. Like if you had like half the movie reference, it's every line that happened with this guy.
Yep.
He's
every time he
quoting
opens his mouth.
He quotes Forrest Gump at some point.
Oh, he sure does, doesn't he?
He says, what was it's a box of, the special powers, they're like a box of chocolates. You never know what you're gonna get.
Oh, isn't that fucking great?
But it's like he calls Raiden Gandalf, and then he goes to fucking Luke Kang. He's like, I don't need any more Harry Potter shit. And I'm like, you know what, dude? Could you just relax?
Dude, that's the thing. Like, I did not expect Kano, known cinephile.
Yeah, he's going to the movies
It's just
all
like
the time.
snappy movie references, one after the other.
Maybe that's why he's so
Terrible.
pissed off when Movie Pass went down. That's what really pissed him off.
Oh, crikey, no more Movie Pass. Now I'm going to join Mortal Kombat.
Well, that's what drove him to become a mercenary, arms dealer, drug runner, and murder for hire. Is the fall of Movie Pass?
Yes, that would do it to me. That's what I did right after Movie
You
Pass.
dabbled.
I was like,
People don't know
I
that.
couldn't help myself. I was seeing movies every day. It was a fine way to do it, but then I got myself a little boat and I just made little passes around the canal.
Chris Cabin is killed. None of us out. I don't know. I don't think any of us have killed, but I think Chris Cabin has killed.
He's
Look,
taken a life.
I left them bleeding in the water. That's not killed. They were wounded when I left.
You gave
them
him a fighting chance, right?
I did
Yeah.
indeed.
Yeah, so she's got Kano like chained to the floor or something in this double wide, and he starts immediately like cursing a mile a minute, and then it's like again we're like explaining to this fucking Cole guy like all about Mortal Kombat, and then there's a visitor that comes to the double wide, and we just have this fight scene where it's these three actors and a fucking cartoon, because this version of Reptile is the dumbest idea they could have gone with.
We should quickly mention Kano is that she found him because he's got the mark, because he killed some guy that had the mark, and it transfers to
she was
whoever
tracking some other guy. Sonya was tracking some other dude. Kano took a hit out on him and assassinated him, and I guess in this iteration of Mortal Kombat, if you do that, you then get their marking and you can then ascend to the tournament yourself.
It's a more democratized version of the Highlander lore. Anybody can join up if they so wish. Although I think he takes Sonya's kill of Reptile purposefully, even though he doesn't need it. He's just getting to level up with Reptile, getting his heart taken out.
I don't know if that works with Outworld people. I think it's only humans that are born with the
is that right?
mark. I have no idea. I'm making this shit up.
Well, here's a question for the room. Chris made a good point. Like, if a Highlander, if anyone can join in, if you knew for a fact, if you cut the right person's head off, you would become immortal. Would you get out there with a sword and just seeing who's who?
It just depends.
I'd get in shape first.
Yeah,
you know what I mean?
A good point.
Because I feel like the Immortals in Highlander, it's kind of like a vampire thing, right? The way you look is the way you look. So I'll get fit first, and then maybe I'll go wandering the streets with a sword,
cutting off random people's heads.
And here's the problem: it's the wrong time to get in the Immortal game necessarily. Like, if it's like 1700s, sure. Now I'm going to get on and I'm going to see the ascend of civilization. I don't want to I'm going to live forever and watch and like it's just going to get hot and like the internet's going to crash and God knows what else is going to happen. Fighting for water.
By the way, just want to point out on the screen behind me, we have a match going on with Sonya v. Kano right now.
Oh wow!
Yeah, how about that?
Wow.
But I wouldn't want to be a Highlander though, because then you're always wondering if somebody's going to try to behead you. Like that's just the rest of your life. Is you're just wondering every day somebody's going to check my head off, and it
Get
could be
a really,
anybody.
really thick turtleneck.
Yeah, like
your
a
sweater.
steel. You'd have to like a big steel bolt thing right around your neck at all
Well, but
times.
that's why. I mean, that's why you got to lay low. You know, like Duncan MacLeod is, secretly dealing antiques on the side. Yeah, that's your life. So you're not walking around like I'm a Highlander.
It's
Yeah, telling everybody.
And it's that, by
Right.
the way, that is a more interesting profession, and dipping like our toes into that world in Highlander versus everyone in this being like, he's a fighter, and that guy, he was a fighter, and that guy was in the army, he was fighting for the army.
A survivor who was also a fighter. He's a survivor on his mother's side, a fighter on his father's side.
Bred for combat.
He rips. We do rip out this dumb reptile who looks like the crocodile from fucking Peter Pan, guys. It just
It doesn't look good. And by the way, wasn't Reptile sometimes a ninja guy?
Yeah, look, it's right here.
Reptile.
I can't make out what the hell that's supposed to be.
And that's like what we wanted was fucking karate guy. Like we wanted people doing martial arts. Like that's what we wanted. And like not the fucking amazing Spider-Man lizard.
Yes, yeah, that's
which
more
is
what it looks like.
essentially what it is.
I'll tell you though, 'cause I'll stop some tweets, and maybe people are losing it in the chat.
Oh,
there
shit.
was like a game or two where that was the way that they designed Reptile, but predominantly he's looks like Scorpion and fucking Smoke and Noob Saibot and all those motherfuckers. Just a green ninja guy with a green face mask and a green outfit.
Yeah, and he spits at you, which is cool. That's why I always loved him, because I was like, I can spit.
I'll spit on people.
Yeah, I'm a pretty good spitter.
Michael Jordan wore 45 for a little while. Doesn't mean when I look when I imagined Michael Jordan, he's wearing 45. He's got to be wearing 23, and he needs to be a ninja motherfucking guy. Takes down the mask, and he's got a reptile. That's it. That's all I need.
Absolutely. And
It's
I
a
don't want to
movie and I wanna see
hear
it.
I don't want to hear like we were trying to mix it up because we didn't want everything to look the same. Guess what? It's Mortal Kombat. Everything looks the same. All
That's the
right. Most
charm.
things look the same. Exactly.
Yeah, I mean,
Don't reinvent the fucking wheel with this shit.
I do need Shang Tsung to have like a Renfield that when somebody gets the like complete shit knocked out of him, he says, "Toasty."
yes.
Just like
Yes.
one little nod to it, just a little nod.
So speaking of Toasty, this is a thing that I have complete and utter disdain for with this movie.
Oh yeah, here it comes.
Kano rips this fucker's heart out and he just goes, Kano wins. All of the fucking video game shit that we're throwing in this movie, absolutely abhorrent. Absolutely abhorrent.
There's
Takes
a
you
test
right
your
out of
might.
it.
Test your might. I think Kano's Kung Lao says flawless victory, and I'm like, dude, I really know that I'm watching Mortal Kombat. I'm
Shang
very,
Tsung also throws in a fucking fight, I believe, or
Yes.
finish him.
yeah.
When fucking
flawless
when Luke,
victory.
flawless victory from Kun Lao, when Liu Kang kills, is it Cabal?
yeah.
Liu Kang kills somebody,
Oh,
and he's
fatality for
like,
Kung
this
Lao.
fatality is
Yeah.
for Kun Lao, and I was like, shut the fuck up.
See, that's the thing is, if you have a tournament, you can have an announcer saying those
Right.
things.
Right, and it can be Greg Proops and
Yeah.
other guy. And
Oh, yes.
And he's still the exact same alien he was in episode 1.
Yeah, same character. Just bring him over here.
Why
I mean,
not? It could look like an Outworld guy.
Absolutely.
Was there
But
ever
Shang
like a
Tsung-
Star Wars tournament fighting game? I know there was a Ninja Turtles.
There
There
was the
was. There was
Masters
one.
of Terrasai or whatever it was pronounced. It's actually referenced in Solo, which is cool.
It's in the first
Oh.
place. It was on for the first PlayStation. Not a bad game as I remember it. Shang
okay.
Tsung, by the way, hanging out with Big Bill Belichick too much because he says we didn't win 9 tournaments by playing by the rules.
Oh,
Ooh.
dude, yeah,
course, yeah.
Fatality Gate, man.
By the way, I understand that we're trying to make Sonya honorable. All the like good people who are under Raiden's control are supposed to be the good people. But wouldn't you? Kano is around talking, has this accent, is making all these fucking references to movies that you've seen, everybody's seen a dozen times. Wouldn't you be like, Sonia, I could slip something into his drink tonight, and you could do that. You could take the drink to him,
Well,
and it would become your tattoo.
But now,
And wouldn't that be better?
How much does the mystical forces know? Because if they know say I do the concoction and then let her do, would it just go to me then?
Well, no. So okay, I guess you do the mixing and you bring it to him, but somebody else can have the idea at least.
That's
Sure.
I mean,
Yeah.
Well, she actually almost kills him at one point because he's like, "Let's dance, darling," and they
Dude,
fight,
God
and
damn
she
it.
puts his knife to his throat. He's like, "Take it,
Take it, present, take it.
and she doesn't because she's again an honorable character. I mean, like the way like Kano's like, "Oh, I know where the secret temple is. By the way, this is my Kano graphic novel," and I'm like,
Ugh.
too much for Kano. You know what I mean?
Right,
Like in
he
the script
fancies
meeting, like,
himself
okay, Kano likes
artist.
movies. He's got a lot of fun, nerdy stuff. That's cool. He's not drawing a graphic novel, ladies.
No.
But the other thing is, this is a pet peeve of mine. Like he shows the image, and you have to you have to pause it and squint to see what is actually happening on the page. And I'm like, as a director or as anybody who has anything to do with how this movie looks, how do you not be like, that looks like a bunch of squiggly lines? And it is something. If you look closely, it's something. It is actually like him impaling the reptile. But
Yeah.
like
Here's
if
the
you
thing.
just look at it, it looks like a bunch of squiggly lines.
Well, that's just all art.
Everything,
guess so.
everything that you have this guy say that you think is like a funny line is not funny. But a way to interject some actual comedy is he's like, "Yeah, I got me a Kano graphic novel," and he shows it to Sonia, and it's garbage. It's like little baby drawing garbage.
It should be
and
the
that
stick
would be
figure
kind of
flip
fun.
thing.
Yes, yeah,
Crayons.
exactly. Look like a fucking Don Hirschfeld
But
movie.
it's pretty convenient that Kano just happens to know where Lord Raiden's temple is because he used to run guns through there, and the locals wouldn't shut up about it. So I guess it's been so long since a tournament, and Raiden's busy in the sky or whatever that he never goes there. So you could just stash guns there.
I guess so. Like, but the like the local people can't stop talking about it. Like, what are we selling? Outworld T-shirts at the doorway? Like,
well, no, it's you got all these conference championship T-shirts because again they've never won the division. You see,
Right,
they've never
right.
won the tournament. So it's just like,
That's
Outworld.
maybe that's what
Outworld almost pseudo champion 2002. Kind
The Earth
Maybe
Realm
that's,
winner shirts go to some other
Yes.
realm.
exactly.
Well, maybe that's what we do with because you got to print the shirts because if your team wins, you got to have the
That's a
shirts
really
on the
good
street
point,
the
yeah.
next
To
day.
have 'em.
So the flub shirts, I think we're dumping them into that Outworld portal. Just get them out of here.
It's like an
That's what I
ironic gift in Outworld. Like, look at this fucking Earth Realm winning. Come on. It's hilarious. Happy
Shank-
Outworld mess.
Shang Tsung or Prince Goro comes to make a speech, and all of his subjects are wearing those T-shirts, like all of them, and just a sea of them, like the Pope speaking.
It would be awesome, dude. They're wearing T-shirts like this.
Oh, yeah.
God damn it!
They wind up-
So
they're flying to wherever the fuck this is, it's not really specified, right? It's just somewhere.
Everything, it's kind of like we mentioned Gary, Indiana by name. That's where the double wide was with Sonia. Everything else is who the hell knows.
Yeah. I mean, this is like South Australia, like desert stuff here. This is where Steve, you already mentioned it. They have the Kano Sonya fight right here. This woman, decent fighting ability. When she's fighting, I realize she looks like Elizabeth Berkley's stunt double. If Elizabeth Berkley ever needed a stunt double,
Yeah, by that.
Whoa. Yeah, I can see
but
that.
this is where we meet Liu Kang right here. He walks toward them like from the horizon in front of a sunset, which is kind of funny because this guy went on to be a supporting role in the new CW Kung Fu show that came out like maybe last year or 2 years ago.
Oh, really?
Okay.
Huh.
I think it
not
was maybe
know they-
2021.
I did not know they made a new version of that.
Yeah, I don't think he's the protagonist. I think you follow a woman on some kind of journey, but it's funny because that was like it reminded me of the opening of the old Kung Fu: The Legend Continues show.
He also is
That was
in previous
one of the best theme
episodes-
songs.
Yep.
Ooh, yes. Previous episode, Power Rangers. He was the Black Ranger.
That's right. The actor is Ludi Lin. He was also an Aquaman for a hot second.
Oh wow! Forgot
So
all
he's
that.
got
Mhm.
and he has some fun. And that's the thing, is because Kano's like, wow, look at your fire powers. How do I get me some of those? Give it him. What's me superpower gonna be?
And then this is where Liu Kang needs to say, okay, the first thing about Mortal Kombat training is you stop saying superpowers.
Yes.
Like we don't talk about our abilities in that way, okay? Like because this dude, he's like, oh, what am I gonna get? Am I gonna be Batman? Am I gonna be Superman? Oh, fuck! I love performance. I hate it so much.
He also is like, oh, put a shirt on, Magic Mike. Hey, is this working for anybody? These movie references. Oh, he's making a list. Hey, cool it, Oscar Schindler.
All I gotta
Come
say
on,
is,
come on.
Kano fucking better not start a podcast because then we are out of business.
No,
Look
you
at
better
me.
not.
Look, I'm making a graphic novel. It's Australian Splendor. Yeah, anybody remember that movie? Yeah.
Yeah, it's about
Based on me life.
me being a loser.
I hope,
Yeah.
Davis, should we go to the Whataburger?
Oi, David Letterman's making fun of me.
I got a public feud with David Letterman.
Oh, great. Now I've got cancer and my wife's got to take care of me. This is fantastic. If you die of cancer, where does that mark go is the question.
Well, that's a great question. Maybe just cancer should be able to fight. That's one of the greatest killers in Earth realm.
It's
Right.
Maybe the
probably
devil
like
gets it.
I think one human being has to take another. Oh, maybe that's actually, Chris, I like yours. Maybe the devil just gets it.
What's this? Oh, another Mortal Kombat symbol. Those guys are dropping like flies.
Oh, you know what?
I know what to do with all these. I'm just who wants one? Dahmer, you want one? Hitler, you want one? Here you go, boys.
Oh, Scorpion, you already got one. You're good, Scorpion. You know you got one.
Or the doctor or the guy at the morgue maybe will get it.
Yes, absolutely.
That would
Shit,
be
yeah,
nice.
if you then do the autopsy, dude, right?
Yeah.
That's
Well, okay. Do you
And
guys?
then it's
do you
just
think,
some schlubby like doctor being murdered in another universe or whatever. That'd be cool.
If we
Well,
had that
that's-
doctor in this movie, you know who he could be played by? That dude who played Egg Lawyer.
Yes.
Oh yes.
What are you saying,
Matt
Kevin?
Field asked us- I was gonna say if that was gonna happen, like it would be funny if that happened, and he also, like Kano,
I think those values are going to end up making this tough.
Uh,
So we'll see.
because Kano is at the
Yes.
dinner table and he's like giving it to Kung Lao
And I
he's
misread
asking
those
him for an
colors,
egg
too.
roll, and like he just gets so pissed off at him not giving him the egg roll that a fucking laser beam shoots out of his eye and bounces the living room.
It's every racist
That's how it
dream,
happens.
right? You're dressing someone down with your racism, and that makes you even stronger. Because he calls him a woo-shoo wanker.
Yeah.
I,
Dude.
you woo-shoo wanker.
And Steve, your fucking Gandalf line there, man. The tail end of that is a bit of racism. He goes, "And what about me, Gandalf? What does my fortune cookie say?"
He also pulls a Dr. Evazan and Ponda Baba here by going, I'm wanted in over 30 countries. I've got the death sentence on 12 systems.
Also, wanted for what 30 countries? Like,
Yeah,
well,
I think
I
it's
was running guns here. The other one was a little bit of a scrape I got in public school, you see. I was selling graphic novels.
I'll be honest, okay, I saw a couple of tattoos that weren't actually the tattoo that makes you powerful. I killed a couple people, okay? I killed a lot of people who I thought had the tattoo, and they just ended up having like little earth symbols or peace signs or something like that.
Oi,
All right.
I traffic guns and I traffic humans.
I'm going to take a
four of
quick
those
break.
countries. Look, I downloaded all those pictures on a big zip file.
And we'll
didn't know
start
what
doing
was in
these
it.
flowers.
I'm innocent. I'm innocent.
Finishing
in
these
France,
flowers.
Innocent in Spain.
I'm most nervous though
Belarus.
for these
And if
for this
everything
middle
goes
area with
right,
these
it'll be down to 28
with these
countries.
like
Some of those are tax
stems that
evasion.
come up
I
here.
settled that score. I did.
You know it's bad if
Check is in the mail.
because it's
you know
like
bad if France is against.
since I finished that area beforehand, I have
They're
to
pretty cool with that stuff.
Oi, what was
Yeah,
it
they
that
get it
what
to
was
an
it-
area
was
that
it
I
that
like
Robert
pretty
Townsend said,
quickly.
I'm
The
writing a book
problem
about-
is,
I'm writing a book
well,
about
not the problem.
all that.
I
I'm writing a
also
book
just
about
have to be
everything.
content with like maybe I simplify some of those things out of
Graphical,
there to be
right?
less risky.
It was Pete,
But we'll
Pete
see.
Townsend,
Pete
was it
Townsend,
not?
but-
Pete
All right.
Townsend,
It was
yeah.
not
About 5
Robert
minutes.
Townsend.
So hey, where can I pick up that book?
Never came out.
Stunningly, I
actually.
don't think it ever came out. Yeah.
It's
There is a
Uh,
fucking laugh out loud line. My God, when they get in there and everything, and it's like right around the dinner scene, so it's all fine. It's like Liu Kang's like showing him around or whatever, and Sonya, I think it's Sonya, is looking at like they have all these murals on the wall or whatever, and she just goes, "These murals are the living history of Mortal Kombat." Oh man. Oh
This-
God.
This is when she meets up with Jax and she sees the weird baby arms on him. And they're like, yeah, we're doing our best here. And if I'm Sonya, I'm like, I'm going to fucking cuckoo's nest this dude, get a pillow. And now I got
Yep.
myself, now I'm Earth's champion, dude. That's how
That's
that's got to have to
exactly right.
go.
That's exactly right.
because he's got all these weepy lines of like, this ain't me. No, wait, now I'm doing Kano for Jax. That's wrong.
Yeah.
This ain't me. I'm useless. Why even bring me here? I can't help.
Oh
Aw.
And
God.
she
Cry
says,
me a fucking river.
get off your ass, Major. See, now that is classic army talk.
That's right.
Absolutely.
You're right.
Motivation right there.
Don't worry, you're
Uh,
gonna have Iron Man arms eventually. Don't you worry.
This movie has one of the like nobody says it, but somebody should definitely say it. Who left the door open? Because like they're having this dinner scene. Kano gets
Hi,
his fucking
Bergie.
dumb power through racism.
I was
and
just
then
doing
they're
something on my phone, but I'm about to.
Liu
I'm
Kang and
going to be
Kung Lao are
gone
like,
for about
"See,
3
Kano,
minutes. But thanks for
we
stopping
had
by.
it on you all the time.
And thank
it's
you.
gonna come for all of you soon. So don't even worry about it." And then like Shang Tsung and his goons like just walk in, and I was like, "Who left the door open? What?
And then this is
How
when
do they just walk into the dining hall?"
Well, this is when Raiden is like, "Oh shit, sorry. Infinity spell. You can't come through. You can't come through. And if I touch you, you're dead."
Raiden also briefly tells Cole there that Cole, your marking comes from your lineage. This I'm trying to do Lambert. I'm not great at it. Descendant of one of the best ninjas ever.
Oh, he's a
That's all the
cock-nut.
information I'm going to give you right now. More will come
Cole,
later, but I want to
A
tease it
good
out.
ninja. That's all you need to know, Cole.
But I love how much Raiden negs Cole this entire movie. Like, man, you're fucking terrible, dude. You got
You
your
know what?
ass kicked again.
Cole, I hate being embarrassed publicly. Here, I'm opening the portal. Just go back to your stupid family, loser.
It's so surprising that you're descended from a good ninja.
Can I look at your? I just want to make sure that's not a temporary tattoo. That's happened a few times. People come in with these temporary tattoos and they're not actually the mark.
Sometimes it's marker. It's a real problem here at Raiden's temple.
Yes, your great grandfather, known as the samurai Ermac.
Dude, how fucking hilarious of a twist would that be? Because the whole movie, you're like, yeah, of course he's related to Scorpion, but then it's like, Ermac.
Well, that's the
Yeah.
thing with Raiden coming down at that moment, man, is because if he had come up early and he had stopped it, he could have. There would have been two bloodline. There would have been two children of the Scorpion bloodline.
Yes.
But no. He was like, no. It has to be the girl. No, the other one's
Just the
got it.
one.
It's fine. I'll just be a little late. Don't worry. I'll just be a little late.
And it's then his name dies too. You know the Hashi name or whatever the hell it is. I do love So like, Cole is such a loser. He's getting his ass kicked by Kung Lao, and everybody's like, "Oh, if we beat you up, it'll come out." It doesn't, and then Raiden is just sort of like, "Yeah, it's not really working out." So this is I gotta cut you, dude. It's not. You're not really gonna make the team. Why don't you go home?
What? Did you try racism? It worked for Kano.
Okay.
Do you want to be racist to anybody?
How about this? When they're done fighting, you give them a towel and you start the showers.
You can be the Outworld equipment manager, okay?
No, no,
You
you're
can-
very important part of the team.
Cole Boucher.
He sucks so bad. Yeah, they send him back to wherever the hell the safe house is. This is when Shang Tsung, this is when Cabal and this vampire lady and
Nitara.
Nitara.
Oh, really?
We should say
Yeah.
Melina's also around. Mortal Kombat 2's Melina. Yep.
Melina, the design work.
Nope.
She looks like she was just trying to beat Jerry O'Connell at a pie eating contest. This fucking thing, this big like smear like across her
Yes.
face. I'm like,
Yeah.
just make the teeth. I don't need to. She doesn't have to have blood smear.
Or she wears the mask like they did in the fucking game, and I'm sorry, it looked cool in the game. It would look
It
fine
did.
in real life.
All right, I just
Wasn't
looked it
didn't
up.
she have a what?
Oh no, I was
What'd
just
you look
looking up Nitrate or whatever this lady's name is.
Nitara?
Mortal Kombat Deadly Alliance was her first appearance.
I have no idea what that is. That's literally the first time I've ever
then-
heard that in my life.
Then she was in Mortal Kombat Tournament Edition, Mortal Kombat Deception as a cameo, Mortal Kombat Unchained as a cameo, Mortal Kombat Armageddon she was in as not a cameo, and then she's got a cameo in the Mortal Kombat 11, which is the newer one.
What are you having cameos in video games?
But why is this a character we bring to the big screen?
UGO, whatever the hell that is, I'm looking on Wikipedia, ranked Nitara 46th on their 2012 list of the top 50 characters. So that's pretty low.
Who's the worst one? Does it say?
No, it doesn't. I'm just looking at the
that's fine.
Nitara entry. So
I feel like get
Oh,
rid of her,
got it.
put in Sindel. Remember Sindel?
yes,
I do
everyone
remember
remembers
Sindel. She was like Evil Storm, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, that was cool. She like flew around and did lightning and wind shit or whatever.
Yeah. She was in
but yeah,
games I
Melina looks
played.
like Melina looks like shit. And this is when Cabal is like, and this is, I mean, again, the potty mouth where it's like, Cabal's like, "Hey, Shang Tsung, yeah, I'm a robot guy, but I'll talk like this. I know some real low grade piece of shit on that planet named Kano. Trust me, motherfucker. This guy's he's the fucking worst of the bunch. You go there, you give him some gabagool, he'll open up that gate for you. No problem. No problem."
Low life piece of shit scumbag is a line I never thought I would
I'm
hear
back.
in a Mortal Kombat
He's the
movie.
reason I live in
Which one did you like? The roses, Murgy? Like the darker roses,
Okay.
or did you like the one with like the big flower in the front
Go back to his wife,
and
she's like,
the stuff, and then
so
like
you
kind of
won
like
Mortal Kombat, amazing. And he's like, no, they asked me to leave.
Yeah.
Oh,
I
you
couldn't get
lost?
angry
Well,
enough.
you at least got $200.
and thank you very much.
Right?
So the thing you were destined for, you washed out at that too.
Yeah. Yeah.
What
yeah.
are we
I
doing
did.
here, Cole?
But what I did do, honey, is I got leftovers from the meal we had before I left. I actually asked them if it was okay if I brought them back, and they were okay with it.
Yeah,
So,
it's
honey,
cool, honey. Lord Raiden let me take the egg rolls home.
Yeah.
Just get the egg rolls and get the fuck out of here. You're terrible at combat.
And by the way, I apologize for using profanity. Can we all stop with that? The potty mouth in Lord Raiden's temple is out.
And Jake, if you're listening, one thing I don't know if you heard earlier, but I generated this reference from an AI program.
The heck else. See,
So I put in the
just said
prompt that
heck.
generated this
I said
image.
heck.
I think I'm going to do that a
And
lot more
Kano,
for my
by the way,
references.
Those homophobic slurs aren't.
So it could be hard to find one that I think that I
Yeah,
like.
he does a
in the
lot of that
first place.
shit, man. He's talking about anal beads. He's talking about
Yep.
Kung Lao. He wants them to suck him off at some point.
Yes.
It's
uh,
a sick.
take turns sucking my sack. And
Very
that's
good.
when he said he's wanted in 30 countries.
Yeah.
All right, let's start doing some of these flowers.
Because
that?
it's fucking hilarious.
I suppose.
Because
And I
you,
would
the
be-
audience. I gotta ask Eric actually, because Eric, you're the only one that saw this in the theater. Were
Yeah.
people rolling over with
Uh,
belly laughs at all of Kano's one-liners?
It was the first week of May 2021, so the people in the theater were me and my wife, and no one else.
love
and,
it. Oh,
and,
the
and
dream.
everybody is very surprised when this man is the one who busts the fucking force field that's keeping Shang Tsung and all the Shang Tsung and all of his minions out.
yeah,
What
like
is
of course
Raiden
he's
doing
crooked.
at this point? Like when his force field goes down.
I've got to go. I left my air fryer on.
Listen,
Oh, no.
honey to
Take some
God,
fries.
there's so many realms I should be taking care of. I have been to like 6 out of 100 of the realms I'm supposed to be involved with this month.
This is just one realm. You guys don't know that, but I'm a busy guy. I'm one of the elder gods.
Oh no, Raiden! You let it happen again. You were taking a shit, and all of a sudden, someone broke into your temple. Okay, tell them yes. Okay,
You were away helping another realm. Definitely don't tell them you were taking a shit.
They'll never discover that most of the other realms are now owned by Outworld, so they'll never be the wiser.
Like, a lot of those realms just rocks. Like, it's a realm, but it's all just rocks. So, like, not much to do in that realm.
I send my garbage there.
Well, hold on, I'm opening a portal because I just have to clean the kitty box.
Is everybody finished?
Dude, Eric, that would be my Arcana. If I could choose it, if I could just go,
Oh yeah,
boosh.
definitely.
to
I would
go.
love that. Just throw a whole fucking sack of kitty litter and shit into someone else's backyard.
But so while they're dealing with all of that, yeah, back at the barn, fucking Goro shows up, dude. And let me tell you, this CGI thing, he looks like if the Hulk joined Kiss. I mean, this is terrible.
Very
It's
accurate.
absolutely like just get a guy, put him on stilts, give him some fucking dummy arms, and let's just do it too.
How does it look? How does it look worse than 1995?
The puppet looks fantastic. I rewatched
Yes.
the 95 version. The puppet looks so good as compared to this glob of shit.
It looks like
And this
nothing.
stuff, like, awful. And they really like the problem is they really accentuate the ponytail. Like you really get a good look at it. Whereas the puppet, it was kind of in the back. Because you you didn't have to see it when flaunting it.
This thing wants to rock and roll all night and party every day.
And it's gonna
And his
mishmash
wife
this guy.
dreadful. His wife is just like, "Hey, Cole, I know you failed at being in Mortal Kombat, but apparently that's not enough because that was a four-armed fucking monster in our yard. By the way, I have work tomorrow. I know you don't, Cole. I do, and I don't need this shit. Somebody needs to put food on the fucking table."
The biggest Guar roadie I've ever seen is here.
Oh shit,
he's-
is that Big Johnson? Is that you, Big Johnson? Guar's biggest roadie?
Yeah, I got all their amps. I carry them 4 in at a time.
It's the best. Like that would be the best profession for a strong man with 4 arms.
Oh, definitely.
It's absolutely true.
Roadie, totally. Or you know what he would excel at?
Porno.
He'd be great at. Well, yeah, probably. Well, I don't know. I don't want to see that thing fuck.
A
I'm
lot
sure
of
somebody
questions
does.
first.
No, I was gonna say
finger in a lot of pies. Anyway, go ahead.
baggage handler at the airport, man.
Oh
true.
yes,
That's true.
that works.
Maybe I won't have to wait so long at baggage claim.
Or no, this
Oh.
Goro guy with a van moving company. Now you know what I mean? Like
Yeah, instead of 2 guys with a van, it's a Goro with a van. That's all you need. You're paying
Exactly.
one
He's
guy.
got-
It's a great savings.
he's got your couch up here and your fridge down here, and he's just one trip in it.
That's a
Goro with a van? I thought it said Goy with a van. Now who's going to help me move on Saturday? Stupid jokes. Stupid you. This
but
fight with
he-
Cole and Goro, man, dumb.
And
Dumb as
his
shit.
superpower is he gets a super jacket. Is I guess the idea is a
That
super
you know what I think is
jacket?
his superpower though, dude, is basically the Homer Simpson boxing
Yes.
ability.
Yeah.
He just he gets hit a bunch of times until Goro's tired and like the jacket powers up because of the beating.
Okay, you're so bad at fighting. Your power is being hit so many times that it tires him out.
You get the shit beat out of you, and then you can punch him once very hard. It works
Listen-
very well.
Listen, Cole, I would give you stone hands, but it wouldn't help because you can't hit anybody because you're fucking terrible, dude. I could give you missiles, I could give you knife hands, knife fingers, wasted. You get the gold jacket. That's all you're gonna get.
Also, Cole, if this is any kind of motivator to get you angry, your wife told me you suck shit at fucking her.
It looks like you couldn't find. Not only couldn't you find the little man in the boat to take you to Mortal Kombat, you couldn't find the little man in the boat in your wife.
She called you a solid C minus, bro. A solid C minus.
Yeah, I've been talking to your wife.
That's
Oh,
right.
yeah. Your wife is on one of my realms. I go talk to her sometimes. She said, "You're a really surprisingly disappointing lay.
Yeah, it-
Sorry, Her
It's the
words, not mine.
The female orgasm realm. You wouldn't know it.
Oh, Cole.
To
you're
activate
terrible.
the portal, Chris, you have to activate the G spot.
I mean, if Raiden like has been doing this for so many years, you do have to imagine at this point, just like the minute you see a problem with someone finding their arcana, you're like, okay, do you have like a kid or a wife? Okay, knife to throat. Come on, just, come on, come on, come on.
I'm under the gun here. We really should be running Arcana drills, and since you don't have yours, I can't do that yet. So I really need to get you in the mode.
You know,
Hate to be the bad guy, but come on.
In
Come
addition
on.
to his gold jacket, he kind of does get like a little nightstick. So Stryker might make sense. I wonder if there was a rewrite at all.
Yeah, because they
Could
are like
be.
Striker-esque.
One,
And
well,
if
one
they're
is a
gold-
baton and the other one's a sword.
Yes, and they're
Yeah.
gold. It's like, all right, listen, you give him the jacket and a bunch of weapons. This guy's terrible. Do we have a machine gun? Like something for this guy. I mean, I've never seen such a bad Mortal Kombat guy.
We have a baton for him. Maybe that'll work.
It's
Hey, Cole, I had them rewrite the rules for Mortal Kombat so you could participate with this fucking rocket launcher.
oh, I had my forms wrong. You're not descended from a great ninja. You're descended from art.
Oh, man. The son of art. Oh, no.
I wish. He kills Goro in pretty unconvincing fashion. The 95 version, obviously, the punch in the balls off a cliff. You're not going to touch that. You're just not
that's
going to.
nice.
You're not going to touch it.
They, well,
That's
you know,
the best.
Goro attacking the wife and children, or child rather, and the family gets into a truck, and they decide to drive it at Goro. I'm like, that guy's a big guy. I might just back it up. And bad. But yeah, then he uses his, I don't know, the kid's like, use your uppercut, and he's like, shut up. And then he just uses his magic weapons or whatever.
Can I say also when the wife and the daughter hide in the truck and then Goro starts punching it? Listen, if this is a fight, it's a movie based off a fighting game, and you're punching a car, now you're just stealing from Street Fighter. Street Fighter was the game you fucking punched cars in, folks.
Yeah,
Ridiculous.
I need you to get E Honda in there, and he has to do the thing.
Yeah,
Totally.
it's time
Wash the
we
windshield.
get a new Street Fighter movie. I think.
Yes,
Absolutely.
It's
we're
post
well
time,
overdue.
dude.
Yes,
Now I never
Absolutely.
saw
the Chun Li one.
Yes.
It's supposed to be
Neither did I.
terrible.
We'll do it on the show.
Oh, maybe the summer.
The Legend of Chun-Li, I think his name is.
Yes,
Yeah.
Chris
Fighter
Klein,
version.
one of the
Chris
worst
Klein
actors
has
in
Johnny
history.
Cage, I think. I think he's
Oh,
Johnny Cage.
Chris Klein, that's right. I forgot that. Who's he playing? Ken?
I think he's
No,
Cage.
I think he's just Johnny Cage is Mortal Kombat. My friend, you're mixing him up.
Oh,
It
Jesus
is Street
Christ.
Fighter. Yeah.
Maybe God.
Idiot.
I don't know.
Oh,
who-
Guile, maybe? Is he Guile?
But so
no.
Meanwhile, back at the tournament area, we're
I'll
all
look it
fighting
up.
each other.
Uh-huh.
Everybody's fighting. A great
I-
kill.
It's
on
tough for me to
Vampire.
sit here though for the
No lie
time.
whatsoever. She's like, I'm vampire. lady." It's like
Um,
nobody gives a shit. You're getting cut in half by
With
Kato
that, but I could
Kalaw's
find
hat,
something.
and I'm clapping on my couch. Sorry,
Dude,
folks. it
One
works
second.
for me.
It's pretty great. And I have to say, I think the first time I watched this movie, that part I greened out on because I totally didn't remember it. But it's immediately killed because he fucking says flawless victory.
Yes, he
And
does.
I
He
don't
does.
even think it was a flawless victory.
Chris Klein plays a character called Charlie Nash in that movie, so I don't think it's
Oh.
related. But you get a lot of Neil McDonough is Bison slash Vega in Japan. I think they renamed some stuff in foreign exports. But, Michael Clark Duncan is Ball.
You like that better? I do got to learn to split the stuff, like we talked about before. No worries, Murphy. It's probably not a long-term solution to listen to a podcast, which is, I think, a valid point. That one is just them. They're like into movies and they're comedic, and so they'll review a movie and talk about it. I appreciate your attempt at a compromise, though. But I'd rather have you watch than not watch. No worries. I don't hold it against you, Murgy. You are a delight. Thank you. Fuck that up. Is this all right though for background music? I know it's kind of a generic, or I'm just worried. The only thing I need to be concerned with is about copyright stuff. I'm actually going to use a smaller brush. I don't like it. Should not be mixing that in there. Back to you. On the arcane painting, Jake? Is that what you're referencing? I haven't thought about it much, frankly, recently, just because I've been in a different mindset. Like, I haven't been doing my sketches like I have and stuff like that, if you've noticed. So I'm doing stuff more by freehand recently. Hence why I'm doing like a lot of flowers, and I'm working on my brush strokes a lot. That's why I'm using the larger brush too. I have interest in doing it, just not in the immediate because I'm working on fundamental stuffs. Is the best answer I can give you. So like this painting, just I didn't sketch on this one. I just started it from a blank canvas. Oh, thank you. I mean, it's like it's not necessarily aspiring to be like perfect with this sketch, but what it really tries to do is keep things relationally to each other. Is probably the biggest skill with regards to sketching, right? So it's like the flowers. It's not a big deal because like they're gonna look fine regardless if I do proper highlightings. But like the composition will suffer if things are like out of place, with what at least this was inspiring to do. But thank you. Too bright. Too bright. I don't really like that much. I'm gonna take a quick break. I need to stand up. Thanks everyone who's watching. Sorry about the breaks. I just need to stand up and I was need to get my eyes off of this. I'll be back in about 5 minutes. All right, I'm back. All right, let's fix something I saw before. Let's green. Interesting. Oh shit. What's up, babe? How you doing? Thank you so much. It's super kind of you. This is awesome. I'm doing all right. Just been grinding away at this guy. Josh Hartley, thanks for the follow. Thank you, babe. Tristan Neff, thank you for the follow. What that one was. Oh, Sweet Sugar Girl, thanks for the follow. Kelly Maldonado Art, thank you for the follow. All Bandkind, thank you for the follow. Eddie Mirror Art, thank you for the follow. Yeah, Odia, thank you for the follow. Cyber Techno, thank you for the follow. It's a lot of follows. Thank you, everybody. Them Artsy Ghosts, thank you for the follow. Yeah, I do oil paintings from start to finish. So I started this one. It was a blank canvas when we started today. We're getting through it. I guess some interesting things. The reference in the upper left, I generated using an AI program. Because I couldn't find one. Thank you, Dan Deemer, for the follow. And so, yeah, I use that to generate my reference for this. And, yeah, just trying to work on a lot of fundamentals, a lot of matching colors and values here. My palette's on the bottom left, so you can see what I'm doing on my palette. I got titanium white from Williamsburg, bismuth vanadate yellow, from Williamsburg, Pyro Red from Williamsburg, Ultramarine Blue from Williamsburg, and that's a Michael Harding Burnt Umber. And I pretty much only use 5 colors on my palettes. Yeah, no, I spent a lot of Danny Bar. I spent a lot of time dicking around with it. What's it? I don't know. Spent a couple hours. I used what was it called again? I can tell you the name of mine. Midjourney. I used Midjourney for mine. Yeah, I was like trying to figure out to do like a skeleton reference, and then I saw a cool picture on Google of some like backlit flowers, and then I started playing around with prompts. So yeah, and then yeah, other interesting things. I use cheap large brushes as much as I can. So this is just a large size 12 flat, and it's like a $2 brush that I paint with. Generally, I try and do as much of the painting. The only things I haven't done with this large brush and this painting is like specific highlights. So, yeah, thank you everybody for the follows. I really appreciate it. I hope you have a good time. All right. And for mediums, I just use linseed oil or odorless mineral spirits. Are my only two mediums. So if anybody has any questions, though, feel free to ask me. Thank you so much, babe. I really appreciate all the help. Thank you. Very much appreciated. And have a wonderful dinner. Thank you. Also, if, my Instagram is linked on there if you want to see other paintings that I've painted. Basically, the last like 28 I've done on stream. All, like I said, one sitting. So yeah, if you want to see, check them out. I'm on a bit of a flower kick at the moment. Thank you for the follow, Painty McPainface. Really appreciate it. Good name. Like I said, if anybody has questions, I'm more than happy to answer the best of my ability. But one word, I guess, of caution is I was not traditionally taught how to paint. I'm self-taught. I got obsessed with oil painting about a year and a half ago. That's when I started. Oh, nice. Yeah, I didn't really grow up watching it. My initial foray into painting was miniature painting, actually. I played Warhammer as a kid. And I was okay at it. But I didn't go to school for it or anything like that. And I actually went to school for engineering, mechanical engineering, and that's what I've largely done for work as well. But so yeah, painting has just been a hobby for me. Yes. Painty McPaintface, we are birds of a feather. I have a lot of issues with insomnia myself too, and that's why I also think part of the reason why I like doing paintings from start to finish is it's because it's like once I get focused on it, I can't really stop. I get too like. My mind becomes too active. This is kind of a tough orange to hit. It's interesting. I might not be able to hit that orange. Just doesn't look right. It's alright if I can't. Yeah, I think painting's calming as well. The only thing that I sometimes have to fight is being like results orientated. Because like even right now, I'm probably spending too much time on little details. I like to paint loose. My favorite painters, like my top three is John Singer Sargent, number 1. I saw Babe was doing a stream on that today. Andrew Zorn is number 2. And Ilya Repin is my 3rd. Oh, thank you so much, Wagnus. Yeah, everything's going well. It's awesome that it's exciting raid. It's my first that's the largest raid I've ever had well, I've only had 2. That was the second one, I should say. So it's pretty exciting. Thank you all for everybody who's sticking around. But yeah, I love Ilya Repin's stuff. Andrew Zorn and John Singer Sargent are just utterly amazing. If I'm striving to be to improve my skills, it's to be like one of those 3. Thank you so much. Yeah, you can check. My Instagram is linked below. If you want to see more, I've done a lot of portraits in the past. Portraits are what I enjoy to do the most, actually. I started doing flowers recently because I thought my fundamentals were poor, and so I took up not doing like any sketch. Like I usually would do a sketch on my canvas, and but I stopped doing that and started doing it all from no sketch. And to work on like my relational stuff with regards to drawing, I'm really focusing on like colors, values, and my brush strokes is what I'm, really trying to get better with. Because I think I had some paintings that I just did not achieve what I set out to do. And that did not make me a happy camper. And then I realized, I'm like, oh yeah, that's kind of also just being results orientated and not where I'd want to be as far as like how I'm teaching myself. Should do something. What did I just measure? I measured this. Yeah. So I have my paint reference in Photoshop, and I'll use that to check my colors. But part of the struggle is actually matching the colors. Well, I find value to be much more difficult than colors in general. Obviously, they're somewhat linked, but... Looks terrible. So 1 week, in some odd circumstances, this 5-color palette cannot hit specific greens, violets, and oranges. And so when I have those colors, I usually put a couple extra colors on my palette, specifically cobalt teal and quinacridone magenta. Those give me violets and greens. But it doesn't hit these oranges, and I've yet to pick out the orange that I want to use for such cases. Because I'm also trying to avoid using toxic paints as much as I can. All the paints on my palette currently are not toxic. I'm just making room on my palette for the home stretch. I realized I just missed something. Have to get more burnt umber. Yeah, I stream. Thank you very much, by the way. I stream generally 3 times a week. I'll try and paint almost every other day. Now this week is a little bit of an exception because I have friends over for the NFL draft. So the next time I paint, the earliest will be Saturday. If it's not Saturday, it definitely will be Sunday. But generally, when I don't have anything going on, it would probably be almost every other day that I paint. And I start generally around 5:30 to 6 Central Time. So I started today at 6 Central, United States. So that was 6 hours and 15 minutes ago. But yeah, thank you so much for everybody for support today. I appreciate it quite a bit. And I hope you enjoy it. At least what I can offer as a streamer. Thank you so much. Have a great night. What's up, Hayden? Hope you're doing well. Thank you so much, Marie. You are very kind. I've been doing all right. How about yourself? Thanks for stopping by again. Really? Sorry to hear that. I haven't been too busy. Hence the painting, but I do have friends coming in for, I host them for the NFL draft. We have a party. So I'm going to have a few people over on Thursday, Friday, and Saturday. Being exhausted is not fun. Gotta sleep it off, unfortunately. Oh, really? What do you do? You're a 10-pin bowler. Are you in the United States or are you out of the country? Do you play at events and stuff? Because I'm actually familiar, I think, with one professional bowler from Australia. I think his name is Cooley. That's way too bright. Yeah, that's his name. He's been on the TV a lot recently, or at least once or twice recently. At some points, I was into bowling myself. That sounds like a lot. Much. Do you play in PBA tournaments? Gotcha, yeah. Seems like a pretty tough world. Really? Do you bowl two-handed or do you bowl one-handed? So do you do like the Japanese tournaments and stuff like that? I know there's quite a bit of international tournaments. On a good brush stroke. Should just use a smaller brush. Nice. That's pretty exciting getting to travel. Well, couldn't you earn more than that technically? If you win the tournaments and stuff? Or is that just for like a specific tour? Well, that's more than the PBA tournaments. I didn't realize the international ones were that much more had that much more prizes. Let's do this. I did not know that. Huh. That's pretty cool. Let's make a bunch of this neutral orange. Red. Try that. What is Anzac Day? I'm not familiar. I'm from the Chicago, Illinois area. In the United States. So that's just like a deep brown. It's not a deep brown. What am I thinking? Slightly desaturated. So burnt umber is like an orange. Is an orange. It's just a better way of saying it. So if something is too orange, the way you make it less orange is you add blue. It's kind of a weird color. Yeah. Let's just start over. Okay, more yellow. Oh, gotcha. So that's an Australian holiday. I had not heard of it. It's good to learn. It's a hair. Any problems mixing this color? Oh, that's just probably closer. I think I found it. No, it doesn't seem dark enough. go with this. All right, this is going to be the stressful part. Already kind of fucked up. Sorry. What is my specialty in painting? I'm probably best at doing portraits at the moment. I've done quite a few portraits. It used to be all I did. Only recently have I been doing flowers and landscapey type things. I have a couple portraits planned. But I'm doing flowers and stuff to work on certain fundamentals. But yeah, I would consider my specialty at the moment doing paintings. I mean, doing portraits. And I do realism. I don't do like abstract. I don't do. But I don't do hyperrealism. I try and keep it loose. Loose meaning that like I'm not gonna like do every single detail. I'm gonna interpret some things. So through simplification, to make some things my own way. So if you heard me discussing my favorite painters, before this, they were masters at kind of painting the way they wanted to paint. I know that sounds kind of silly, but they simplified things. They made brushstrokes that interpreted their subject a certain way. And I aspire to paint in such a manner that I'd be skilled enough to make decisions that make sense and look good. But the first thing that I really need to get better with, though, is understanding colors, understanding values, seeing color is a big one. Seeing it correctly. That's one of the biggest things I've struggled with. If you don't see the color correctly, you're not going to make the right choice and it'll just look off. Sure. What's your opinion? That's fine. I'm an adult. And I could always disagree with your opinion. Yeah, no, it's fine. Yeah, I largely agree with that. I don't know if I consider it lacking. Like, I've omitted quite a bit of detail. But some of that is intentional. And some of it is lack of capability. Now that's why I do paintings like this though, right? So, right, I can do detailed paintings and try and figure out how to make them look correct, right? How do I get the job done when I'm not as skilled? Or what do I have to learn to get better at? Right? To not have my paintings look ridiculous. So when I watch somebody paint, I actively think about, what are they doing that I'm not comprehending? Right? Especially if I want to paint like them. Right? So when I see some of my favorite painters' paintings, and I see them make like simple, or like they have a simple brush stroke on the painting, and I think, why does that look so much better than mine? And it comes to a few things. Or what are they, like, better way of saying it is, what are they comprehending that I don't? Which is a lot. But I have to start understanding some of these things to get better. That's fine. Not everybody's gonna like my paintings. Hell, I don't like a lot of my paintings. but it doesn't bother me. No, I'm not. And like I said, I'm not offended. I want my paintings to come out well. But if they don't, I will try again. That's it. I'm going to work on the things that I want to work. I mean, not. Well, of course, the things I want to work on. But I also work on, reflect, think about the things that I need to work on to actually figure that out. Because I could have a successful painting and my painting could look like shit because I figured some stuff out. Or I felt like I actively got better. That would be success. Perfect is kind of a strong statement, right? It's like, I think a better way of saying that is until I'm satisfied with it, right? But that's probably, with regards to painting, there is quite a bit that one could say. I mean, nobody's ever truly perfected a skill. But I aspire to be as good as I can be. That's fine. I'm still gonna work on them because they offer me an avenue to improve my painting. Now in the future, I definitely can see myself not painting them very often. Yep. That's what it is. So my goal is just to get better. And hopefully one day I can be good enough where people will pay me enough money to paint for a living. That would be nice. Well, I actually disagree with you there. I think it's better. So let's make a bowling analogy. If you're really good at striking and you're bad at your spare shots, you should be practicing your spare shots, right? So what I'm weak at, in my opinion, is colors and values and drawing. Pretty much all painting. But so I have to figure out ways, right, to get better at such things. And I think flowers offer me a great avenue to improve upon myself. And that's it. And for all you know, I get a lot better at doing flowers too. Because I don't necessarily not enjoy painting flowers. I just enjoy I generally enjoy doing portraits more. But I appreciate your advice. There is definitely value in sticking to your strengths at times. But I think that is results orientated in nature. So at this point in my painting, journey, let's call it, I need to do paintings like this to improve myself, I think, the most efficiently. And thank you. I mean, like, and don't take that as me just saying you're wrong. There are a lot of viable ways to do the same thing. As an engineer by my profession, I'm familiar with that. Am I good, or are you just calling me good? Because if I am feeling fine. Starting to get a bit tired, but I think I'm almost done with this. At least to a place that I want to leave it. All right.
Computers now have primary control of critical vehicle functions.
Okay. All right. I think I'm going to call it. There are some things I like, some things I don't like. Thank you for everybody who's sticking around. You came in through the raid from Babe Ross. I really appreciate it. Is there anybody people want to raid? Or thinks I should raid? Hands are sweaty. Do people want me to raid somewhere else? Let's take a look. There's somebody who's doing oil paintings. There's a lot of like cartoon drawing stuff, which I'm not really into. Let's see. Because I don't really know anybody outside of Babe and a couple other painters who I watch. They are not on. Well, I think I'm just gonna call it. Unless somebody has a recommendation to raid, I don't really have anybody that I know really well or think it's appropriate. But yeah, everybody, thank you so much. Really appreciate it. Like I said, I'll probably be painting. The earliest I'm going to be painting next is Saturday my time. But the absolute, if I don't stream Saturday, I will be streaming Sunday for another painting. Yeah, that is it. Plenty of stuff to think about on this painting. Got to reflect on it a little bit. Oh, I see something I want. This always happens. Really quickly. Good enough. Yep, thanks Hayden again. Thanks for talking and coming by as usual. And I hope everybody joins me again next time. So thank you very much. I hope you all have a wonderful night.